Ko can stagnate at one point. He can reach a plateau into certain stages because if you have, for example, the Blitzcrank, the Jarvan, the Olaf himself getting some MR on that kit, it could just neutralize most of the damage from the Echo, even though they could go for magic penetration. There's still not that much that he can do because he's supposed to be bursty. He's supposed to go in and do that. Exactly what we see here. I mean, that we're trying to see.
Yeah, we can clearly see he does pick up the kill there. Looks like should be another kill on the Sketchy Pepperoni in just a second. As you pointed this out, as much pressure as Misericordia has put on the top side, mid has been pretty even, though you can obviously see the kill differences leaning towards Volt Abyss. They have done such a good job keeping Souls alive, getting him ahead now 3, 1, and 4 on that Ezreal. The Tear of the Goddess nearly full of stack. The Triforce acquired. This Ezreal, which really feels like it started as a counter pick to the Blitzcrank, is just absolutely popping off in this game 1 right now, Sofchan.
Yeah, once again, we're going to get everything fixed. We thought it was all nice and good to go, but we still have some things to fix at our end. But Fish, overall, I agree there. I think it's clear how those teams want to play. Nobody has really focused on the Dragon so far. Yes, they have started to commit, but nobody has fully committed. When you had a fight being won by King's College in their first attempt of getting the Drake down, they won the fight, but they just left the Drake, for example. They had the damage to be able to take it out, but they chose not to. They chose to try to focus on clearing out the wave, clearing out the jungle, and push out the presence on those lanes. So we'll see how that's going to translate into mid stages because, yes, you do get the gold that transforms into items, for example, for the Ezreal. That is absolutely crucial. You need to get those first items. You need to get a Trinity. You need to stack out your mana. But you would also definitely benefit. I don't quite remember what is the Drake that we have on board right now. It might be the Hex Tech, or I might be mistaken. But still, if it is the Hex Tech, that would be good for the Ezreal, for example. That would be good for the Echo. But they are not focusing on that. So I'd hope, I would say that I hope for both sides that they end up focusing on them because, for example, if you leave that too far behind, you're even going to miss the timers for the Heralds, and then you're not going to be able to pressure that much on it.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, the lack of dragons is sort of a win for Misericordia because of how often Miscreant's been top lane, right? He picked up a Rift Herald, dropped it topside. He's ganked topside now, I think 2 or 3 times. This should be opportunities for Christian and company to go down, pick up the dragon. As you said, the Echo, it's either Hextech or Infernal, which are 2 massive dragons to get early on. The Echo would love it. The Ezreal would love it. I will say, though, the one problem, as much as Ezreal and company have been winning, they've just been being pushed. It does look like, while we should be fully back, they did pick up a tower bot side, so that just gives more and more advantage. And you were right, it was a Hextech Dragon, Sofchan, and while we were gone, it went over to King's College. So they finally took your advice, they picked up the Dragon, and they've got to be feeling really good.
Yeah, I think that what we missed here was because we noticed that we had King's College on the bot side not going for the Drake straight away. They probably just went for the turret, went to get their first brick gold, then finish off the bot laners, get the presence in the wave, and then transition into a very safe Drake. I would assume that was the case. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but it's still something that could have happened. We don't particularly know. But mid lane is going to be populated by 3 people, while top side is going to be devastating onto Faintest Globe once again.
I don't even think we took a break, because that just feels like deja vu in the top lane, unfortunately, for poor Faintest Globe. The Nature's Grasp does come out. It should be able to catch Sketchiest Pepperoni, and that is going to be the case. That will be a kill picked up for Christian. So a trade overall, and the one thing is this NAS is not really worth a lot of gold. So you take that trade because now you get mid-tower as well. That's a massive win for King's College across the map.
No, I would say so too. You're going to have to use your TP here on the bot side as well. They go in. They don't have that Cataclysm, do they? They don't. And it's going to be another kill here on the bot side. Mist 4 has died while the mid lane Miscreant couldn't really do much because they didn't have their ultimate engage.
Unfortunately, they blew the Cataclysm topside to kill the now 0-5 Nasus, and they just left Mist all alone against now the 6-0-3 Echo. for Volt Abyss. Looks like potentially working on that Zhonya's here just to allow him to dive onto the back line, get even more immune time so nobody can kill him. And I think this Echo's really feels like it's going to be the difference right now, Sofchan. I know that's a hot take when he's 6-0-3, but Olaf has kind of fallen off. He's only 2-0-2. He's basically being forced to roam because the lane's pushed all the way up top side. I think this Echo has sort of won the battle of the carries, at least as we near that 20-minute mark.
Yeah, they definitely have, Fish. I think that so far, being 6-0-3, you're at that point that you have so much confidence in your damage and in your survivability, especially if you have your ultimate, that you can do pretty much anything. We're going to see Misericordia trying to get a steal onto this Herald. We'll see if they're going to succeed.
Olaf is roaming up. Volt Abyss hanging out on the bot side, but does have that teleport if necessary. True Shot Barrage comes out. Here comes the Nature's Grass teleport from Volt Abyss. Rift Herald going to be finished off. The Nature's Grass going to root onto 2. Miscreant just gets absolutely destroyed by Volt Abyss. Meanwhile, the Rocket Grab does land, and Gub is dead. Will go down, but my goodness, the damage that Echo just put out.
Yeah, they did. And they even used that Zhonya's as that... No, wait, did they? That's interesting. I was sure I saw them getting golden. Was it maybe just the stopwatch? Then they got back? Potentially. Maybe. I saw something happen there. I think that was an ulti getting them back to base, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they ulted back bot lane. I think they teleported and got it so quick they ulted back bottom of the map.
Wow. Okay.
I didn't know you could do
really
that.
Fun. I mean, yeah, you definitely can. I was just wondering about them getting golden because I was sure they would. But maybe it's just my eyes. Maybe I just have to clear them out. But it's something that Misericordia has to do now because with the squad so far ahead, 3-2-5, 7-0-3, 3-1-6, the King's College get on the table. It's going to be super hard. Oh, do we have a look here? There we go. You're going to go in. Are they going golden? Yes, they are. Ha! Thank you so much, our producer. I am not crazy. I think they did get a stopwatch, use the stopwatch, then use the ulti back to base, and then finish buying the Zhonya's. That's my theory.
I can't argue. We have the replay. I can't argue. I can't argue with what I saw with my own 2 eyes. And now we'll see if Misericordia can get this dragon. Ooh, Christian can't quite get in time. Bullet time gonna come out. Hecarim just gets melted. Chemtech Dragon picked up. Saintly Comic trying to run down Souls and Company, but can't quite find it. And all the meanwhile, this Nasus is slowly, and I mean very slowly, like snail slowly, coming online.
They're trying. Trying to get some numbs there in the top lane. I really appreciate from Misericordia the way they were able to pull out that fight to the Drake. They not only secured the Drake for themselves, which is a 1-to-1 compared to King's College, they're also in a state where you at least feel a little more confident in your 5v5. So you had Saintly Comic with you had Oxen with the ulti, and that's going to enable a lot. Why are you focusing still on the Nasus? It's not worth any gold.
0-6 now, unfortunately, for the Nasus. But honestly, I kind of, I mean, as much as you can say dying is a win, I mean, he's consistently at 0-6, Sofchan, bringing multiple people up topside to prevent him from ever scaling. And King's College, this is probably the first time they didn't take advantage of having a 4v3 across the map.
Yeah, that's true. And very nicely pointed out there, Fish. I think that's been super consistent for King's College. When you have someone going in the top side to get the Nasus, they are getting something much more valuable. The turret in the top lane, in the bottom lane, the turret in the mid lane. But they're gonna be caught out here. A lot of damage going on to Christian. And the flash forward from from Souls is gonna take Mist down in the mid lane.
Once again, just King's College uses the distraction. This time it's Christian. They survive. And as the Souls do, as you pointed out, flashes forward, kills the AD carry. So that's 20 seconds, but there's no AD carry. They're going to summon the Rift Herald in the mid lane as well. I don't know if it'll get the charge off here. You get the Hex Flash over the wall. They want to jump on top of the Souls. Saintly Comic coming in here as well. Nature's Grasp going to go out, but the Cataclysm is simply too much. A massive shutdown here for Miscreant. Now they're going to try and tower dive. Goob is dead, but unfortunately don't have the
Goop
damage.
is not dead.
Goob is well and alive. Got to change the name. Oh, be careful.
Oh, that was worrying. Still very nice there from Misericordia. They're showing that they know they can do a lot when they have Saintly Comic in the party. Gotta be careful with Votabyss once again, but still they are trying to get some confidence back online, the mental, trying to get a little more stable, and I think it's starting to work out better for them. They're just 3k gold behind, so it's not that big of a difference, which is very counterintuitive considering that you have King's College with 5 turrets being taken down against 1 for Misericordia.
Misericordia has really done, honestly, a great job despite the fact that the KDs outside top lane don't match up. It's the CS. I mean, 15 down for the Aurelian Soul, 10 down for the Misfortune. They're doing a great job even in lanes that weren't winning in the PvP element of League of Legends. We're doing a great job farming cannon minions, farming the minions, staying in the game gold-wise, and as you said, that's why it's only a 3k deficit, which doesn't really feel like that would be the case. It feels like this has been King College's game the whole way. And with an Ocean Dragon spawning here in a minute and a half, I think we'll get our real check here to see if Misericordia can win a 5v5 team fight.
I think this Ocean Soul is going to be so useful for Misericordia in the hands of the Olaf. That would be absolutely massive. That monster would not be taken down unless you have that Executioner's Calling and unless you have that Oblivion Orb to guarantee the cut healing. And it looks like they're very much trying to see if there's nothing going to happen soon rather than later. In the Baron side of the map, there's going to be vision from both teams around there, but they don't have much vision aside from it, so they're going to be very careful on how they position the Ezreal, though is going to take some damage, but still, listen, Ezreal has a lot of escapability, doesn't have flash though.
I've seen this story before, Soph-chan, and I think I know how it ends, and that's with the dead doggo, unfortunately, here for Faintest Globe. He does try and take down Sketchy Pepperoni, but can't quite do it, so unfortunately they lose their Nasus, and he will not be up in time for this Dragon. So this is going to be a 4v5 at the Dragon Pit, but missed! Oh, one more auto attack! And they get the kill. Can Souls get out is going to be the question here. Does not have the Arcane Shift, it barely comes up in time. Voltabyss gonna throw down the shield. There is the ult Disguise Descent from Oxen. Nature's Grasp going to go up, and with Voltabyss in the fray, Souls dodges the Cataclysm. Oh, but he gets sniped by the Rocket Grab.
Oh my god, it's gonna be the hook. Sketchy Pepperoni avenging their ADC's death. That was amazing, but it really shows overall how King's College has been very confident in that gameplay. They know this Ezreal doesn't need to worry about blinking forwards. They didn't even have the flash, and they were positioning so aggressive into that lane. There was no vision of the rest of the team. Actually, they knew the team was on the top side, so they felt comfortable in doing so. You have this nice ultimate from the Aurelion, who has to flash away to escape, but still So's in such a good position that they can just kite away. You have the Cataclysm going in, but still not able to finish them off. But at least for Misericordia's happiness, Sketchy Pepperoni had that Ezreal cornered between a rock and a hard place, and it was just an easy grab from that point on.
Fantastic job, really, by everybody. That was some great positioning, as you had pointed out, Soph-chan. We saw it there at the replay of the Arcane Shift, dodges the Jarvan Q. Meanwhile, during that replay, though, King's College did pick up the Ocean Soul, so they're now at 2 dragons. We are going to have, I don't know if we'll see even Soul this game, as we pointed out. It took them, I think, 15, 16 minutes to pick up the first dragon, and that just kind of pushes everything down. And I think that's fine for King's College. You pointed out, Misericordia would love this Ocean Soul, so the longer it gets denied from either team, I think is a big win for King's College.
At the same time, I just thought about it. If you have the more Ocean Souls, the more Ocean buffs on the side of King's College, that's going to be great for the Nasus if this game survives long enough for the Nasus to be able to do something. And it's going to help Christian as well, because you're going to be able to heal even more as a Hecarim. But at this point, the Hecarim is not the menace. It has to be Votabyss on the Echo and Souls on the Ezreal, both very different in gameplay. One wants to flash away, one wants to flash in.
Ooh, Christian with a great onslaught of shadows to actually stay alive. Nature Grass going to come out here. And Mist picks up the kill, though. Faintest Globe on the board picks up his first kill. And this Nasus might be online, though him and Gub is dead, taking a ton of damage. Voltabyss can't quite get in. It's a double kill for the Nasus. But overall, just a 2 for 3. Voltibus still hanging around, potentially has the chance to wombo somebody, especially if you stand in that parallel convergence and give him the shield plus the stun. Saintly Comic has to be careful here. Again, this Echo is 7-0-5, but looks like he's going to back off, and it'll be a 1 fight for Misericordia.
You know, a hot take that I was just thinking about, after maybe this 1v1 here, Miscreant is fine. Okay, let us continue. The hot take would be, do you think, Fish, that this Misfortune would benefit more if they were going for a lethality build instead of going for the Kraken Slayer?
I think so. I think that when you pick Misfortune with a Jarvan, it feels like you're trying to go Cataclysm bullet time, and I think the lethality build is better. I think you're right. I think lethality, I'm with you if that's your hot take. I think it would have been a better build.
Yeah, that's my hot take, yeah. I totally agree. I think that it wouldn't just work because of the composition, exactly as you pointed out, the Cataclysm into the bullet time. It's also about how much the enemy team can tank. You have a Maokai support. You have Christian on Hakrim, can tank quite a lot. The faintest global Nasus, even though they are super far behind, look at the amount of little bars on that AHP bar. So you're going to do no damage whatsoever. It's been every single time we see the Misfortune in the fight, we haven't seen any kills. This last fight was the only one where we saw that happen, where it was actually even good for the Misfortune because Mist got a shutdown onto Souls on the Ezreal, so that is something to take advantage of. At the same time, ooh, gotta be careful.
Oh, the Onslaught of Shadows gets Christian out. That was a fantastic hook. Souls now has to be careful. Got hit by the Undertow, gonna hit again. Cataclysm comes down. Here comes the double.
Oh, okay.
Truly caught between a rock and a hard place, or a meteor shower and a rain of bullets, and this could be Baron.
It's very likely. It's very likely. You have your top laner in the bottom path that's just used their TP, so they're gonna go for a split push, just showing that they have given this first Baron of the game. So given a lot to Misericordia, I would say, because even though you have those two champions pushing in mid lane, bottom lane, you have to fight against the buffed up minions, and wow, how much Oxen has been able to do thus far, having completed those 3 items, is just astonishing to me.
Yeah, Oxen kind of got overshadowed considering his mid lane opponent is 7-0-5, but he's done a great job keeping up for the most part in CS, falling a little bit behind here, but 4-3-7, this Aurelion Soul is not something to underestimate. And this Baron buff will be live for the Dragon, but we might not even have a Dragon fight. Is Goog gonna get jumped on? Christian kind of runs in. Voltibus gonna follow it up. Nature's Grass going to come out. The ult back to safety, but the jungler for King's College kind of just gave themselves up for free 10 seconds before it spawned.
Yeah, it's going to be spawning as we speak, and the advantage that Misericordia has right now is huge. No jungler for the side of King's College. It's going to be a very potential free takedown on this one. You have the shutdown for your mid laner as well, the cherry on top. And with that, you have not just gotten back from your CS and gold deficit, you're also ahead now, even if slightly. And with the Baron having stabilized things with the second Drake for your team, it's gonna be easy to push in.
1,000 gold shutdown given over to this Aurelion Soul, even scarier when he does choose to back. And now with this Baron, they can start to even up the turret count. Mid tier 2 gonna go down, bot tier 1, and potentially bot tier 2 could be soloed by this Olaf. There's no one down there to check him. This is really just a free tower, and he might even keep pushing with the inhibitor in his sight here, because no one for King's College, no one moved down for, that was 2 free towers for this Olaf. No one even looked at him.
Yeah, they did not. And Fish, it looks like Misericordia 6-2 are coming here to show that they have all the power in the late game. They don't have the lethality on the Misfortune, but it's still so much that they can do with the Cataclysm, with the access from the Olaf, and especially Oxen. This Dragon has been absolutely massive from the point that they have reached those 3 items. Now, as we speak, finished up the Rabadons, and it's going to be so much damage that not even all the HP bars on the side of King's College can even think about handling.
I mean, Who needs lethality when you have a lethal dragon, Sovchan? Because as you pointed out, the Raptidons is done. He just reached his full power. He's just now online. He's going to absolutely shred in this next team fight. He has the empowered ultimate. There isn't really anything to fight over, unfortunately, for Misericordia, because I think that's the one thing they want to do is they want to keep fighting against King's College. And what do you do if you're King's College, Sovchan? You had the advantage. You've just lost it. You're actually down 2,500 gold. What do you need to do to get this game back in your favor?
Well, it's one thing that I mentioned earlier, right, Fish? How the Echo can start to decay in the mid to late stages. He has reached the peak, and he has just stagnated there. The plateau has arrived, and it's starting to get a little difficult for them to output the amount of damage they want, especially because Misericordia has been feeling more confident in going in for those engages themselves, and now they have the damage to follow it up. So we're going to see if it's going to rely on peel, it's going to rely on pickoffs from the side of King's College, maybe even getting that buffed up minion that the NECC is at this point, because they took so long to grow that could be a good distraction to get Misericordia out of the gears.
I would be curious to see how many stacks this NECC does have right now. I mean, best case, you're looking at like 400 or 500. I would assume probably even lower than that. So hopefully this NECC is to the point, 500, kind of that point where you can actually maybe start to feel this NECC in team fights, as you said, not just be a massive cannon minion. But I think you're right. I think NECC needs to find a way online. And the other thing is you've got your Echo's got to start getting picks, as you pointed out. Fell off to the point where you no longer get caught of that phase dive, hit somebody, they're all of a sudden at 2/3 or at a quarter of their life. I think if you can maybe one-shot Mist, if you can maybe one-shot Oxen on the back line, that might be your best chance. But otherwise, this feels like this game's just kind of slowly but surely grinding in Misericordia's way, and one more team fight might be enough. Just kind of depends when they might pull the trigger.
I think so too, and it might just rely on the NECC at this point, because Souls, as you said, they're trying to stay at the edge of the fight, with Voltabiz trying to go in and get all the damage done. But if you're going for Oxen, for example, how do you melt that dragon with Realize? How? They're going to slow you down, they're going to deal so much damage back, they have so much health to their side as well. So it's a lot to go through, that this Echo just feels like they could one-shot only the Misfortune. And that was the time where Souls could do the very same. They were so confident in their damage that they could go in and take down those 1v1s, even escape. At this point, they just gotta be more careful. So it's a mix between knowing how to get your 5v5s to your advantage and get those pickoffs. Because as I said, if you go in a 5v5 and it's a little bit uncoordinated, Misericordia is just gonna stomp you down.
Might be the best chance for King's College. Baron up now, the Ocean Dragon up in 5 seconds, but neither team really cares. And Christian, they were looking for a massive flank, but nobody was with them. Onslaught of Shadows used, but they just get rocket grabbed right back into the team. Nature's Grasp goes off, but the Ragnarok makes Saintly Comic purely immune to the CC, and they don't even care about Faintest Globe. They want to jump right on top of Souls. Voltabiz there as well, but you can see the damage just simply isn't there. Sketchy Pepperoni will get traded off, but a massive Sky's Descent puts Souls at a quarter of his HP. Mist dropping low as well. They might be able to turn it if Souls can get back in this fight. He just can't get in range for a Q. Voltabiz finally does pick up one. A great root for Gub is dead. Should be enough to pick off one more member as Oxen goes down, and a great turnaround here for King's College.
I think that was lovely from them, because they noticed that it was a stretch from a Saintly Comic to flash over and go in, because yes, you can survive, but how are you going to deal damage to an Echo, to an Ezreal that can just dash away if you don't get to them? And that's exactly what happened. They tried to go in, they flashed over the wall, they didn't have enough damage to follow up because they didn't have the range to follow up, and the rest of the team was just too far behind. Let's have a look at the replay here. You have the Aurelion Soul trying to help, and they managed to get the rest of King's College away from very, very long, but then when you see Saintly Comic to going to the river, they disperse, and that turns it into a pickoff for King's College. damage. And then you find your mid laner in a very rough spot where you as a Javan 4, you can't really protect them, so they have to end up going down. And that's huge, considering that he is the biggest damage dealer in your team. Still, no objectives. No, actually, there was a Drake that was done, so that was definitely important for them. But still, they're going to be up 5v5 here for a potential Baron fight, Fish.
Got the recall here from Souls, but it doesn't look like Misericordia wants to start the Baron before. So as you said, it will be a full 5v5. And honestly, crazy that last team fight, Christian kind of started it all by themselves, and King's College still had enough to win. Also, that bullet time didn't quite land. We have not seen the bullet time Cataclysm combo that I feel like we were both kind of expecting when we saw this team comp. It seems like Mist has just been trying to throw it out, mainly onto Voltavis, but most of it got immune by the Zhonya's, and now both teams gonna play the dance here in the mid lane. Neither one wants to make the step. Both of these teams kind of feel like if you get aced, if you go down maybe in a 5-for-1, 5-for-2, you could just straight up lose the game depending on who's left alive. True Shot Barrage goes through. Nothing else.
Fish, I am upset because I love Misfortune and I used to love having that Cataclysm combo, and we haven't seen that. We hope this time it can fight.
They want to jump on top of the Souls. Ragnarok going to be popped. Nature's Grass going to go out. There's the bullet time. Not combo with the Cataclysm, but still enough to pick up 2. Faintest Globes does have the Furious the Sand proc, but unfortunately barely misses out on killing this Misfortune. And now this could be just what you need. I'm curious, do you go for Baron? This feels like you could potentially end the game, but with Voltavis still alive, I do understand that it's still a bit sketchy, and so they're going to make the smart play here and just take the Baron.
Yeah, definitely, especially because you have your jungler. If you didn't have it, I would be a little scared we're going for this Baron. If you had just Mist instead of Miscreant, I wouldn't do it, for example, because you're going to be squishy, you're going to be vulnerable, you're going to have no mobility. Having your jungler with this might is going to be the one thing that you need. They start off the fight once again with that nice hook from Blitzcrank. They get Guppy's Dead out of the fight, with the rest of the team just managing to protect the Misfortune, which is very important. You have the rest of the team protecting the Misfortune while Saintly Comic is going into the backline. And this time, it was the Azrael who got picked off. You have them going out into the river, which is the place where your allies, there we go, are not. And with that, you don't allow your team to be able to protect you. And that's exactly what Misericordia had for the Misfortune, hence why she survived with just 1 HP.
This is interestingly kind of what we talked about in the draft is really showing through, but in a different way than we expected. We pointed out Misericordia had the more technically difficult comp to operate with sort of all these picks from the Rocket Gap to the Cataclysm. But that's kind of what's winning them these fights, so Chan, is they have an ability to go in. It feels like King's College, we talked about, they can play loose. You know, maybe the Hecarim goes in here, the Nasus goes in there, but they just don't have an engaged game plan right now as Voidabitz just trying for poke, going to be forced to use the Zhonya's. Does have the ult, does a significant chunk of damage, but just gets taken out, but it's a trade plus the Nature's Grass. This could be a massive kill. It's a double kill for the Ezreal, and all of a sudden, Misericordia loses 2 very important members, and now they've got to turn around. Oxen gonna fly away. Onslaught of Shadows gonna land a double fear. There is still the Aurelion Soul ultimate to be careful for, and it just absolutely shreds every hope that King's College had. And when you thought Misericordia had lost, they turn around and they should win this game.
Welcome, Oxen, the cosmic dragon, the destroyer of worlds, and the winner of first games in best of fives. Misericordia being able to survive that fight with just Oxen dealing damage. You had them in the back line, and even though there was so much that could potentially flip on its head because of the TP coming from Faintest Globe, because of Christian going as a Hecarim going into your backline, they couldn't reach it. And all of that really goes from how much slow they could output as the Aurelion Soul and just keep the enemies at bay. At this point, they just had so much range to finish everyone off, and that ulti to crown it, gosh, that was beautiful to watch.
You think King's College, like, all right, he has the ult. If we dodge it, and half of them died. Absolutely wow. I mean, you pointed out every item Aurelion Soul got. You pointed out 3 items. All right, he's doing a lot of damage. All right, he just finished the Rabadons. He is now doing more damage. Picks up his 6th item and just like, I'm just going to one-shot everyone, and we're going to move on to game 2. But a fantastic job. Probably, I think, the biggest thing, Soapchan. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't want to pick on it because I know we picked on it a lot, but that Nasus really kind of felt like... Ugh.
It tired. It felt a little exhausted, right? You would think that they would do it with their ability on other people. That's what they felt. Unfortunately, it was because of how Misericordia read the game, wasn't it, Fish? They decided we are not gonna let that become a potential threat. We're going to the top lane. We're going to neutralize the Nasus, and they done it. Even when it didn't feel like it was the best choice, they were still going for the kills on the Nasus. So it was nice from King's College to see that they were coming out with trades on towers instead of a dog that wasn't given that much gold, but it was all down to the Aurelion Soul. It's Aurelion Soul with the Slow and the Cataclysm from the Jarvan really enabled that mid laner to shine so much. And compared to the Echo, stabilized. The absolute monster of the dragon that he was just skyrocketed.
Echo with the classic. You could argue he won the lane, but in the end he lost the game, and we're going to game 2. Misericordia up 1-0 in our best of 5. Can they put the number 1 seed in our Navigators Mid-East on the brink? We'll find out with game 2 right after this. Welcome back in to League of Legends Grand Finals Wednesday. Fish and Soph Chan here, getting ready for Navigators Mideast Game 2, King's College, Misericordia, Soph Chan, and Misericordia, the 2 seed, looking like the favorite in game number 1. Absolute pop-off performance. I have a feeling, though, Oxen is not going to be allowed back on that Aurelion Soul, at least in this game, because otherwise they're just going to do the exact same thing all over again.
Yeah, I think so too, Fish. Considering how much we have seen Aurelion Sol banned throughout the season, I know you mentioned before the match started that there was a couple of tweaks and debuffs here and there for Aurelion Sol, so that's why we haven't seen it that much, neither in bans or in picks, but still shows that Oxen can play that champion super well, and I agree with you, it would be a little foolish not to get that one on the bench.
We will have to see here. The teams sticking on the same sides. We'll see if anything comes out in the ban phase besides the Aurelion Soul. The Olaf starting off, I think, probably a good pick. Saintly Comet kind of popped off. Misericordia stick with it. Say, look, we just don't want them to play Master E. I don't know who they're scared of on the Master E, but I'll take it if we get another ban from game 1 with the Blitzcrank beat taken away.
Oh, okay. That is interesting. I wouldn't myself think that. Okay, there we go. All right. So we have a King's College having full-on respect for Misericordia, banning in their first ban phase all the champions that they could that were in the previous game from Misericordia. Mid lane, Aurelion out of the table. Support, Blitzcrank out of the table. Top lane, Olaf out of the table. But that does give Misericordia space to get the Ornn that was banned in the previous match. And interestingly enough, King's College running it back with the doggo in the top lane again.
I do think that the Nasus gets a very big advantage against the Ornn as opposed to the Olaf. Would have liked to see Saintly Comics try and say something that was a bit more aggressive. I like the Jarvan pick. The Fizz pick feels very similar to the Echo pick, right? A champion that's going to, if you get ahead early, going to pop off in the mid game, then that damage starts to slowly ramp down. Meanwhile, for Misericordia, even in lanes where there weren't bans, they switched it up. They switch up to the Vi this time instead of the Hecarim, which I think honestly is a good pick.
Yeah. I think the Vi could be very, very good in those engages if you want to get something going in the mid lane, considering that we have an any mid and we have seen more of any in the support role. I think that could go really well because as an any, you have some more survivability and also the potential going for Rod of Ages in the early stages. So you're going to have that extra mana, extra HP. You're going to have more potential to try to come back from the Fizz. If you were too squishy, you wouldn't be able to do so that much. But we have coming into the table the full, not reworked, but the splash work reworked here for the Sivir in the bot lane, confirmed for Misericordia.
Zaya on the other side. I like that pick for Souls. Puts him on something a bit more aggressive. I think the Maokai lock-in is perfect as well for Gub is dead. One interesting to note as well, with the new splash art also comes a new player as well. Mist is out. Meat and Cheesy actually in the bot lane here for Misericordia. So even though they won, they still decided, let's change it up on the bot side. I didn't think Mist played horrible, but I'm not going to say that it was perfect. So maybe they just want to try it up. Maybe they want to see how the Sivir works with Sketchy Pepperoni on the Rakan. Like the Rakan to steal it away from the Zaya here as well. But overall, Misericordia kind of got half forced onto a different comp, and I like the changes they made across the board, except for the top lane. I think they should have picked something a little bit more aggressive. I don't know if I like the oranges yet.
Yeah, it's also something that we have to keep in mind that because we didn't see the pro draft occurring at real time, it feels like it's probably a case of Nasus being picked afterwards. Maybe Misericordia just thought they're not gonna get it back. It wasn't that great, and then they did. So it might have been something of the sorts. In regards to this bot lane from Misericordia, I just love the culinary adventure they got going on. The meat and cheesy, the sketchy pepperoni. We got some pizza adventurers here in the bot lane, and I really like it.
I don't know if I like my pepperoni to be sketchy though, right? Like I don't want my pepperoni to be like, you know, what is that's like you look at pepperoni, it's like an off green. You're like, I don't know.
Ew! Oh, is that what
it's sketchy? It's sketchy. It's not good pepperoni. So it's sketchy. What do you think of a sketchy pepperoni? Yeah, you're like, that's so weird. But it's pizza, so like I kind of want to eat it. You know? It's like,
yeah.
Is it worth the risk? We'll have to see.
What if it's not a circular round pepperoni? It's a square. That would be sketchy, but it would still be pepperoni.
That's right. All right, I'm with you. I like your idea of sketchy pepperoni better. If it was square, I'd be just as weirded out. Like, is this pepperoni? Be like, is this a poke? Is this? It's just. I can't. My pepperoni needs to be in circles. Dang it! No, but back to the game before we get too lost in our pizza sidetrack, and I have to take a break to go eat some pizza.
Ooh, love that.
What do you think of these team comps here for game 2, Soapchat?
Coming up from the left side, King's College, blue side of the map, they have changed up their ADC for the Zaya, which has been so consistent all throughout the season for League of Legends and especially in collegiate play. So I like it. I think it's going to be super solid. She scales well and she can get the game into a stage where she rules it, just like the Aurelion Sol did in the previous match for Misericordia. In comparison to the Azrael they had before, stagnated. Mid lane, I agree, the phase kind of fulfills the same purpose as the Echo. Can, and potentially will, reach that plateau, which is not what King's College wants. But considering they have picked up the Nasus again, they might be more confident in how they are able to scale, in how they're able to stack, and actually get this dog into play in the mid stages, either for those pushes, for siege damage, or just for the team fights going in with a TP in the backline. So there's a lot that I think they can do this time. The Nature's Grass was always good with the Maokai in the bot lane, so I don't think there is anything to talk about. So still very solid. On the other side, Misericordia Fish coming with Rakan, I think that works really nicely. Coming with Sivir, looks like they really want to go forward. Getting that level 6 with a Vi as your jungler, you can really go in on engages. If there is a competition, just like the first strike rune, whoever attacks first is going to be Misericordia. That's what they go for in this game style and this composition that they have. So we'll see if King's College is going to allow them to have those breaches and go in, or are they going to be able to stand a fight and get things back around for a game 3 today. Of course, it's a best of 5, so a game 3 is always guaranteed, but maybe a 1-1 could be a good time.
Yeah, I think King's College probably desperately needs a win here, just as you said, to get that to that 1-for-1, shrink the series down, because it feels like Misericordia has a lot of confidence. I'm really curious, because I think, as you said, with the Sivir, it feels like they realized for Misericordia what worked really well in game 1, which was we control the engages, we control when we want to go in, and you can do exactly that with the Vi ult, with the Sivir ult. You're saying, all right, we're going in first. What do you have in response, King's College? The one thing I'm curious to see from King's College is, as we talked about in Game 1, there were plenty of opportunities, and they did a good job for the most part of when there's multiple members up top side trying to shut down this Nasus, pick up a kill elsewhere on the map. Look for an objective elsewhere on the map. Look for a tower on the other side of the map. Will King's College continue to exploit that? Because I could, once again, seeing Misericordia like, all right, we're going to send Vi top lane. We're going to maybe see if we can get the Annie to rotate top lane. And the more resources they send at this Nasus, I think King's College can find a way to tie up this series. But I'm still not convinced that the Nasus is the correct choice. I feel like maybe they should have picked the Ornn instead.
Yeah. I feel like Misericordia just has such a rounded out composition. We mentioned the Ornn. It's something that wants to go for engages. And you have the Ornn Horn, you have the Vi ulti, you have both ultis there from the bot laners, the Sivir and the Rakan. You have everything to go in. It's going to be very important for King's College to be able to analyze when they have to send, for example, the Fizz into a backline. When do they go for a flank? Because they have to really exploit the moment that you get the power spike from that champion, because they did with the Echo, but it fell off. So they would have to really cling on to that advantage and be able to always get the kills and the finish offs with the Fizz while the Nas is still growing, while you have the Xayah still growing. So a couple of things that King's College can do, but it's going to heavily rely on how they can respond to this early game that looks to be heavily favored for Misericordia and their aggression.
Last time it took Misericordia about 35 minutes before they finally had an advantage. We'll see if they can get it an earlier start in Game 2, or if it will be King's College, again, the top seed in our Navigators Mid-East Division. They came in at 8-0, including a win over Misericordia all the way back at the start of our spring season. We'll see if they can find a way to turn things around here with Game 2 just around the corner, almost ready for us to hop in at any moment. And I know you told me you had to see Game 1, so Chen, do you have a prediction here for Game number 2? I'm going to hold you to it.
Oh, you're gonna hold me to it. Okay. I think the quid pro quo here has to be that I'm gonna hold you to it as well. So Misericordia Cougars has my one up in this one. I think that they behaved really well in the past match, considering that they were behind in the beginning of the game. They were able to recognize their high points, their power spikes, and really use it to their advantage. In getting into a late stage where they really controlled the match is what I think was strong about Misericordia and why I think they could come out on top.
I feel like everything seems to be Misericordia's favorite, especially with that Nasus pick, but I think you are right. I think the one benefit for the Nasus pick this time is I think they kind of caught Misericordia off guard. I think a lot of people, us potentially included, were like, all right, you tried the Nasus, it didn't work, let's go in a different direction. I really do think there's a chance this Nasus pick, because it's going into an Ornn, catches Misericordia off guard and is about to maybe sneak up on them, get some stacks, maybe potentially be a factor and not a minion. I'm trying to talk myself into this soap chin.
Eventually.
30 minutes, maybe 40, 50, maybe even we hit an hour game. But we will hop into it, and we will see if this... hey, 3 CS infinitely earlier for Faintest Globe than he had last game. Off to a big start here for the King's College top laner.
Look at them go. All right, I will say that in particular about this top lane match, I totally agree with you that the Nasus can do more than against the Olaf, so the pressure is not going to be that big, but still, we see here the Saintly comic. It doesn't matter which champion, they know how to be aggressive and they know how to exploit when to go in and when to have the enemy end up missing the farm, so that's pretty good and it has been consistent. At the same time, even if the Nasus were to keep on growing into the game, I think the Vi can still neutralize them pretty easily.
Nice knockback there onto Sketchy Pepperoni. Able to push them away. We even got the pizza skin in the bot lane for Meat and Cheese.
Oh my god! Oh my god.
Actually perfect.
I love this fish. This is absolutely predestined.
I almost want to change my pick had I been able to see the skins, but I'll stick with King's College despite losing the skin game here, as he did get a great bit of damage. And this is kind of what Sketchy Pepperoni and Mist in Game 1 did. They just push Souls and Gub is dead back, push them back, do poke damage, and just not allow this King's College bot lane to ever get ahead.
And we're seeing once again that early gank from Miscreant, but bottom lane has been engaged in an after engage just like the last match. And with that, they are really showing how much the Sivir can push a lane.
Trying to get an early summoner spell out of the Nasus here. Ghost is going to be popped. We saw the knock-up, and it will be a first blood. So unfortunately, as much as the Nasus maybe caught everybody off guard, it's the same result once again. Soph-Chan, first blood for Misericordia on the top side.
Yeah, it's what I said. They know the Vi can do a lot in the early stages. We're going to have a quick recap, I believe. We're still going to see the kill happening in the top lane because of those technical difficulties that we just had. But once again, it's kind of like a replay, isn't it? You have the Q with the flash forward into that kill for the jungler. So very nicely done here. It's going to be gold that rotates between the team. So having the Vi strong can enable the mid lane, can enable the bot lane. And so far, this bot lane really wants to shove in, really wants to get that lead in CS.
Ooh, Christian coming down bot side here. Might have a great chance here with the EQ combo. Does get the knock-up. A flash forward from Gub. Gonna take a tower shot. The knock-up just barely misses into a double root from Souls. Both members of Misericordia incredibly low. A couple more auto attacks could whittle them down, but I think they are safe under tower range. But really a fantastic job, not from one team, but both teams. The double root from Souls is going to save his support, but the knock-up from Sketchy Pepperoni just barely missed. It looks like, once again, might have a little bit of technical issues, so we'll see it one more time.
Yes, the quick replay. You have Christian going in, the flash forward with a root. As you said, Fish was enabled by a lot of damage that Souls was able to follow up with in this bot lane. Really is struggling on this matchup. You mentioned it was good effort from both sides. You had a good defense. You had a good positioning from the Misericordia team, but still quite a lot of damage that were able to ensure onto the red side. At the end of the day, no flashes or any summoner spells were used by the bottom laners. So I would call it good. I would call it good for Misericordia.
Yeah, I think both teams got to be happy with the result. Maybe Christian a little disappointed. Again, we'll see it one more time here. As he said, no summoner spells burned for Misericordia, so a win for them. They're able to stay alive. And I'd like this play by Christian, though, right? He recognizes Miscreant just went top lane, got the kill, probably had it back. If anything, they're going to look to go top lane once again. And I really like the fact that this time Christian's being a bit more aggressive, as we do have a bit of a tech issue, so we'll take a pause here. But I like the fact that they're realizing we can gank other side of the map and not just kind of walk around as our Nasus gets farmed.
Yes, I agree. It's as you said, it's nice communication. They had their eyes on the Vi, so knowing where the enemy jungler is definitely the key for the early stages, so you get to know when to engage, where to engage, and when to be safe as well. This time was King's College recognizing that they could be aggressive. They went in, there was no ward. I'm sure they used the sweeper there into that bush, and they made sure that they were very, very hidden before going in, so the surprise element, getting them from behind, was definitely good. Once again, we watched that a couple of times, but still, I'm not really sure if they ended up dying, if there was any turn of events, but I think they came out okay. So, unfortunately for King's College, there was still too much healing and shielding from the Rakan onto both of them that they managed to escape, and not even using any summoner spells, as I mentioned. On top of that, we're going to have to wait what comes out next, while we apologize here for this technical difficulty that we're having. And anything and everything, as soon as it's fixed, we're gonna have it back for you on the feed. But Fish, so far, it looks like King's College has better, but not performance, but better attitude, I would say, in regards to Misericordia.
Yeah, I think King's College, they came in with a better game plan, kind of strategizing, as you said, doing a great job. I think potentially, and I think I will say, forcing sketchy pepperoni on that Rakan. Maybe kind of lost a little bit of oomph that Blitzcrank had, but we will have to see. Again, we've got some technical stuff to work through here, so we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back very soon here with the rest of Game 2 and our Navigators Mid-East Grand Finals between King's College and Misericordia right after this. Welcome back here on the NECC. Apologize for the delays, but we should be all back and good, hopefully, here with Fish and Sove Chin. Did have a little bit of a time skip here. We're up to 12 minutes in game, and Not much has changed. So, Chan, you look at the scoreboard, there's 2 deaths on the Nasus. Volt Abyss is 3-0. We might as well be watching game 1 with different characters.
Does look very similar so far. And overall, the only difference aside from that, I would say, is that Christian is very further ahead in regards to camps. Taking down the CS lead is substantial compared to Miscreant on the Vi. So that would be the only thing I would point out at this stage. And with just a little bit less than 30 seconds for the first Drake of the second Drake of the game to appear first Drake of the game on screen, I would say it's still a lot that they can happen and how they're going to prioritize this buff.
Speaking of CS, the other big thing is, despite being 0-2, Faintest Globe does have 78 CS to the 80 for Saintly Comic. So gold-wise, stack-wise, this NAS is infinitely ahead of where he was last game, though he is taking quite a beating from this Orange. Should be able to make it away. The second dragon has spawned. First one is Sofchan said for us to see, and it's a Mountain Dragon. And when King's College picked up the first one, you can see everybody kind of grouping around it. This could be a massive point of contention for both these teams, especially if King's College can get 2 drakes. Because remember, at this time last game, Sofchan, not a single dragon had died. We could potentially have 2 dead in the first 13 minutes.
Yeah, and it's something that really shows that King's College is going for a different attitude this time around. We can see that everyone is there for behind the pit, and it shows that they might be going for a different strategy in the 5v5s, still getting a preference for the mid lane, getting the fizz ahead as they did with the Echo. And once again, we're trying to reboot here. We apologize. The problems on the back end have seemed to consist, even if we thought they were fixed. And we're just going to talk a little bit about it, right, Fish? We see the teams not just being more assertive on their plays, but also showing more priority for those objectives.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that King's College, I think, really realizing, and you did a great job pointing out in game 1, they had champions that do great in that mid-game power spike, in the Echo, in the Ezreal. They have another one in this game in the Fizz, and they're realizing, in order to make sure this Fizz fully plays up to the potential, we've got to start getting early dragons. We've got to force early team fights when this Fizz is ahead. I think that was the one mistake they made. The Echo kind of would clean up a kill here. He'd go solo somebody down bot lane. There were never team fights for the Echo to pop off until it was too late into the game. He wasn't doing enough damage, and it just simply felt like he was another sort of mid laner. So I think it's a great job by King's College forcing the issue, allowing this Fizz, especially with the ult online, 3-0. If you land an ult combo onto an AD carry, you're probably going to basically one-shot them at this stage in the game. I think it's a really good job by King's College. And the other thing that we were able to see is the Nasus has 2 assists as well. So it looks like one of those dives where they kill it on a Nasus, they ended up getting double killed, because I believe the Vi and the Ornn both have a death. So King's College has really done a great job, Sofchan, adapting to exactly how Misericordia won game 1. And so far, at least for the first 12 minutes, they're playing their game plan perfectly.
Yeah, looking good, Fish. On the other hand, I think Misericordia played it really well by choosing the Sivir compared to the Ezreal, who has the more mobility through the dash. You have Sivir that's going to be potentially skipping out the damage from a whole ulti from Fizz, nullifying a whole ulti from the Fizz because of a spell shield. So that could be super massive if well timed. And we noticed that last time, the Misfortune, even though the game style asked for bullet time, the items looked more like auto attack build, crit build. And we know that bullet time does scale with crits as well. But the amount of not magic resistance, the amount of armor, that the enemy team had, the amount of HP that they had was too grand for the Misfortune to melt down. So at the end of the day, she was just trying to zone people because of course you don't want to be down when there's bullets raining on you. You gotta be trying to take it away. And when they did it, they had more range to get the rest of the team, such as the Aurelion Soul, to be able to do damage instead. So this time, it feels more like Sivir being a champion that does the auto attack build, they are going for a gameplay that suits more of that style, and at the same time enables the rest of the team super well, especially with the Rakan by her side. She can be super protected.
Yeah, I think the Sivir pick, as you said, I think going to work really well. I am curious how, because the other thing from the itemization, I know we talked a lot about the Misfortune. The interesting thing last game was the Hecarim built full damage for Christian, and it was not, there was not damage. The lethality was there, and it was not lethal at all. So I'm very curious how this Jarvan's going to itemize. If he finally falls into this, like, I'm going to play DPS Jarvan trap. This could be a very big bummer for King's College, because it could run into some of the same issues. But it does look like, we apologize once again, we are still having some tech issues. So we will take another quick break. Hope to be back here with Game 2 of King's College and Misericordia here in Navigators Mideast in the Grand Finals in just a short bit. So hang with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the NECC here. Unfortunately, Game 2 of our King's College Misericordia series here in the Navigators Mideast Grand Finals has been lost to space and time. I assume Aurelion Sol has eaten it, but we will not be able to find that game. But do not be worried. We will hopefully be back with Game 3 of this series. As we said, it's a best of 5, so we will have a Game 3 regardless. We'll give you the updates from Game 2, how that game went. So do not go anywhere. We should have Game 3 of our King's College Misericordia series coming up here in 10-15 minutes. So make sure you stick with us. We'll have another game of League of Legends coming up in just a little bit. Welcome back to the NECC. We do apologize again for our issues in Game 2 of this Navigators Minis Grand Finals, but we should be all set for Game 3 between King's College Misericordia. Fish and Shofshan here to call the action. Shofshan, King's College did win Game 2. I've been told in a very dominant fashion here as well. They let that Fizz scale out of control, so it is now tied 1-1 in our Grand Finals. And I think all of the pressure now goes on to Misericordia here for Game 3 because this is a team that took a long time to win Game 1 and then just got blown out in Game 2.
Yeah, I think it's something that we had mentioned before, Fish, about this last game. The amount of confidence and just assertiveness that King's College had in the match was very predominant. We saw that from the beginning. I know we didn't get to watch much of it, but it felt like they were coming in different. So it sounds like they didn't give that much space for Misericordia Cougars to try to come back, to try to wait for the Fizz to not scale anymore and all that jazz. So I think if that worked for them and they found that pace, it's very important for them to keep it. And for Misericordia, you have won the first game, dropped one now. It happens, especially since it's not a best of 3, it's not the end of the world. There's still at least 2 matches to be played for wins in both sides. So there's a lot that can happen still. Misericordia now on the blue side, King's College on the red. And I would be interested in seeing what comes out of this. I was going to say potentially the Master Yi once again, not a surprise. But one thing that King's College did do the last game was banning 3 champions that were in a previous match.
Looks like they don't even want to see those champions again as we see the Olaf and the Aurelian Soul banned. Misericordia actually banning the Nasus this time. It was a pick that I think kind of caught them off guard. So curious to see what Famous Globe has up their sleeve, and it's going to be the Cho'Gath. So another somewhat scaling, not nearly as hard as Nasus, of course, with just the scaling health with the ult when you get a feast off. So I'm very curious to see that clearly that Nasus must have become a problem, and now I'm really curious. I think the big question for me though is what a Voltabiz ends up picking Shofshan, because they popped off on the Echo, they popped off even harder on the Fizz. What do you give them now if you're Misericordia? I think is my big question for the rest of this draft.
Oh, did we see a Vega ban previously? I don't know if we have.
I think Game 1 we saw one from King's College.
Yeah. Interesting now that we have King's College picking out... Wait, hold on. Is this right? King's College not just banning out the champions that were in the previous match by Misericordia, they're also picking the champions that they had that are not on the bench. So Vi was played by Miscreant, now in the hands of Christian. Annie, first played by Oxen, now is going to be played by Voltabiz. So interesting there because, as you mentioned, they did a great job in the Echo, did a great job in the Fizz. It's not something that relates so much to the game style that Annie has. You're not an assassin. You don't have that much mobility, get in, get out. You don't burst that much until you get that first finish one item. You don't have that much roam potential. So interesting what they're coming along with. Souls is gonna have the Zaya, which the last match they did have the Zaya on their team, so they maintain it. And now Meat and Cheesy on the ADC role once again for this third match of the day. It's gonna go on the Kai'Sa and Sketchy Pepperoni back on the Blitzcrank. What do you think about that?
I love the fact that Blitzcrank kind of snuck through. I don't know if King's College ended up deciding, hey, we'll let it go through, because I think the Blitzcrank's so monumental to Misericordia's win in game number 1. But you had a great point. I think Voltabiz is a big question mark, right? I mean, the Echo is still up. I don't know why you don't just run back the Echo. As you said, the Annie's going to play so much different. I do like Goob is dead. Basically kind of in Maokai jail. I think that champion just has so much strength, so much potential. Hey, there's nothing wrong with it in the support lane. I do like that. I think the other funny part is you mentioned King's College playing champions for Misericordia, the Vi and the Annie. Those champions both lost last game. Misericordia lost. So interesting that you say, hey, you played it wrong. We'll show you how to play it in this game. That's a very interesting take from King's College.
It feels like that, doesn't it? And I think it might be something about us and how we behave on solo queue fish. It might be a hint on our character, but maybe it's a hint on King's College's character as well. And there's nothing wrong with it. If you think you can outperform your enemy on that champion, if you feel more comfortable than them, then please do show us how to have the better performance. So we hope for King's College that that is the case, and for Misericordia that they keep on being losing champions.
I'm very curious to see how this top lane goes, because now that Faintest Globe isn't on the Nasus, I'm really curious how much attention they need to give. It felt like Saintly Comic knew how to win that 1v1, so I'm very curious, is it going to be Miscreant stays trying to gank that top side, keep that Cho'Gath down, but again, he can just feast minions as soon as they walk up to him. It's not nearly as technical as landing the last hit, so that's my big thing, is how they treat Faintest Globe on the top side. But from your point of view, Sofjan, when you see this draft, what are your big thing that you're looking for as we head into Game 3 of this series tied at 1-1?
So before what I'm looking forward to, I would say the two things that have remained constant for King's College is champions that scale and have to stack in the top lane. You guarantee the Nasus 2 games in a row. You have the Cho'Gath now, different, not AD, AP. You have an execute embedded into your kit as well, which is very, very good. The other one would be Gub is dead, because you have been playing Maokai consistently, and consistently well, I might add, so nothing wrong with it. I think that's a great choice. So on this side about King's College, that's what catches my attention the most. On the side of Misericordia, you have something similar as well. You have the Sketch Pepperoni, again showing that they can shine on the Blitzcrank. This time, I would say King's College try to counter that pretty well. They have very tanky champions. They have champions that can get invulnerable. They have champions, if they are dragged, they can stun your whole team. So it's nice to see that King's College took all of that into consideration when they saw that Blitzcrank was on the table. Of course, we don't know exactly what was the order for that pick, but still, I think it was nicely done about them. Now, the good side for Misericordia here. I think the Mordekaiser in the top lane is a good pick. It can maintain itself pretty well. I think that even if you are just trying to be a little safe because you're worried about the Vi ganks, you still sustain amazingly well. If you want to go for 1v1s, you still can do a lot in the beginning compared to the Cho'Gath, so I like it. In the jungle, I think I forgot what we had there for Misericordia. Or was it Zac? Yes, there you go. So very engage driven, which is something that has been consistent for Misericordia through all 3 games. I think it works well. You have the added up extra time because of his passive, and on the rest of your team, you have that Kai'Sa that can have much more survivability too. There we go. And it's well-rounded for both sides. What makes the difference for this, and is what I look forward to, is seeing King's College allowing or not for the Blitzcrank to shine. Is Misericordia going to actually be able to punish the mistakes from King's College with that Blitzcrank? Are they going to try to be even more aggressive with it? Are they going to go for an even more straightforward invade in the level 1 that they didn't do in the first game? They even got a summoner spell out of the Nasus, but no kill, which was because of the more slow, sneaky type of invade they were going for. So from Misericordia, I expect them to be even more aggressive, even more straightforward with how they want to play. King's College has to maintain what they had in the previous match, which is getting their champions into the hyper scaling point and making good use of it.
I think the other thing for Misericordia that they can kind of draw on from their game 1 win as we hop into game number 3, and we do see, as you talked about, Sofjan, the more aggressive invade here coming out from Misericordia. Does look like, unfortunately, they walked over too many wards, so they might end up maybe going for a counter jungle, but it looks like, no, they'll just go ahead and back. The Veigar brings a lot of the similar qualities that Aurelion Sol did in game 1, right? He's going to stack up the Primordial Burst, and then he's going to one-shot somebody later in the game. I think it felt like, we didn't get to see too much of game 2, but it felt like that was missing with the Annie. I do like that they picked the Veigar up. Not going to have nearly as much mobility as the Aurelion Sol, so Christian can definitely punish it in the mid lane, but if that Veigar hits a similar power spike, he's just going to turn around, hit R, and somebody's going to die.
Yeah, that is very true. And it really adds up to the constants that we have seen about both teams here. And I think it works really well. On this side, we're going to have 2 invades happening on the... I mean, not 2 invades. 1 invade and the other team trying to defend the rest of it. Oh, is it going to be successful for Misericordia Cougars?
Ooh, Oxen's here. At least gonna be able to farm up some passive stacks and will force Christian back, and that is a massive, massive time loss. Great job by Saintly Comic scouting that out, kind of making sure, you know, we didn't see Vi over on their blue. They have to be on our red. Let's just double check that they're not going for a late invade. So great job. That sets the Vi behind. You can see the Zac now also is going for a bit of counter jungling on his own. He is on a ward as well, though. So this could be a bit of an issue because you can see that Xayah and Maokai are on their way up. And he, I think, realized it, and yeah, he's going to get out.
Now, that's very nicely read, and that's what I would say overall about this first 2 minutes. Misericordia showing that they have been reading well the map, that they have been reading the fact, as you mentioned, you didn't spot your enemy jungler on the ward. They might be doing something sneaky, and then you have the rest of your team to stack and defend your top jungle. You manage to do it well. It works out. You buy time for Miscreant. You allow Miscreant as well because of that communication to say, well, bot lane's missing. You gotta get out of there. So nicely done in regards to communication, but bot lane doesn't want to communicate. They want to go straight on.
Ooh, fantastic hook onto Gub. They forced the flash. They traded for the ignite from Sketchy Pepperoni. And this is what they relied on in game one, those rocket grabs. This time there's no Ezreal to sort of jump out of the way. I'm surprised that Blitzcrank got through. His Saintly Comic gonna get knocked up in the air. Famous Globe out of mana, but the slow from the Rupture enough to keep him alive for the time being. But I don't know how long this Sho'gaf wants to hang around.
Yeah, definitely not. And it's a matchup as well that is non-mana against mana. Bot lane once again, first blood guaranteed by Meat and Cheesy. Maybe every bottle flash forwards.
Oh, should be a trade though here. Souls is very low, does not have flash, had a flash forward, does get a massive root. Meat and Cheesy. Oh, I don't know why he was walking there. Canceled a couple of auto attacks. That got very scary, but was able to survive. Now we might have a potential tower dive onto Famous Globe. Teleport going to come out here from the Annie. Miscreant Cell Division is going to be procced. This Sho'gaf is still alive. Saintly Comic is going to go down to the minions. Faintest Globe is potentially going to get a double kill. Oh, no.
What a ton of events considering the early game that we had for Faintest Globe in the previous games of the series. This is the turnaround, the table flipped for the top laner. Worked out as great as it could have been. Maybe they didn't even need Votabiz's TP, but it was still a nice help from them. Votabiz looking to get a stun here onto Oxen, but they get a stun back as well. There's not going to be much traded out of it. But overall, we were talking about the bot lane, Rhyfish. It was as good as it could get for Misericordia, right? There was that little bit of health left for Meat and Cheesy, and they survived by the skin of their teeth and because of the Triumph proc.
It went from best start you can have to, oh, this is really bad start for Misericordia. It's like, get a double kill, as you said, and then give up a double kill. I still think in the long run, you always take a double kill on your AD carry over a double kill on what will most likely be a tank Sho'gaf. Female Sketchy Pepperoni, you hear the horn go off. He's going in, and immediately a grab onto Souls. This should be a free kill for Meat and Cheesy, and it is 3-0 on the Kai'Sa at 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, this guy's is playing in the rhythm. KDA, they're gonna go boom on the kills. And with that pressure, they allow the team to be able to get control over the first Drake, which is very important and something that we saw differently in the previous matches. This time around, Drake on the board. It's a Drake takedown.
And I like this for Misericordia. Both teams, after game one, kind of realizing maybe we shouldn't let the first dragon live for 15 minutes because dragon souls are very powerful. Meanwhile, though, we've seen this before. Christian coming up top lane, trying to help out Faintest Globe. A double flash. Great job by Saintly Comic dodging the knock up there from the Vi Q and allowing their team to pick up the first dragon of the game.
Lovely pressure. You had the King's College jungler Christian in the top lane, but it was still not enough for the one pick, but it's going to be yet again here at the bottom. There might be a trade back. They're falling really low, but the rocket hook hits, and it's just one auto away. It's going to be 1-2 for Misericordia as they're really bringing in the lead in this bottom side.
Saintly Comic has to be careful with that feast. And I will say a great job by Souls, at least finding a way to get a second kill, so at least keeping some pace with Meat and Cheesy, who is now 4-0-1 on this Kaisa. 50 CS as well, so 17 CS lead. They're going to come back with a lot of gold, and they're going to do a lot of damage in the next fight.
Yeah, they are. We have Saintly Comic doing well on the top lane again, trying to maintain their lead on CS. They don't get the spot and don't cancel the recall. Very, very close though. So they're still going to keep on pushing. There's no TP on Faintest Globe, so they can't come back to lane that fast. On the other hand, you have Sketchy Pepperoni really asserting their presence in the jungle, making for a quicker scuttle crab for your jungler. And that's going to be very, very important because overall, it shows that the whole team has been communicating. It shows that they know that their priority now is going to be that objective.
Very interesting that, oh no, this could be a kill. The baby kid's gonna go down the event horizon, knock up, Volt Abyss trying to stay close. Tippers goes out, so Oxen has to turn around. Vi gonna charge up the Vault Breaker, but just run away. And it's very interesting, Misericordia, that for whatever reason, King's College opted to let the Blitzcrank through this time. They banned it after game 1. I thought it was a really good ban. Surprised they decided to say, well, we can let it through in game 3 because right now, Blitzcrank is the difference maker with 4 assists and putting their AD carry really, really far ahead.
Yeah, and this is the best case scenario, isn't it, Fish? It's not just 4 present kills on the bot side. It's 4 assists for your support and 4 kills for your ADC. It's just as best as it can be. They are rotating as well, getting pressure in the river, getting pressure in the mid lane, allowing for Oxen to farm better, stack better as the Vega. So everything is going accordingly to plan. They're beating out that advantage in CS. And to be fair, all the lanes so far, aside from jungle, have been ahead on CS department.
Oh, Miscreant gets stunned under tower. Oh no.
That feels bad.
Oh, the cease and desist. You can't flash that one, Oxen. That's a double kill for Annie. And unfortunately, Misericordia now, I think, has just kind of gotten a little too overzealous. That's the second time they've handed away a free double kill to King's College.
Very unfortunate that I think Miscreant has been a little bit not insecure, but a little too confident on how they're going in for those dives. They don't have that much health. You're gonna have your passive, but it's not gonna last you that long. Vi is gonna come in for Meat and Cheesy. Maybe they're gonna get something else. Once again, having that double buff would be easier. They just decide to scout the area.
No ult, no flash on the Vi, so unfortunately, with Goob not able to get in range, they do turn around. There is a dragon up in 1.5 minutes, so potentially going to try and set up because right now, with Meat and Cheesy at level 8, very rarely do you see the AD carry as one of the highest levels in the game. This could be a very scary dragon fight to come out for King's College, especially if Kaisa can maybe pick up another kill or two with how well Blitzcrank has been playing. So I like the fact that Christian's just like, you know what? I'm going to be a third bot laner for the time being.
Yes, absolutely. Why would you not, right? You got to protect your teammates, and that's one of the things I would say worked out so well for the match that Misericordia won. They had that protection for the Misfortune at the end of the game, even though I know that Misfortune wasn't really the biggest damage dealer. It was still very important to get that lockdown onto her protection. It worked out pretty well, and if they can get that going once again, that would be absolutely amazing. So far, working pretty good. Top lane, once again, as you would expect. Just Saintly Comic, Faintest Globe, hitting abilities there, missing abilities here. And the one who would become trouble, though, has to be the Cho'Gath.
The Cho'Gath, with those executes like you talked about, could easily turn a fight. This is kind of the top lane fight we expect to just absolute beefy tech characters beating each other up, not really taking a whole lot of damage. Both of them have abilities, a little bit of healing in their kit, so I expect not a lot's going to come up. We do see Christian potentially on the roam up. Does walk over a ward, so Saintly Comic will back off, but could see this Vi look to roam top lane. The dragon is up, and you can see Miscreant's already hopped on it, but I think King's College realizes level 8 Kaisa, we don't want any part of that.
Yeah, definitely we do not. Up until the last minute, your ADC was level 6, just gotten their ulti, getting that level 7 now. The support still on level 6 as well. You can't really do that much. Or if you get it, he's... Oh, no! So close! It was going to be a blind pick, that one. But still, we love the aggression that Blitzkrieg has to bring to the table.
Ooh, just barely misses the root from the Zaya. Looks like thought they might go in with the Blitzcrank. Meanwhile, we do see Christian top side of the map going to pick up that first Rift Herald of the game, so they'll trade Dragon for Rift Herald. Not a bad call overall. And we'll see where they want to put this Rift Herald. Potentially top side, but I don't know if the gold will do a lot on the Cho'Gath. Probably like to see just put mid. Mid already the most important tower, and if you could shut down the Zygar's ability to stack. The
Every
Sketchy
time.
Pepper. He's getting so close to these.
Yeah, they are. And it's every time you hear the sound of the Q going off. Oh, they're going to beat a recall here? Maybe. Enemy's not really interested in pushing. They know they have to be careful. So this may be just a free push for the blue side. And overall, I'd love to highlight the pressure that we have seen there in the bot lane because of the Blitzcrank, translating into kills for the ADC, translating into so much CS. Now you have your Kai'Sa with the Kraken Slayer. That's going to be huge for any fights coming on. And it's interesting because King's College has been avoiding all those fights. So when there's Drake, they're on the other side of the map. And I agree, right? You have to stack as an Annie, you have to get things going with your passive. As a Cho'Gath, you have to stack your AP there. Even as the Veigar on the side of Misericordia, you have to stack. So you gotta be careful on how things are going to be dealt with in those team fights. And I think King's College is doing a good job.
Yeah, King's College, I think realizing this game, they don't have that fed mid laner who has a sort of 25-30 minute timer on them. They know they can play safer. They know with Kai'Sa at 4-0-1 with that Kraken Slayer is going to be a massive problem. I will say Souls, despite all the setbacks, only being 20 CS down, only down 2 kills as well. The goal difference bot side I don't think is as massive as it once was, because Souls did a great job finding ways to almost always trade out a kill. As here comes Christian, flash away into the cease and desist. One more ability for Voltibus will get the stun ready, but unfortunately, jungler and mid laner just not quite on the same page.
I think it was just because of that very swift flash that Oxen had going there. I think it was very well executed. As soon as they saw a glimpse of maybe Vi at the corner of their eye, they were like, I'm out of here. I don't want to have any part in it, but maybe now they do.
We do see the stun lands on the Miscreant who jumped in. And it looks like Christian will disengage. So both junglers once again make a mid lane appearance and have to leave empty-handed and head back to their respective bottom sides of the map and try and continue to find ways to CS before this next dragon fight in 2 minutes.
We're getting there, and this time you have 2 Drakes in the hands of Misericordia, so everything pushed up more nicely for the team. And compared to the other times, there was much more presence on the Herald by Misericordia, so given the side rotation, you have that bot lane pressure, it's going to be obvious to get more of that onto the Drake as well. And speaking of, you have Vi probably going over the wall for a gank herself.
No ult quite yet. Nature's Grasp going to come out. I think it will land, but basically under the tower. So no real engage there for the King's College bot lane, and they will continue to buy time before our Chemtech Drake spawns here, and we see if it could potentially be soul point for Misericordia after this dragon in a minute, or if King's College can kind of slow down that early dragon stacking, because so far everything's kind of slow. This has been our slowest paced game from what we've been able to see so good. Not a lot of fighting. Meanwhile, we do finally see Miscreant gonna go top lane. We've seen this before. Miscreant and Saintly Comic trying to gank Faint's Globe. We do get a teleport coming in from the Annie as well. Tipper's online, stun is available. As soon as the Death Realm falls, should be able to stun up. But instead chooses to save the Tibbers. Faint's Globe taking a ton of damage. This looks like a fight that maybe King's College is going to regret taking. There's the stun. Faint's Globe just needs to run. Why did they go back in? That's a free shutdown, and now, unfortunately, with the knockup, Voltibus going to go down as well. That was just a very poor fight from King's College.
It's unfortunate as well, because I think it was very valid from Votabis to save the ulti, save the Tibbers, because they knew that as soon as the cooldown was back from Miscreant, they were gonna go. Excuse me. Did you see that? Am I daydreaming? Was that like a random flash that we just caught on camera, caught in 4K? Is that what it is?
Yeah, we caught him in 4K. We got our eyes on you. We saw it. We saw it.
Yeah, but just basically finishing up. It was nice up until the moment that it wasn't, because you wait for your Tibbers to be used when both enemies are there, so you can get stun on the biggest value. You do, but they're very tanky, and you can't really do much about it. There was still the rest of damage that was being dealt by the shield, the area around Mordekaiser for the Cho'Gath, which was basically just melting them down. And once again, you have Misericordia having that pressure for the Drake. Is it going to be contested though, potentially?
See Christian gonna jump in on me and Cheesy, go for the cease and desist, but there's nobody there to support the King's College jungler. Tries to burn him down. Meanwhile, Oxen picks up one. Me and Cheesy picks up the second. Now Goob gonna flash away, but they're not gonna make it very far. Miscreant picks up a kill. 3 kills on the third dragon of the game here for Misericordia, and they're loving where they are right now at the 18-minute mark.
I love the positioning from Mid and Cheesy this time, because again, we have Zac on hands of Miscreant, which is kind of similar to the Jarvan in a sense of going forward and getting a knock-up, right? So with that, I feel like they communicated super well, because you had Meat and Cheesy going to the other side of the fight, maybe unconventional side, I would say, because they were going away from their teammates, but at the end of the day, they knew, because of communicating with Miscreant, okay, I got you. You are going to be fine, just kite them away until I can jump in. The Zac comes in, but maybe Meat and Cheesy, okay, there was no stun on that one. Whew, that was a little scary. But basically, because of all of that rotation, as you said, it was Christian on the back line, and another amazing hook. It's not gonna save them more, is it?
You talked about saving the Tibbers for the double stun, and we saw just right there why you do that. That looked for sure like a free kill on the Voltabis, while he does go down. They end up trading. That's a loss on a fight where you land a blind hook onto the Annie. Honestly, that just shows you how much damage Voltabis is doing at 2, 2, and 3 with that Tibbers.
Yeah, it definitely is the case. Not just that, but the damage from souls as well. Now with the red buff, I don't know if they already had the red buff, but basically, because of this push, even though it looked pretty confident, looked pretty fortuitous for Misericordia with that blind hook, they ended up losing the fight, losing the pressure in the mid lane, therefore their turret, and it's going to be one objective bounty for King's College that's going to help them quite a bit, as thus far the fight has only maintained around 3,000 gold differential in advantage for Misericordia Pukas.
Looks like unfortunately they were trying to put the Rift Herald in combat. The Rift Herald will stick around as long as it's in combat up until the 20-minute mark, but they couldn't quite keep it around, so it will despawn. Don't know if they had the DPS to burn it down anyway, but that is a somewhat significant loss, because that could have been used at that next dragon that's up in 2.5 minutes. That would be potentially the Chemtech soul for this side of Misericordia. So they do lose out on that. But so far, I think outside of that one little mistake, which again, I don't think anyone expected Annie to basically 1v2 just with a Tipper stun. I think Misericordia's been playing this very, very well.
I think so too. And Fish overall, I believe that if they keep on doing what they already are, it's gonna keep on improving in regards to them stacking items, stacking damage, and being able to get a wrap up, because the priority for the objectives now seems much more focused, has been paying out. They have 3-0 Drakes, 2 minutes on the clock for the next one, and I wouldn't expect them to try to get a fight now because there's no objective on the board, but it's a Blitzcrank. What am I talking about?
This time, usually you don't want to grip the tanks, but I feel like gripping the Maokai much safer bet than the Annie, and they'll take the picks any way they can get them. That's going to make it so mid just a little bit easier to push. You've got Saintly Comic on the bot side. Oxen does kind of get caught, going to throw down the Event Horizon.
Oh!
This going to go in. A great hook Featherstorm with the slight invulnerability, but the Ignite picks up the kill. Miscreant going to flash out of tower range as well. They now have Christian isolated and all alone. Power Fist gonna get the knockup. Voltabyss looking for the kill onto Oxen. Oxen thought he was gonna live, taken out by the Tibbers, but here comes Meat and Cheesy. And as soon as this Zanya fades, it will be a kill picked up for Misericordia. A fantastic job, and all the while, their bot laner now is on that tier 2 tower as well.
What an unfortunate mistake, I would say, from Voltabyss on that one. There were 3 people aside from the Vega. 3 people on the left. A Vega with 1 health on the right. They end up using the Tibbers to finish off the Vega instead of saving it for the extra damage on the 3 people. And I think that was the doom of that fight for King's College. They had potential of coming back. We saw how much Voltabyss can do. Even 1v2, 1v3 just with the Tibbers. And because they were so worried about the cooldowns on Vega's abilities, they were like, no, I'm not going to try to finish you off with just the auto attacks. I'm going to use the Tibbers on you. And then they find themselves in such a scuffed situation that they have to use that stopwatch. And now it's wasted. They have just arrived and they're going to try to reconvene for the Drake fight, just spawning in shy of 10 seconds.
Tibbers will be up for this fight. About 5 seconds left on that cooldown, and you can see that Voltabyss has the stun ready to go. Looks like every ult in the game should be ready for this one. This is a big one. They're going to jump right away on this Sketchy Pepperoni. Nature's Grass going to come out as well. Tibbers goes down. Meat and Cheesy trying to kite backwards on the backside of the fight. Can't quite go Christian. Now wants to jump onto Faint's Globe. This Kaisa just cannot get close enough to finish off anybody. Oxen throwing out some damage as well. Oxen and Saintly Comics still alive. Well, it's Meat and Cheesy again. If this Kaisa can get in range, Christian gonna flash forward. They get the shutdown onto Zach, but they trade out junglers. You can see Souls is incredibly low. They've got to be careful for this Kaisa. Their carries are both so low. Kaisa does get the great stun on to Goob. Goob gonna try and flash away. Voltabyss barely dodges the Q, but the flash forward. It's a double kill for Meat and Cheesy. And the Kaisa is 10-1 and 4. Looking for more with the massive blast cone. Can they get in range of Souls? Oh, this is sketchy if they get hit by a Rupture. They dash back in. Featherstorm from Souls. The grip back, but they still get the kill.
Oh my lord, Fish. And it was not a shutdown for the Kaisa. It was a shutdown for Faintest Globe. And I have to say, the angst I felt for having the Kaisa just at the edge of the fight, but not being able to do anything at all. Anytime that someone got a little bit closer, she got 1, 2, 3 auto attacks, but then they were just far away from reach. The patience on Meat and Cheesy, waiting out and knowing when to go in. The nice shadow run from Saintly Comic. The flash forward over the wall from Meat and Cheesy, finishing off Voltabyss as well. Oh, everything about that was felt very, very satisfying, considering they had such a disadvantageous beginning to that fight. And even going with the blast cone, going in, getting an unstoppable title is something that you're going to feel very happy about.
Yeah, at this point, I think Meat and Cheesy knows everybody on the Rift is scared of one person, and it is that Kaisa, as you said. Some of the best AD carry play I think we've seen all night. Just fantastic kiting, and now they're going to go onto the Baron, and there's not a red ward in sight. They have no idea. Now, I would like the Kaisa to be over there because you have 2 tanks and a Vygar. They're not going to be doing the most damage to Baron, but it should still be a free Baron for Misericordia.
Yeah, they have gathered the soul. It's going to be Chemtech helping them in the later stages. Baron buff here, and it's showing that every single time that Misericordia puts themselves into prioritizing a objective, they really can do it well.
And what do you want to see him do here, Sofchen, with this Baron? We might have to get to that in a second. It's Saintly Comic and Faintest Globe going to have a bit of a battle here. Saintly Comic does have to be careful as Christian is coming in, but will actually turn tail and run. And what do you want to see Misericordia do with this Baron to sort of walk their way towards match point in this series?
I would say they could start off with 1-3-1. They could start off with mid lane 4 people, leave Saintly Comic at the bot. And then you rotate for a 1-3-1 rotation, so 1 at the top, 3 in the middle, 1 in the bot. And with that, I think they can try to get siege. They not only can try to distract the enemy and make them feel a little bit indecisive on who they're going to target. Saintly Comic is going to take them faintly comic. Wait, hold on. Did I just I just joined the two names? That is incredible. I love it.
Oh, that's a familiar spot for Faintest Globe. The entire enemy team surrounding him, usually on the Nasus, this time on the Cho'Gath, and this will be a free bot inhibitor tower. We'll see if they want to go for the bot inhibitor as well, as they have all of the pressure.
Woo!
They pick up one more from Saintly Comic, and they might not just want the inhibitor, they might want game. You see the teleport back. Voltifus was pushing mid lane, left his team all alone, and now with Baron, massive minions pushing in. This should be GG unless Voltifus has a massive Tibbers. Gonna get flash forward. There is the Tibbers, but it does not land on the most important person. That is Meat and Cheesy, and game 3 is all Meat and Cheesy for Misericordia. They're gonna take down the... They're gonna... Are we gonna...
Oh, wait. What? Wait, what? What?
What?
Excuse me? Wait, what? No.
No,
What?
okay.
No.
Okay.
Oh, I'm very worried about this. Okay. I think I might have heard someone in my ear saying that it was a rap, but it turns out it's not a rap.
We got production curse. So we didn't get caster curse. We got production curse.
We got production curse. You guys can't hear it, but we can share the truth. The public deserves the truth, and the truth is, production cursed our game. Very close to taking down the Nexus fish. It still is a 1 inhibitor down, and that is why I will say again, even though you had a nice push on the bot lane, you were still going for just 1 lane push, and that's one of the bad sides of not splitting out your efforts. You just open out one side. So now that they don't have Baron buff, it's going to be much more difficult, but still, they must have it to take it down. Oh, especially with the flash over the wall! Oh no, okay.
The other great thing for Misericordia, they've got Elder Dragon coming up here in a minute. They can easily set up around that. They still have relatively healthy towers in every single lane. They've got a 5,000 gold lead. Just a small hiccup. I definitely think Meat and Cheesy could have easily auto-attacked that Nexus to death. But it happens. You lose track of it. You want to pad the KD. And you're like, oh, wait a minute. We got to kill the Nexus. Flash from Sketchy Pepperoni. An elastic slingshot into the stretching strikes. They're going to be able... Oh, can't find a minion to connect to. So Faintest Globe stays alive. But even without the Baron, with the Fed 80 carry, they're going to do a ton of siege damage. Is Misericordia. And basically set up the fact that this Elder Dragon should be theirs, though. I thought maybe Christian would hang around that bottom side. He should, I think, really hang around that red buff area because backing makes it so much harder for him to get in that dragon pit.
But one thing I want from them is this, exactly this. Unfortunately, they're too big to be hooked over the wall. Oh, that's very funny. But that's basically what I needed from them. Be sneaky, be in the jungle, have control over it, use all the blast cones, all the vision flowers, and get as much pick off as you can. The flash, very last second, they managed to escape. Still, it's a jungler without that summoner spell.
Teleport going to be used here by Faintest Globe. Should be the last chance here for King's College is this Elder Dragon. As you said, Christian has no flash. You can see top left of your screen is at about a quarter health if they want to steal. They want to hop onto Voltifus, the Annie, going to throw out the Tibbers, but the stun misses on everybody. Meanwhile, Meat and Cheesy on the backside, just going to kite this Cho'Gath to perfection. Picks up one. Featherstorm comes out. It gets the root, but not much more. Double kill there for Meat and Cheesy. And now I think the rest of King's College has to turn and really try and save their base. You see the teleport coming out from Mordekaiser. Great recognition for Misericordia. They don't need the dragon. They just need the Nexus. And this time, I don't think they can jinx it. We'll have to see the Nexus.
Can they?
Meat and Cheesy saying, we're not going to keep playing. He picks up the win this time. They added 3 minutes to everybody's life, but we're okay. Woo. Woo. I've seen games where teams have lost that, but luckily they clutched it out, Sochan, and now they're on match point, 1 game away from being crowned spring champions here in our Navigator Mid-East division, and they played a really good game around Meat and Cheesy in the bot side.
Gosh, the kiting there was definitely super well executed, very, very clean, being aware of how much you can do as a kite. So, of course, she can do much more in regards to damage because of the percentage damage that the passive is going to deal. She has the mobility with the movement speed and with the hunt with her ultimate, the extra shield. She has quite a lot that she can do. Even sniping capabilities. She's a super complete ADC, and I think that Meeting Cheesy really used her to her full potential. I love, as you said, the recognition to say we don't need Elder right now. It would take too long for us to even try to take you down, even maybe allow them to steal while you can just go into the back door, take it down, and there's no Nexus to be seen.
Well, Misericordia is on match point. What does King College, the top seed of the division, have in a response? We head to game 4 with a chance to crown a champion. We'll find out if that's the case right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. We've had quite the heavyweight bout here in our Navigators Mid-East Grand Final session. Soph-Chan here getting ready for Game 4 between our top seed, King's College, and our second seed, Misericordia, with Misericordia right now leading the series 2-1, Soph-Chan. And what do you think the keys are? Let's start with the team that's coming out on top. What do you think the keys are for Misericordia to finish out this series in Game 4?
Keep up the same level of aggression, keep up the same type of composition. You want to go for engages, you want to go for very good, consistent team fight. So in contrast to what King's College had been bringing, sometimes depends too much on pickoffs, sometimes depends too much on one specific champion. I think Misericordia needs to keep on doing what is a rounded up team fight that can carry things from early to mid to late and then into a very fluid and easy end to the game.
The one challenge for Misericordia, I would be shocked if Blitzcrank gets through this Game 4. We saw it in Game 1, subsequently banned. I was a little surprised it made it through in Game 3, and we saw the reason why it'll probably banned again. So I'm curious how they can get that bot lane ahead. I mean, there's so many hook champions, Nautilus, Thresh, you would think easily could slide into one of those, but that would be my one thing. Now let's talk about King's College. They came in at 8-0, a perfect record. The number 1 seed did not look good in Game 1. What do they need to do to force us to a Game 5, Soph-Chan?
On their side, I would say you don't have to abdicate from your mid laners that carry the game, your assassins, your very, very mid-stage champions, like the Echo, like the Fizz. I would say keep up something similar because you gotta win with it. But you have to know when to go in. You have to communicate well with your team. So what we saw shine through sometimes in the first game of the series, which was maybe Misericordia getting distracted with something on one side of the map, make sure to trade it with something else on another. One Drake for a Herald, one double kill for a tower on another side, one tower for one tower, things like that. So with that, they can maintain whatever disparity they may have with CS, whatever disparity they may have with kills, because so far they have really maintained the one thing, the one rule to their book is around 10 minutes, the mid laner already has 3 kills. That's what it is. So if they can get that going alongside with the rest of the connection with the team, it can go out super well.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. I think Volt Abyss finding a way to, as you said, we both kind of, when we saw the Annie, we're like, wait, where's the Echo? The Echo wasn't banned. Pick an assassin. I'm totally with you. I think if Volt Abyss gets an assassin, has the start that we expect. And again, then we didn't get to see Game 2, but from what we saw the results-wise, they knew what to do when they had a fed assassin, unlike in Game 1, which was end the game quickly. Try and churn out dragons. Play around that fed mid laner. I'd love to see them do that again here in Game 4. It is 2-1. Misericordia up in our grand finals here in the Navigators Mid-East. We'll see if they can lock up the series, or if King's College got a Game 5. We should have our draft ready to go here at any moment. I think the Blitzcrank is probably the first thing I'll keep my eyes on. And the other thing that might maybe sneak up on King's College, right? They banned Blitzcrank Game 1, didn't see Game 2, let it through. Do they make sure they ban the Aurelion Soul, Soph-Chan, is my other big question. They forget about it, and then all of a sudden there's an Aurelion Soul for auction. They've got to make sure they keep their bans. There's the Blitzcrank. They're like, yo, we're not going to worry about it, Blitzcrank. First ban. Get it out of here.
It's wonderful, right? Because that's the one thing that we mentioned. When the Blitzcrank was like, nah, it's fine. No, it's not fine. Aurelion Sol, as you said, it called out perfect fish. Every time you don't have it banned out, it creates such a big impact. Misericordia really maintaining the consistency in the bans. The Master Yi into the Victor, who used to be the last one. It has been the same ones all throughout the series. And this time King's College finishes up the first round. Oh, it's going to be Jam on 4th. And they finish up the first round, the Olaf. So a lot of those picks, basically 4 out of the 6 picks are champions that have been played by Misericordia in the series. So that is mad respect they're coming onto the table.
We do see Faintest Globe, was playing a lot of Nasus, didn't quite work, went to the Cho'Gath, now on the Mordekaiser himself. So King's College kind of continuing that trend of borrowing champions from what Misericordia just played. I like the Jax pick, I like the Diana pick a lot. The one thing that shocks me here, Soph-Chan, again, this is, they pro-drafted off screen, you usually AD carry first early in the first phase. They didn't ban Kai'Sa. I would be shocked if they let Meat and Cheesy get the Kai'Sa. I would rather have let Olaf through. I'll be very curious if Meat and Cheesy is allowed to pick up that Kaiser or not.
And just as you said it, Voltobis again with the champion that made them to the victory in the second game of the series. And I think it's going to do them good. So far, very interesting how both sides have a good AP damage out of these 3 picks already. I understand and I agree with you entirely on the Kaiser. I think it would be a mistake not to pick her. But at the same time, gosh, that is a lot of AP damage if you do get the Kaiser going, because she is going to always be a little bit hybrid. Even if you don't build her hybrid, she has hybrid damage. So it's going to be a lot of AP that King's College is going to have to build into MR. And if that is the case, Mid and Cheesy, if they perform just as well, it's not going to be the case. I am... what? Your face!
I'm...
What? Oh my god, they got the Kaiser from them! Oh, that's the most epic power play. Wait, they have been hovering this Azir for a while. Are they onto some? No, never mind.
Alright, I'm very curious what Kled Senna has in store for us in the bot lane. Potentially Soul stole the Kai'Sa away, that's why they didn't pick it, but really? Your alternative to Kai'Sa was a Kled? Well,
definitely fulfill different roles, right?
Yes, there are definitely some question marks for Misericordia when you're on match point in the grand finals that this is your team cup, because as you said, there's a lot of AP damage on the top side of the map with that Viegar and the Diana. I don't quite know what the Kled's going to do, and if Souls, who has had a solid performance, not spectacular, but a solid performance, can get even on the bot side, there is no range counterpart to slow him down. He is going to just chunk down Saintly Comic, chunk down the Kled. This team comp is either going to be feast or famine for Misericordia. This feels like a 20-minute game, and we'll know who the winner's going to be.
It does. It really does. And it's very interesting because I was feeling like that was too much AP, as we mentioned. And then I would understand having the Sen. I was going to suggest something like a support that can do AD damage. We haven't seen a Pike in so long, but I wouldn't be mad about it. But then the Senna coming into play makes sense. But then the Kled, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around it. But I totally agree with you. This could be absolute slaughter for any of these sides. And one thing that we have to talk about, Gub is dead on Maokai every single game. I mean, there's some props to it, right? It means that what we have seen from you is going to come into play once again, which was solid. As you said, not extraordinary. So what makes the difference in this case is that King's College is not showing like they can adapt that much. And if Misericordia is saying that by picking out the Kled, that would be such a pleasant surprise for them, because it would mean that they get the victory and then the crown for the NECC spring in their division, but also means that King's College, how are you going to innovate it? That is such a different threat. What do you think they could do, Fish, about fighting out this very, very different composition?
I think it starts with Souls playing basically a copycat to what Meat and Cheesy did last game, right? Especially on that Dragon Pig fight. Walk back. Couple of auto attacks, walk back. Don't commit. Gonna be hard with the Maokai, gonna be hard with the Mordekaiser, but the longer they can stall the fight out, I think that is how King's College wins, because, again, if Viegar goes down early, no one has a great way to get in range of this Kai'Sa. You only have a couple of dashes, a couple of leaps, so that's what I think Souls needs to do. He's been okay at kiting. I wouldn't say it's been amazing. Again, he's been a very solid player in this series, but if he cannot kite, if he doesn't know how to orb walk backwards, he's just going to fall over. That's what I think King's College has to start with Soph-Chan. And the follow-up is, I think they've really, once again, we talked about it, you hit on it before we even saw the draft, Voltobis has got to get ahead. If Voltobis is 3-0, 4-0 at that 12, 13-minute mark, Soul's job becomes so much easier because they're not going to worry about the Kai'Sa. They're going to worry about the Fed Fizz. I think that is the two big things they got to do. Fizz has got to have another great game, and Souls has better be working on his orb walking in practice, because this is the fight. This is the game where it has to shine through.
It's the moment. It's the moment. We have a Fizz on our screen right now with that little puppy skin, and I totally agree, Fish. We need to see that Fizz popping off, but as we mentioned, just like the game that they won in game 2, they have to bring that lead into a concrete way, a concrete path into victory, because they have been constantly falling off at this stage 2 games in a row, correct? And with that, King's College has to show that even though they're not adapting that much, even though they're not innovating that much, they can win with the classic. They can win with the brute force that their champions can output. And as you said, if they can get that fizz ahead, that would be the point to start it off. But there's always so much that leads after it that I hope for King's College and for the possibility of a game 5 that they can actually get it going until a nice victory.
The interesting thing here is, so just to pull the curtain back a little bit for our viewers at home, since they can't see the Pro Jack live enough, I was able to find the Pro Draft for this game. That was an R1 Kled. That was not like let's go cheese at the end of the draft. They first picked Kled. I don't know if it was a flex pick that got stuck on the bot side once King's College took the Kaisa, but they clearly came in this game with an intention to put this Kled somewhere. So it better work if you're that confident in the pick.
Yeah, I think picking out first pick, it does mean that they have practiced it with it. It does mean that they know what they're doing. It's showing here. This side, King's College on the blue side, Misericordia on the red. And Kings is with this defense, not expecting to go for an engage, not expecting to go for an invade. They are looking to protect. They are looking to be conservative. And I hope for their sake that once they get that one lead, they just throw away any insecurity. They just throw away any caution and just go in and snowball all the way.
Let's see, Voltabyss had disconnected, but he's back now. So we can unpause. We can get game 4 of our Navigators Mid-East Grand Finals underway in this best of 5 with Misericordia on match point. And I have to wonder if this Kled is like a specific counter lane to the Kaisa, right? Because once you see that Kaisa makes it through the first wave of bans, you have to say, okay, King's College is either expecting us to play the Kaisa or has a plan to pick it themselves. So I wonder if this is a specific Kaisa-focused lane that Meat and Cheesy and Sketchy Pepperoni have worked on in practice. As you said, you don't R1 a pick if you haven't practiced it. That is going to be my fault. If bot lane falls early, again, this feels like a game that could be over in 20 minutes. If you lose Kled a couple of times, all of a sudden you're down 0-2 with your cheese pick, this could be a bit of a problem. So I'm really curious to see what they do here on this bottom side. Because they've been the aggressors, and I don't know if you could be the aggressor with Kled and Senna.
You definitely cannot, but at the same time, it could mean, not just by the innovative pick, that they can just adapt. They are looking to be a little more conservative. They are not going for invades. They're just getting the position for the leash and the blue buff. And knowing that they have this bot lane that is not supposed to be super flashy, super engagey, that they can play a different game style. And maybe that is going to be the one thing to mess around King's College in trying to guess how they're going to play.
Top side, Faintest Globe for the first time. Forced to a new champion. Cho'Gath and Nasus kind of look like his bread and butter, so very curious to see right now, doing a lot of early damage in that perfect spot where he just ticks down Saintly Comic to about half HP, forced to use one of those biscuits early in that fight. And that's just going to favor the Mordekaiser even more.
This Kaisa skin is really pretty. I am just look at that. Ooh.
That is a good one. Is that the?
I think it's like fairy or something.
It is a very pretty skin. They won the skin game this time to King's College.
Yeah, there you go. Issue. Oh my god, they got the Devil Fizz as well. Okay. The skin game is on. The top lane game is on too.
Nice stun there from Saintly Comic. We kind of saw this matchup before. The Manaless Mordekaiser going into a mana champ, though Jax not as mana dependent as the Cho'Gath. so should be able to sustain pretty well. I think the other important thing here, of course, anytime you play a Senna, how many souls are you going to be able to get? Are you going to be able to harass your opponent, stack up those souls quickly? You kind of are a pseudo AD carry in that role, so you do have to have some decent AD carry damage in that mid to late game. So I think definitely making sure Sketchy Pepperoni is able to harass. But right now, Christian going to come through the wall, and Oxen immediately flashes. Meanwhile, topside, we see Miscreant going to go in. Faintest Global use his own flash to try and get away. But a tale as old as time. First blood in the top lane on the Faintest Globe.
It's a flash down in the bot lane, though. Source is going to be out of that summoner spell, but they're going to go back in with Gooby's dead.
Meat and Cheesy still has Scarl, which makes that Kled so tanky. The root's going to land on the Soul's flash forward for Meat and Cheesy. Ignite goes out, and Meat and Cheesy picks it up. It's cheese and all in the bot lane as they pick up another kill for themselves for this Kled.
Misericordia said, we are going to bring different to the table and we're going to rock it. With the first pick being that Kled, they're coming in with more aggression than you would expect for this bot lane to have. They have used their summoner spells, but it was a guaranteed kill for them. Very well executed. It was a kill for the ADC, a assist for the support. Exactly what you would want in the bot side. But this mid lane too, this Fizz is getting bullied.
Yeah. Oxen is out of mana, though, so I'm not sure if he can finish off the kill. And Oxen also doesn't have his flash, so he has to be very careful he does not fall victim to a return gank. Voltabyss doing a lot of damage. Yeah, there's unfortunately no way for Oxen really to get mana back besides the Doran's Ring passive. So as low as this Fizz is, he's honestly the safer of the two in the lane.
Very, very, very true. At the same time, I think it's kind of even because Voltabyss doesn't have Ignite. Having the TP, more safe for the Vega. If it had been an Ignite Fizz, that would have been the doom of the Vega. But still, it's a TP matchup. It's a TP meta. Top lane, though, is going to get a nice gank from Miscreant, and Fainted is going to go down. But Christian has arrived, and it might be a counterattack.
Oh, they both escape. They dodge it. Last time, game 2, of course, remember there was an early counter gank from Christian that got a double kill. Kind of put him on the back foot. You know, you were saying it's a teleport metal stuff, Chant? No, it's a camp and farm Faintest Globe meta right now, tonight, unfortunately.
I wish I could disagree, but that would be a lie. You have had this top lane just camped. You're gonna set a picnic, get the table, get the fruit, get the everything. So is bot lane going on to souls. It's gonna be another kill. It's gonna be for Senna. And the range is gonna come into play. As you said, it's a support that can do ADC damage, and they're coming to show it. It's working.
And you can see the practice of this lane, right? They clearly have the combo down. It's the bear trap on a rope. As soon as you get the pull in and the slow, the Senna lands the root. And most AD carries, especially at level 4, do not have the health to survive. So a pick that had you and I looking very, very confused, at least early on, paying massive dividends. He's got a 16 CS lead as well. What?
Wow. I think it's very, very inventive because you just get that amount of CS lead because of your Senna, and it's because you're fighting a Maokai support as well.
Christian making his first appearance topside, gonna get the slow onto Saintly Comic, has not evolved yet on the Kane. Will at least be able to farm out some form charge, if anything. Meanwhile, Voltabyss once again has Oxen decently low on mana, so there's no finish there for the Vigar in the mid lane.
I'm very happy to see this bot lane working out, because when we see something like that, especially coming from a team that has been banning Master Yi consistently throughout the series, and we understand it's a targeted pick, but good God, it's a Master Yi. So it definitely felt a little weird, it felt a little unnerving, but they are really showing us that this has been practiced and practiced, rehearsed over and over, and now with so much CS ahead, building out that advantage, whatever you can do at the late stages on the map would be amazing because of the ultis.
Oh, the Event Horizon just misses the stun onto Voltabyss. Almost thought they had this Fizz dead. I think this series is going to account for like 90% of the Master Yi bans I'll ever see in my casting career. I've never seen
I don't think I'm wrong.
I've never seen a team hate Master Yi. This feels like a solo queue game. and I just got stopped by Master Yi, and I ban him for the next month. This is, but it's working, right? It's clearly a target ban, as you said, and it's working.
Yeah, why would you change it, right? It has been the one thing to be consistent, and that's something that happened to King's College that didn't work out for them. When they did not ban the Aurelion Sol, bam. When they did not ban the Blitzcrank, bam. And even when they showed that these champions were a menace in these players' hands, they allowed it to happen again, and it cost them the game.
Hoping that this Kled bot lane pick will not cost them the series for King College. Right now, down just about in gold. Not a single lane looking too great, though mid lane does still have a healthy CS lead, but this isn't the 2-0, the 2-0-1 Voltabyss that we're used to seeing at this 9-10 minute mark. So can he's just 0-0. We do see Saintly Comet get a stun. Does look like Miscreant trying to get into a bush. I do believe they were spotted out there. Nature's Grass going to come out. They will land a root onto Vita Cheesy. Will he be able to get away? Gets the exhaust. Doesn't even have to blow the charge. And this Scarl able to dash to safety.
Very nicely done. Miscreant in the top lane, though, is going to get a kill potentially here onto Fentier. Oh my god, I have been pronouncing this person's name so wrong all day. Faintest. There we go.
Ooh, the Shark does knock Oxen up. Voltabyss eats the Primordial Burst, but does stay alive, though this time Oxen has the mana to potentially finish him off. And I mean, Miscreant and Saintly Comic know what they had to do in this game, and that was just simply can't faint his globe. And they now have a 2-0-1 Jax at 10 minutes, which is a very, very good winning combination most of the time.
Yeah, definitely scary fish. And I think overall, Misericordia has been able to input the pressure on both side lanes while being so sure about Oxen in the mid lane on the Vega. They have been doing well alone. They don't need to stomp. They don't need to kill the phase. Yet, they have been very close to doing so a couple of times. And now that they're going to have more mana potentially, especially with the levels, it's going to be potentially much more easy. But overall, you're leaving your mid laner mostly alone against Voltabyss on the phase that did win the second game of the match, and it's fine. It shows that the team knows exactly what they do. Oh, look at this skin. Oh. Easily distract. Oh, wait, is that Star Guardian? Oh, it's Star Guardian, but it's a chroma. Oh, it's very pretty.
I mean, there's a reason they say skins equal wins, but right now, this could be a massive... Oh, Fizz just so hard to gank. You can see Christian coming in mid lane. This could be a return. Nice flash out. They are going to use the Humble Trespass. Here comes the Senna ult, but more for a shield than anything else, as Rift Herald still gets the charge off. So some bonus gold going over to the pocket of Misericordia. Uh oh, the Shark does go out. Voltabyss could be picking up his first kill, and he does on the Miscreant, but boom! Oxen puts him right in the grave.
Yeah, they really stepped on that coffin and said, nah, you're not opening it up, at least until the next 10 seconds. And that's the one thing that I was going to mention, for example, the potential global that you have with the Senna. Of course, the Kled is not going to be as global, but you still have the potential to not just defend and protect while also attacking with the Senna from the other side of the map, also engaging with the Kled from the other side of the map, which is something that we kind of have seen with the Sivir pick that we saw in the second game from Misericordia as well. So it really shows that they know exactly how they are playing the composition overall, and they're going to get priority for this first Drake, and it's an Infernal one, Fish.
A massive dragon. I thought maybe with Miscreant going down in the mid lane, it would stall enough for King's College to set up, but that's not even the case. It's a lone sapling over the wall. You can see Christian is more focused topside than anything, and that is the second dragon picked up. It is an Ocean Soul, which Misericordia gets that with their comp that already clearly wants to be a bruiser comp. This could be a very scary spot, but speaking of scary, you have Voltabyss and Christian topside looking for a kill onto Saintly Comic, looking to finally stop the bleeding top of the map. Can this Jax escape is going to be a big question. He does not know the death that's lurking in the shadows right now.
Yeah, if we see that game coming out back from the phase, I don't think they're going to get there in time. Still plating for the Vega. Quite a lot that this Vega has been farming with the first strike, with the platings, the Herald push as well, and Diana is in the bottom path and maybe getting in for a dive.
They know that Christian's been topside this whole time. They'll at least pick up a plate. Nature's Grasp is going to come out. Will hit Meat Cheesy, as well as Miscreant. Knockback going to happen. Scarl's still alive, though. Dawning Shadow does a huge chunk of life. One more dash forward for Miscreant. He picks up the kill, and Rocket Belt's out of tower range. Sketchy Pepperoni getting a bit sketchy there with the tower shot, but it's still a kill in the bot side for this lane of Misericordia.
And that is only allowed because you don't have to do anything in the mid lane. We have the Vega being very equal in farm. You have them with a kill, not a single death. So you just have so much control that you can expend your resources by going into the bottom side. You can go into the jungle, maybe seal up and get a kill on the Kayn as well. That would be pretty great.
Are going to jump onto the Kayn. Meanwhile, we have Saintly Comic in the Death Realm up on the top side, taking quite a bit of damage from Faintest Globe. Tries to dodge the Q, and he does. He needs one more leap. But oh, he gets shut down. He couldn't get the leap off in time. The animation gets canceled. Meanwhile, Meat Cheesy bot lane forced to dismount from Scarl. We see a flash come out from Christian to barely stay alive. Multibus down there as well. So it looks like it'll just be a one kill on the top side of the map. But this should potentially be the first tower of the game bot side. And unfortunately, the minion waves aren't going to cooperate.
Yeah, sometimes it does happen like that. But it's a game that has not just reached the 15-minute mark, and you have two Drakes on the name of Misericordia. What is going to be our soul? It's an Ocean Soul for this one. Miscreant is going to go in the mid lane. They get the invulnerability, but still quite a lot of damage. They have to flash away Fish, so Voltibus still healthy, but Miscreant showing quite a lot of presence and expression all throughout the map.
Yeah, great job saving the Moonfall until the play from Trickster comes out. Trying to pull him back into the event horizon, but couldn't quite convert it. It is sort of odd, I think, for Saintly Comic, the fact that he is kind of losing these 1v1s to the Mordekaiser, despite being 2-1-1. Even in CS, has his mythic item, the Mordekaiser doesn't. That's definitely something to keep an eye on, that Faintest Globe. The one game he popped off was the game that King's College won, which was game 2. He was 6-2 on the Nasus, so definitely something to keep an eye on. As here we go, they're going to dash in once again. Miscreant is there. This time there's no Death Realm to save the Mordekaiser, and Saintly Comic will take the kill. Christian gets the knock up on the Red Kayn, but cannot help out his top lane.
He cannot help out. Sorry, that was inevitable. I am inevitable. With a snap of my fingers, I'm going to go in with a dive in the top lane, and I'm going to take down this Kayn with me. They're going to try to take some of their health back with the ulti. They managed to do so, and with no minions, they have to stop their attack. So very nice. The presence that they can still have in the top lane. Bottom lane, they don't need help anymore.
Uh-oh, they're going to jump right on top of Souls. Flash away. Tower shot does go out. Nature's Grasp is going to root up Meat and Cheesy. But Souls has to be very, very careful. Is incredibly low here. Going to dash in. Scarl's going to get drawn away. The Twisted Advance isn't going to be enough to trap him under tower range. Thanks to the invulnerability, Scarl is back and the health is there. But Scarl quickly fades, and Meat and Cheesy, unfortunately, tries to flash forward. I think he wanted to kill onto Souls, but that's a shutdown number 1. Sketchy Pepperoni has the Chum the Water on them. This should be a double kill, and it is, and the Misericordia bot lane overextends and gives away 2 massive kills.
That was such an impeccable Kai'Sa ult. That was very, very well timed, Fish. They had to not only wait to use it, they had already used their flash, they had no barrier, so they had to be super careful when to do it. They did it well. They baited out the attack and the dive from Meat and Cheesy. There was the rest of the team coming together. I believe Meat and Cheesy was going for a flash over the wall to try to bait them out and save Sketchy Pepperoni, but as a good support, you end up feeling drawn to try to get closer to your ADC and help.
Right, the setback. Misericordia is still setting up around this dragon. This would be soul point for them at just 17.5 minutes. Kai'Sa and Fizz are not in this fight. Rift Herald going to get summoned more to a timeout and is a distraction than anything else. Mean Cheesy wants to hop onto Faintest Globe. Is down 2 levels. has to be very careful. The Death Realm not available, though. Christian going to go over the wall. Look for the smite, and he can't quite find it. Humble Trespass going to be used, trying to dash away, but they pick up the kill. So a dragon and a jungler, Misericordia maintains their lead.
And right now, with 5k gold ahead, even getting potentially a kill here on Vote Abyss, they're just going to escape with invulnerability. They're going for the tower, taking down mid lane. Bot lane is not there either. So that's going to be quite a lot that they can do. Vote Abyss going in because they have the clock, the stopwatch. The Grasp of Nature helped them finish it off. It's going to be 1 kill in Retribution. A nice defense of this turret.
I thought for sure Volt Abyss was dead when he went in. Looked like as well they were trying to body block the Nature's Grasp, but unfortunately couldn't quite stop Miscreant from going down. This Diana 2-2-5 now, and we're kind of in the same spot it feels like we've been almost this whole series, right, So Chan? It's a top lane advantage for Misericordia. It's a mid lane advantage for Volt Abyss. Now 3-1 on this Fizz. And bot lane, while the kills are even, it's a CS lead for Meat and Cheesy. How do you see the rest of this game going? Because it seems like this game's a lot more even than the 4.5k gold lead would sort of indicate.
That is definitely something that you can draw of this game, considering the rest of the games that we had in a series, especially with the first one when Misericordia turned it around. But at the same time, I think it would depend on a big mistake from Misericordia for this to start going badly for them. King's College still has to work pretty much, well, 2 towers, 3 drakes, 2 heralds, and it's not gonna happen, especially Herald is not gonna be there anymore, and you're gonna still wait at least 15 minutes on timers for you to have 3 drakes, 1 to your team. And being so point for Misericordia is gonna be an easy pick of a 4th soul.
Yeah, the biggest thing Misericordia needs to do is just maintain this 5k gold lead. As you mentioned, with Soul coming up here soon, that Ocean Soul, with all the extra items you have with your gold lead, is just going to make champions like this Jax, champions like this Kled, even Diana to a lesser extent, so much harder to kill when you don't have items on anybody besides this Fizz. And as we pointed out, the later this game goes on, champions like Fizz, they're not going to have that one-shot potential. So as long as Misericordia doesn't give a kill back, they're even looking for a kill here on to Faintest Globe. I've seen this story once again, and the Death Realm goes out, and Mordekaiser goes back to his own realm.
Yeah, it's the one constant. Gub is dead on the Maokai, and Misericordia wrecking the house on top lane.
If it works, why change it? We do see a teleport coming out. Great stun there onto Christian, though Miscreant has to be careful. Is rather low. Does have a little bit of shielding. Volt Abyss is there. Double Flash comes out. Can the chub the water? It's not available, unfortunately. So an escape for Miscreant. And this time, King's College isn't making plays across the map. In other games, Soapchan, when they'd send 2 top lane on a Faintest Globe, they'd pick up a bot lane kill. They'd pick up an objective. Unfortunately, now they're just trying to respond so much that they can't find kills across the map.
I think that's precisely what is missing from King's College. They're trying to respond. At this stage, it's what you said. They have to farm. They have to wait. And not try to, okay, something's happening in the top, I'm gonna go there now because they didn't get a kill. No, wait to respond when they come on you. So when they come onto you, just go and get the damage back. Get the Grasp of Nature. Get the Volt Abyss going in the backline. Have souls in a good spot. Protect your ADC. Not try to do the pickoffs now, because that was the game once upon a time, but it's not anymore because it's already past 20 minutes and Volt Abyss is the only person who can do some damage, and still they can't one-shot anyone.
Did see Sketchy Pepperoni did have to blow the flash and the heal there to escape. Mordekaiser got caught with the shop open. So with 30 seconds until Dragon, you won't have flash on your support, you won't have flash on your jungler or your top laner. That'll make things a bit trickier. Volt Abyss is going to back, and everybody's going to set up. King's College knows how important this dragon is. There's a sole point here at the 23-minute mark for Misericordia here in our grand finals. The Navigators Mideast. division here. They get a double root. They're going to jump in. They're absolutely going to blow up Souls very low. Here comes the Nature's Grass. Stanley Comic going to pick up the first kill. Meanwhile, Gub trying to hop onto Sketchy Pepperoni, but he has no support, and he's just a lonely Maokai. They pick up a third kill. It's a double for Stanley Comic, and this should be the soul for Misericordia in Game 4.
That is the lead that they had been building since the last game, Fish. They are executing it well once again. You don't get a backline to execute it for Vote Abyss because the protection is so huge. Especially because usually the backline is an ADC. Guess what? That ADC is a Kled. And he's not going to be in the backline, he's going to be onto your face. The only one who's going to be in the backline is the Vega. And well, he's got pretty much a lot that he can do. Stun, zone, the stopwatch to be able to protect themselves, and 3, 0, and 2 haven't died a single time to anyone, not even that very scary Fizz that we saw in the first victory for King's College. With that, they guarantee the soul point and the first Darren of the game.
What they do with this Baron will be very crucial. And what do you think they need to do, Soapchan, to start to close out this game? They nearly won Game 3 with the Baron, a couple of misplays, but they're not nearly as close this time. We might have to hold on to that thought as Oxen, that perfect score, might be in danger. Flashes away. Christian going to use the Humble Trust Pass. Miscreant and Sketchy Pepperoni are here. Soul's going to dash forward, eats a root. Nearly goes down, but is able to stay alive. Both of us with the Chum the Waters. Can't quite finish off Sketchy Pepperoni. Forced to use his Zanyas there. And it'll be a disengage. Here comes the charge, though, from this Kled. We talked about this combo. They're going to hop right onto Christian. Nature's Grass going to go out. Going to be able to flash away here. Soul's getting burned down by Meat and Cheesy, and he picks up the kill. Down goes the Kane as well. And just when you thought there was a chance for King's College, they're potentially going to get aced here, though. Meat and Cheesy's got to be careful. But he's able to survive.
Well, what I was going to say to you is split your efforts. Very nicely done. They have the Jax in the mid lane, pushing out, already down to the inhibitor. Top lane, you had that juicy alone little Vega, who was definitely prone to get killed. They won. It was a nice flash into the reconvenience of the team. They managed to back them up and turn that one around into a whole base destroyed in the top side.
This time there is no potential game winner. They just take 2 inhibitors and back. They have Baron for another minute and 20 seconds. They have Elder Dragon in 3 minutes. They're pretty much set up, I think, as you pointed out. As long as they don't make any crazy plays, as long as they don't throw away this gold lead, this feels like Misericordia just needs to walk this one home.
They got everything to their disposal to do it. They got all their towers intact, aside from one. All the enemy base pushed out. Bot lane is the only thing standing, and you don't really care that much about bot lane anyway. You're playing Kled, so you don't like anything conventional anyway. The classics are out of the table. Once you get that victory with the Kai'Sa, you said I don't need an ADC anymore. And Misericordia, with this very innovative build, very innovative composition they are looking for, taking everything down on this blue side. They're going to go for the bottom side instead, and the base is just going to be done for naught.
15 seconds on this Baron. We'll see if they're at least able to convert this into their third inhibitor tower. And with the Baron's powered canyon, meaning that is pretty much a done deal. Can they pick up the third inhibitor will be the next question. Meat and Cheesy taking a ton of damage. Nature's Grass going to come out in a last-ditch effort here. Does land a great double root. Christian going to use the Humble Trust Pass, but a great Zanyas by Oxen. Keeps them alive. Sketchy Pepperoni going to go down. Meanwhile, Souls trying his best to kite it out, but it does not matter. It's a killing spree for Miscreant, and this feels like it should be game. Scar will run away, but you now have super minions in every lane. You've only got Mordekaiser and Fizz surviving. And Misericordia should be able to claim themselves the victors of the Navigators Mid-East Division here as they pick up Game 4, Soap-Chan, with another dominant performance.
Amazing how they got to pick this one up, bringing very different things out of the box to the table, Fish, and it worked out so well, showing that they really studied it, really practiced with it, and it's a nice trick, right? You play something casual, you play something classic, but well executed in the rest of the games, and then for your final match, when you really want to seal the deal, we just bring unexpected and they can't really react.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself, right? I mean, you and I looked, at least I'll speak for myself. I looked dumbfounded when the Kled got picked, right? I was like, what do you mean? Like, even with, we get the advantage, right? We see the pro draft, I'm like, okay, it's Kled top, right? It's Kled top. No, wait.
Kled what?
But as you said, they practiced it, the combo, bear trap, into the center route. I think it picked up 2 or 3 kills onto Souls, and from that point, they played it perfectly. A fantastic job. Big congratulations to Misericordia on picking up the win. Well, do you have any final thoughts on this grand final Sofchan that we just saw? A really epic series between our top 2 seeds in the Navigator Mid-East Division.
No, I have to say that it's very nice to see such competitive gameplay coming out for the first and second seed of the division. You have Misericordia coming in the second seed, taking down the victory with 4 games. It wasn't without a fight from King's College. They got 1 map. They almost got 2 more, but it was very close. And from the moment that Misericordia understood that they could take things to a new level, they really did it. So just congratulations for being able to not just have a wonderful performance all throughout the series, but also solidifying it into your grand finals win.
Fantastic job by Misericordia, though I don't think we're quite done with this series. I think we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we should have an interview with one of the winners. All right, never mind. Looks like they're going to be joining us. It sounds like we've been told they're rock, paper, scissoring. That's how excited they are to talk to us, Sofchan. They're rock, paper, scissoring to see who will be joining us here with this interview for Misericordia, again, the champions of the Navigator Mid-East Division. They don't want to go anywhere, even after this interview. We do have another grand final coming up here with RMC and Orbital in the Navigators Lower Midwest Division. So we're staying in Navigators, we're staying in Mid-East, Midwest, but again, we have another grand final coming up, but we are waiting on our interview. Do you have any requests, Sofchan? If you could pick anyone from Misericordia, I don't know if they're listening, but do you have any of the players that you would want to talk to as they try and figure out who we're going to interview?
It has to be Meeting Cheesy, right? It has to be Meeting Cheesy for the performance as a regular classic ADC, for bringing out the Kled to the table and just really innovating and making it work. For me, it has to be them. What would it be for you? Ooh, we have the interview. Wait, hold on.
Holding.
It looks like they're keeping a little bit of a surprise. We're going to the interview.
Surprise.
We don't know who it is yet, but we're going to know it.
Looks like we're going to find out. I think I know who it is. I think I heard our producer tell us. Sketchy Pepperoni. I see his teammates in the background as well.
I can't do it by myself, you know.
Hey, you're the support. Don't say that. You're the support. You did all the work. That's all you got to tell your teammates.
Oh,
but
all me.
Yeah, exactly. So first off, again, congratulations to you and your teammates on winning these grand finals. My first question to you: how big did your eyes get when you saw Blitzcrank got through in Game 3?
Oh, dude, I was like, are you kidding me? They let this through again? Like, early game 1, I didn't do a lot, I'm going to be completely honest. But, like, late games, I got some critical hooks, and that allowed us to just open up team fights. But, like, you don't ban it? Like, I don't understand that. Like, that actually baffles me. Like, how do you let that through? I mean, to be fair, like, they're kind of limited on what they pick and what they ban, right? So we had so many picks that were so potent in Game 1 that, you know, obviously they had to ban him Game 2, and then we get blue side and they have to prioritize what is more important. And I think I rightfully showed them they need to put my blitz first ban every time.
Hey, look at you go. That was wonderful. I gotta say, I had the same look on my face as you did when they get that blitzcrank through. Oh my god, myself and Fish, we were like, wait, what? Wait, excuse me? Why did they let that happen? But at the same time, Sketchy, I will say, we had the similar face when we saw the Kled and Senna, but it worked out so well. Tell us about it.
You know, that was actually the brainchild of my AD carry, Meat and Cheesy. You know, we're the charcuterie board bot lane, you know, and we had to come up with spicy bot lane picks so that we could we've been holding out for this pick the entire season. We found this like end of last season actually, and we played a couple practice games, we played it in a couple scrims, and they were like, yeah, this is really great, and then we just left it and never played it. And I had talked to my coach, I was looking at him, I was like, can we do it? Is this the game? We do the game 3 Kled Senna right now, and it worked out. You know, it was great.
Championship on the line, and you pull out something you haven't touched in 6 months. Oh my god!
I looked at my teammates. I looked at my teammates. I was like, hey, I don't care if we win or lose this game. Thank you for trusting me. Because if this doesn't work, this is gonna be hung over my head for like the rest of my time in Miz, right? But if this works, it's gonna freaking work.
It worked. It worked. And a final question. Speaking of you and your teammates, we didn't get to see much of Game 2, unfortunately, but from what we saw, it was a blowout. How did you guys rally to kind of make this series basically be one-sided ever since?
We picked Blitz, Game 3. That was pretty much it. You know, we have a really strong mental, and like even though I think mechanically we're probably at least in the top 3 for every role, our macro play, and this is something that actually sets us apart from all the other teams, our macro play is so much stronger. And I think that's because we have such a strong mental. Like, even if we lose game 1 or game 2 or whatever, right? Even if we're on backs on the line, you know, silver scrapes game 5, reverse sweep or something, we're still going to have that strong mental because we know that if played correctly, we can beat every team. And that's honestly like the biggest thing. This guy, right there you go. Big life coach right there.
That's not a
Help us
statue?
through it.
He hasn't blinked the entire time. I
He's
thought that
not
was
a
a statue.
Oh yeah, he's like a turret,
Yeah.
right? Just holding out the sword is like a turret.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
He's pretty lifelike.
He's our gargoyle guarding the trophy for us, you know.
Oh, valid. Oh my god, I have to say that is the mentality of winners of champions. Congratulations once again, Misericordia Cougars. Thank you so much, Sketchy, for being here with us for the interview. Final shout outs before we wrap up this series.
Shout out to my coach, M1C3, big help. Shout out to our top laner. He says it all the time, but he is the best top laner in the NECC Navigators division. I will say that. Shout out to our jungle, staying strong. Shout out to this guy, big life coach. Shout out to my, ADC over here. Absolute, like, quiet as a church mouse, but he is a powerhouse to deal with. And, shout out to our so mid laner. He's average, I guess, He's pretty good. He might be championship material. I don't know.
The jury's still out. His Aurelian soul kind of sketchy at times, but
it's not like he had any really game-changing, game-winning ultimates at all or anything. So
no, it wasn't permaban the rest of the series because of him for sure. But Pepperoni, go enjoy your championship. Congratulations to you guys, Misericordia, Navigator Mid-East champions. A big congratulations to you once again.
Thank you so much. You guys.
Thank you, and that's going to be the wrap for Fish and so for the season. Can you believe it?
I don't know what's crazier, the fact that Fish and Soapchan are done for the season, or that they said, we haven't played Kled Senna in 7 months. Let's send it in Game 4 of the Grand Final. Like, what? Big props to them, but as you said, Soapchan, unfortunately, our time for the spring NECC has come to an end. It's been fantastic, as always, Soapchan, but the NECC tonight is not done. RMC and Orbital are coming back with another fantastic game here in just a little bit. Mars Hill, SIUC in the Navigators Lower Midwest. But Soapchan, any final thoughts for our time here in the spring NECC season?
Thank you so much, Fish, for being a wonderful co-caster as always. Thank you so much to our observers and producers on NECC. We've been working with plenty of you guys throughout the season. Thank you to everyone on NECC in general and organization for allowing us to be part of this wonderful experience as always. And hopefully we'll see you next time on the next season as well. So, Fish, what are your final words after this wonderful evening?
Couldn't have asked for a better game. Couldn't have asked for a better co-caster. And as you said, a big shout out to everybody here at the NECC production, the teams, everybody. It has been fantastic. But again, we're saying all these heartfelt goodbyes. We can't steal the thunder of Orbital and RMC. They're truly the final game of the night. They get to thank everybody. Do not go anywhere. Our final grand finals of the spring NEC season coming up right after this.
Welcome back, everyone. We're excited to be here to finish off the League of Legends series here for the NECC. The league and season has been phenomenal. We have seen some amazing games throughout both our heights here and more entry-level leagues here. And we are going right back to the Navigators division to give you all the action. My name is Orbital. With me is, of course, the best minion to ever wander off the rift. It is RMC, Random Minion Caster. RMC, how you doing today?
We're busy today, Orbital. We're running all the way from the Mid-East to the lower Midwest. From one Grand Finals to another. We got some wacky picks in the last series. And tonight, Orbital, I have crossing my fingers. The two teams we have tonight, Mars Hill University up against Southern Illinois University, Carbondale. Both these teams have some interesting pocket picks, and I'm sure in this best of five, some of them will be coming up.
Of course, and this is the grand finals. There is no more chances. It is all here to end it all. And I mean, for MHU, Mars Hill University, there is some history that they are carrying forward. The Goliaths here in the lower Midwest Division, they have been on a tear, not just in series score, but also in gameplay. Slaypex, Sicarius, Tradito, Daehyun, Chocolate, Y-Hyper, and Dragon Master 2213. They have not dropped a single game and are looking to do the same here in the finals.
Yeah, bro, it's funny you mentioned history, because Marcel, they're newish to the NECC, played last split. This team has played together for about 4 seasons now. This is their first time making finals, and they make it in grand fashion. As you said, they have yet to drop a single game, and that's from regular season all the way through playoffs. We are in the grand finals. There are potentially 3 games left. If SIUC can't find a win, Marcel could potentially clean sweep this entire league.
That scares me, right? I always love in League of Legends seeing Goliaths come out here because it's fun, but at the same time, I'm always curious to see who's going to knock them down a peg, and hopefully here today it is going to be SIUC. This squad coming in here, 3rd seed, knocking out the 2nd seed and hoping to show that seeding may not matter as much. It is going to be Mr. Planet, Fusion Biscuits, Achiever, Valendrimus, and Jaguar. These 5 players ranging from freshman to senior are looking to get some revenge from the early matchup they had in the regular season.
Now, if we talk about Marcel being undefeated, this is a team that gave them the most trouble in the regular season, some of the longest games, and in multiple lanes, SIUC were able to fire at Marcel in the early game. Problem is, later on, the skilling wasn't in their favor, and the skilling throughout the league has been interesting for this team. In the regular season, they started out new team, didn't have a lot of time to practice, struggled a little bit, but despite that, they've only lost 2 matches in the regular season, one to Murray State, the other to Mars Hill University. And Orbital, they're making their revenge run. Semi-finals, they faced off against Murray State, won that 2-0, and now up against Mars Hill, they are looking to complete their revenge tour.
The revenge story will be oh so sweet to come back, to have your victory taken away in the early season and come back with an absolute vengeance. I'm very, very excited, but there is a reason that MHU are considered the top dogs, and it comes from very, very specific lanes, or at least 2, or if you're going to split the map in half, the top side of it, and we do have to talk about that factor. These solo winners for MHU are going to be so good as we head into this draft. MHU on the blue side, as well as SIUC Black on the red side to kick things off, and you can already see a little bit of focus there. The Darius in the top side getting some leverage.
Yeah, the top lane for these teams, you mentioned Mars Hill, their big carries tend to be from their solo lane. The top half of their map is the dominating part of their map. The bottom side, weak side, in order to grant the resources to that top half of the map. On the other side, SIUC, they've got carries in all the lanes. I was actually thinking when I was watching the games, Achiever and Fusion Biscuits, mid-jungle duo were the big carries for this team. But Valendrimus actually told me that, watch the top lane. Mr. Planet can be very volatile on the top side, can sometimes surprise with some crazy plays, and is often their in-game shot caller as well. So it doesn't surprise me that we did see the Darius, and Tom Kench was actually not a support ban. It's targeted at the top lane. It's Mr. Planet's most played champion.
And the crazy thing as well is as we get these picks in, we are now seeing a little bit of a shakeup in the jungle as well. Now granted, these players are currently picking in the position, so we'll give you a little bit of an update. The Jax came out, and it was a counter of the Malphite all the way in B5 and R5 in the jungle. The Zac versus Trundle. Zac picked up Blind for MHU in the first round, and then the Trundle to answer in R3, and then the Yasuo versus Vigar, a stark difference in the mid lane. Both of those picked up in the P4 positions for both squads after the second round of dance.
Yeah, and so far, the jungle, the mid picks, they're somewhat expected. We've seen these players play a lot of these champions. Top side was interesting. Neither Slaypex nor Mr. Planet have played those champions at all in this league. They played them in solo queue, but they've definitely kept it hidden for these grand finals. And you can see the difference in what the teams want to do. MHU, we said before, carries in the 2 solo lanes, but bot side, I know I said that they like to weak side it, but sometimes, when they're testing the waters, Y-Hyper, mostly Seraphine, Samira, Karthus. And this game 1 in a best of 5, they're willing to try giving Y-Hyper a bit more of a carry-oriented champion, a bit more of a volatile champion. And because of that, Orbital, I'm expecting Sicarius to go down to that bot lane early, make sure that Samira stays ahead, especially when, across the board, it's Kaisa, another sort of volatile, early game-esque champion, one that can snowball the game. This bot lane might turn out actually being the key to decide how this game goes.
And the fact that we cannot just watch in that bot side, it's going to need some help, right? It will need help so much. And I love the fact that Fusion was able to pick up a champion that was just recently changed, literally, I believe about 24 hours ago. It is that Trundle. Now, it might not seem like a whole lot, no ability changes, but the base stats rising a little bit may give a little bit of an edge there, just a little bit of a buff that might be able to surprise the likes of the Zac, the Samir, and the Nautilus, shaking up that possible bot lane 3v3.
Yeah, and I really like this Trundle pickup as well. It was picked after seeing the Zac. The Zac was the first pick for Marcel, and it's Misericordia special. Very, very mobile champion. Can get really long range ganks. It's got the knock-up that sets up Daeun so well on this Yasuo. But the Trundle counters a lot of that, and even before the buffs, Trundle's ultimate, the Subjugate, stealing those tank stats away, has always made him such a big counter to these big tanky champions. Now, the buffs, as you kind of alluded to there, they're more for the top lane. They were base damage and mana. The mana, not that important to jungle Trundle, but the base damage does mean that Trundle can duel a little bit easier. In fact, I would love to see him play a little bit more aggressive as well. Get up in the face of Misericordia. Zac early on, not the best at doing 1-on-1 and not the best at fending off invades.
It's going to be a little bit rough there, but of course it does leave a question to how does the team help out there in the solo lanes. Of course, we talked about the bot side. It's going to have so much fun. These are lane-centric champions on the side of MHU. The Jax and the Yasuo, these are champions that, you know, we said the bot lane might be there, but for Daehyun and Slaypex, these two are going to be sitting there going, bot lane can do whatever they want. We have to watch them. If that Yasuo gets off the ground, if the Jax gets off the ground, that Malphite and the Veigar, who are waiting for the mid to late game, may never see the mid to late game.
Yeah, it's funny because we were talking about SIUC with carries, or with the potential to carry in all the lanes. They've not opted for that in game one since Marcel is busting out the gate with carries in all the lanes, and Sicarius, you know, being the engage, being the utility, being the assister for this team. So we touched on MHU, like with carries and everything, they're just kind of looking to win lane and snowball from there. That's always been their game plan, and heck, they haven't lost a game, so evidently it's been working for them. SIUC, on the other hand, we do have to talk about their composition a little bit here. It's not necessarily a big wombo combo, it's not necessarily a team fight composition. We talked about Karma, Kai'Sa in the bot lane as being a bit bullying. They've got a lot of poke damage. Karma especially can take over own. Kai'Sa being an assassin can snowball, especially into multiple squishies. But in the mid lane, Achiever. Oftentimes throughout the split, Achiever has pumped up the most damage, been a big carry for SIUC, being able to close things out. The Veigar pickup here is their scaling insurance option, and it's also really good crowd control. So SIUC, they're looking to try and catch somebody out immediately, burst them down, and then play the fight out in a controlled fashion. The more chaotic the fight, the harder it's going to be for this Veigar to properly control things, for this Kai'Sa to stay safe, whereas MHU, they're just all about the fighting and the snowball. If they get ahead, MHU are just going to keep on growing until they become an unstoppable force that can dive you into turrets.
I thought the Unstoppable was on the other side, RMC. Like, what the heck? Why are we talking about Unstoppable on the side of MHU? Come on. I thought we talked about this, right?
It is Unstoppable. Well, the Unstoppable force would be the other side, but only if they can keep MHU down. If not, Malphite about to get a lesson on how his ult works.
That's fair. And I do want to put a lot of pressure up there because, you know, we talked about SIUC and the composition, but it does lend itself to the fact that they do have to get past that early game. If SIUC are able to hold steady, where would it come from? What will be the optimal game plan for SIUC? Because again, MHU are undefeated for a reason. What would be the optimal outcome for the SIUC squad to have almost that perfect early game rolling into the mid game?
Well, the optimal result overall would be that SIUC win the lanes. Now, as to the method of how to get there, we mentioned earlier that even Marcel admitted that SIUC was probably their toughest early game to deal with in the regular season. So SIUC do have the hands. Their champions aren't necessarily the best for the early game, though. Malphite will be fine in the top lane, especially into a Jax early on. Malphite actually can win those trades. I've seen a lot of PTA Malphite recently in the top side with some of the changes with the buffs to his W and his E. He's able to hold that lane fairly early on. You can leave that alone. You don't need to get kills in the Jax. If you do, that's nice. That's actually more for Fusion Biscuits to pick up those kills. Mid lane, Veigar has never been about kills. He's all about the farming, all about stacking his passive. You're good to go. And it goes back to that bot lane we're talking about. For SIUC, your win condition in the early game, the best way for you to stop MHU snowball is to get Valendrimus ahead in kills with this Kai'Sa, get him snowballing, and then get him rotating out quickly early on to get assassinations. Yasuo very squishy. If you can play around the wind wall, you're in a good position. And heck, if this bot lane wins out, it also unlocks the ability to invade and punish Sicarius as well, who has been a massive shot call for the team, a massive engager and ganker. He's often the one kicking off the action in the early game for Marcel.
And that will be so much fun to watch. I do enjoy some Zac play myself, but I'm more of a Sejuani fan. I will always appreciate the fact that Zac can, no matter how far behind you get, you will be a force to be reckoned with, especially, attached to that Yasuo, if you will. The amount of control that you have over lanes and the forcing of vision changes is also something that is, I think, going to be very, very fun to watch as we are waiting for the teams to get ready for the Rift for game number 1. Now, keep in mind, this is 5-game series, first of 3, best of 5, anything that you want to call it. These teams are coming out with a little bit unorthodox stature, and I will say I like that for a game 1. I will always say I would prefer game 1 to be spicy or the supposed last game to be spicy, right? If you're going to bring out some sort of cheese or some sort of craziness or something to throw the opponent off, either do it at the beginning when there's nothing to lose or at the end when there's everything to lose. Granted, these are not so far out of the option, but I do want to see those maybe sometime in the series.
Oh, bro, this ain't spicy. This is like oatmeal porridge right now for these teams.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Maybe later we get the spice, right? Like, come on.
Okay, yeah. Because like when we're talking spicy, like SIEC actually is taking a small hit this patch because Nico is disabled, because of the sort of mid-season, or not mid-season change, but the slight rework that they got. Achiever plays things like the Vex and the Nico, champions that we don't see too much of, and I would have loved to see that Nico come through. Unfortunately, not going to happen. And Mr. Plan, the top lane, we saw the Tahm Kench ban, but not only does this guy play Tahm Kench, he's whipped out Alawi as well in the top lane, and it's not exactly the most non-meta pick. We've seen it a lot in the NECC, especially actually, and with Hullbreaker split pushing. I just like seeing Alawi. I think it's such a strong champion. Mars Hill's got an even spicier champion. We're talking about Alawi in top lane. Saplex, most played champion this split, Riven.
Hey.
Completely, utterly lane dominant. Another champion he likes to whip out to carry late game, Vayne in the top lane. Like, that's a lovely champion to watch. And the mid lane, Dayan as well. Dayan, I don't even think is actually a mid laner. I've looked at his solo queue champions. He plays things like Zeri, Samara, Zaya, Twitch, and solo queue. And he's actually transferred some of them into the mid lane. He plays Zeri mid and makes it work somehow. So those are sort of the spicier picks that I was hoping we'd get to see. We've still got potentially 4 games ahead of us after this draft, so fingers crossed. Some of them come out.
Some of them. Oh, by the way, have you heard about what can happen with Vaynes now if the ADC changes go through?
For the big mid-season, like post-MSI
yeah,
patch.
have you seen some of the crazy things that will be happening either with like Gwynsu's and Static Shiv? Like, that stuff. Tangent side, but you mentioned Vayne, and I'm like, we may or may not be seeing Vayne come up a lot more after this mid-season scope update.
I'm just wondering how much of what I've seen is like actually going to go through, because there's a lot of changes.
That's true, but we are into the Rift, and we will not see those until a few weeks away and into the fall season of the NECC. So let's not worry about that. Let's worry about right now. We can see MHU setting up for some fantastic invade potential. And, of course, SIUC setting up in a little bit of a 5 point. We can call it a 3.5 or whatever you want to say, as we do see Valendrimus as well as Jaguar setting off in the bottom side of their jungle. And it is going to be that full invade. Dragon Master getting ready, and they're going to look.
Biscuits.
Oh, Fusion. Oh, the wall! The fat wall catches the fat hook. And honestly, Fusion, you got so lucky. Still loses the flash, though.
I think that's like the one time Nautilus players will complain about how big that hitbox is. Yeah. For that dredge line.
So true.
I mean, honestly, I didn't think it was actually going to hit the wall. It looked like it wasn't, and then lollipop.
I want to see the replay. I want to see the replay so bad. See how big that wall.
But you know what? They got the flash out of Biscuits. That's a win as far as MHU is concerned. You didn't burn anything on your end, and you love to see that aggression coming out already. We are going to see both junglers starting on the bot side of the map, and one thing to keep in mind is that Zac's actually not that good at ganking pre-5. Your slingshot range isn't huge, so a lot of times if you want to gank, you're better off going for lane ganks. That does mean that Y-Hyper and Dragon Master probably no help for the next little while, and we'll have to see how they actually handle this Karma Kai'Sa lane where Karma can poke them out.
Oh man, that is a fun moment there. But either way, as you said, waiting to see how the bot lane kind of rolls out and how it decides to really work in its favor. We can already see on the top side, though, Slapex trying to get an angle on top of Mr. Planet, trying to knock that planet down to size and ship him down as much as possible. But this is also what we kind of expected. The Malphite just trying to throw shards, get some extra mana rocket in there, and then later on be a bully. But Slapex is just getting so much free damage right now.
Yeah, and so I mentioned the PTA Malphite build, where you kind of start with your E to reduce attack speed and win out those melee trades. Because Mr. Planet has not opted for that and has opted for the shard start with the Grasp of the Undying, he's actually looking for short trades against this Jax. And Slapex, as long as he kind of soaks the immediate damage, you can expect to see him kind of play aggressively and stay in those longer trades. He's running Grasp of the Undying as well, so not the Conqueror that will help him win that out, but Jax, the kit's just built for you to keep whacking and thwacking away.
Yeah, I actually thought it was Lethal Tempo. That's supposed to be one of the main builds for Jax as well, right? It's one of the more aggressive early start ones. Am I crazy?
It used to be. I actually haven't seen as much Lethal Tempo as I've seen Conqueror. I don't know if it's because of some of the Lethal Tempo nerfs, perhaps, or just that the Conqueror just gives you so much, right, with the healing and the sustain trades.
Oh, well, you know what's not sustained is, unfortunately, Achiever's mana pool. That is very depressing to look at. Trying to farm as much as possible, but this is something that we did expect to see, Daehyun being a very, very strong laner, whether in the top or mid. But we are seeing Slapex now in the top side get a little bit of jumped on, and in comes a Zac. This is a dangerous spot. Infusion Biscuits. It's chomped up like a biscuit. Mr. Planet better get over that wall, but the flashes to follow are going to lead to their death. One more jump could easily take it, but it's not going to happen. Flash forward in the mid lane, though, as the mid laners are dragged out of this side. You see here the knock-up, Daehyun saying, you better flash, Vigar. You better flash for your life. Lethal Tempo is on. A couple more slaps, and you don't flash! Achiever says, I don't care. I'll stand my ground, and pays the price.
Yeah, I don't know if that ground was worth dying for. Raptors, nothing. And great catch from Daehyun to cut Achiever off from trying to rotate. And good on Achiever to actually not burn Flash there. When we were kind of like, oh, it might be too late with the Ignite. You know you're not going to get out. Just hold on to it, and maybe the next time it doesn't go so badly for you. With that TP, Achiever isn't going to fall too far behind. It's only the kill gold going with Daehyun that puts that advantage in that mid lane to MHU.
Oh man, that is so scary. And now it jumped right back in the top side. Mr. Planet has already TP'd. And this is how you regain lane. Oh, one more slap. You jump and you live! Oh my gosh. Minions. Okay, minions, RMC, your family pulled through for SIUC. Was that Bob? Was that Jerry? I don't know who. Now a pull in the bot side to get a little bit of extra damage, but really it's just to push him off. Why Hyper and Dragon Master saying, hey, we want to fight too, but the CS says otherwise.
It's Bob. It's always Bob. Whenever a minion last hits a champion, it's Bob.
Bob stole your food as well, huh? That was just mean right there. Fusion Biscuits, though, looking on this bot side, and I mean, I'm not sure how much you're actually going to get. I know they're low, but just trying to find something. Top lane has gone a little bit awry at the start, and Sicarius is going to be carrying those 2 kills throughout the entire map.
Daehyun? He's level 6.
This might not be the best time. Fusion, I don't think you win this. Yes, you're Lethal Tempo, but you don't have Subjugate, and again, it is that fight, and now the last breath comes in. It's a straight up solo kill. The heal comes in. Oh my gosh, you lived, Daehyun. You thought you were in a 1v1, but it's a 1v4. Who do they give the kill to? It is going to go to Valendramus, and the bot side gets to start rolling.
Really good rotations coming through from SIUC to be able to cover that, but it's scary how close Daehyun was to finding the kill. Even with that full collapse, he's still almost, with that last little Tempest, the Cyclone, almost actually found Fusion Biscuits. And that's come from this bot lane that we're talking about. If you pick a Samira, you have to strong side it. You have to throw resources into that bot lane, and we haven't seen it come through so far. And that's hurting MHU when they try and make plays on that bot side.
And you can see, actually, just in a very systematic order, Valendramus now sitting with a consistent 600 gold lead. Yes, you haven't really been able to spend it. You're sitting on about 1,700. But when you come back, that is going to be a brutal shellacking that Y Hyper and Dragon Master will have to deal with. And as you said, RMC, we're going to have to watch this kind of bounce back. Sicarius even looking towards that bot side, trying to get a little bit of flavor. It also means that this situation of the dragon might be even more cause for concern. I'm actually very worried because that is a Hextech dragon. It is a nice one to have. Oh my gosh, I didn't think Mr. Planet was going to stay. I thought he was going to run away, but Slapex just said nah.
Yeah, Mr. Planet, because of the level of discrepancy, Slapex knew, hey, I hit 6, I've got the advantage, I go for this. Now, does have to be careful about this wave. I believe Mr. Planet should be hitting 6.
Oh no, the dive. Oh no.
Oh, he left the
You got
turret range.
Oh. Oof. That was...
Okay,
Okay,
six
Mr.
now.
Planet now has 6, so it's a lot more dangerous. And you go in, you're going
Yeah.
to try and fight it, and now a couple more slaps. Oh, the jump, and there it is. Mr. Planet
Well
gets
played.
the kill, and a little bit of overextension by Sleepex.
Yeah, and that was what I was saying. Mr. Planet might hit, it should be hitting 6 off that wave. The burst damage that Malphite has, the base burst damage is really, really high. And if you're caught under turret as well, what do you need to remember is Unstoppable Force hits minions. So you can very quickly clear that wave. And while you're still walking away, you're taking turret shots to your back. SIUC, this is why they were hard to deal with in the early game. They know how to play this. Now, the big question for SIUC is, great, you've kind of balanced things out. You're still doing pretty well for the most part. How do you snowball this lead? How do you make sure that you don't start falling behind come the mid game?
That question will also rely on this mid lane as we're seeing Fusion look towards that mid. It's Shiver getting some help here. No wards to spot out here, but Daeyeon definitely smells something. You can actually see the ward line. MHU have not been playing with the vision as much as maybe they would like, especially with how aggressive they're trying to be. Their vision line is actually drawn all the way in their jungle and only has actually one ward, I believe. So that's why they're kind of sitting further back, and Daeyeon very much smelled something in the waters. Under the tower, I mean, you're fine, but it's the understanding that this mid lane achiever at level 7 is going to be getting some help.
I like what Jaguar did there. Unfortunately, she took the turret shot, so ends up actually losing out on that trade. We are seeing finally the objectives being looked at for this team. We are 8 minutes in. Nobody looked at that early dragon, considering SIUC had the advantage there. And it's going to be MHU securing that one. Instead, SIUC have rotated towards this top side to pick up the Herald, and we're questioning how do SIUC make sure they continue applying this pressure? Well, Herald's probably better for applying pressure in the early game than Dragon, and will help to catch up some of that gold difference that has shrunk a little bit from last when we checked.
And the Herald went down just as quickly, but they're waiting for a little bit of that jump in, and it's perfect. The last breath is so good. There is no event horizon, and you'll trade it out. Jack's on the top side also winning. Let's get up there. Slapex looking to try and hang out. That's another Counter-Strike goes in, and Slapex gets away with the lives, so it's a 1 for 2 across the board, even with Herald being dropped. And my gosh, those fights lending itself to MHU getting a very slight extension in the gold.
The hand check from MHU starting to come in a little bit. This is why their solo laners are such big carries. Jaguar, can you steal
come
this?
on. Yes! Jaguar, let's go! Sicarius is pissed. 100% Sicarius is pissed.
I mean, on one hand, he did do all the work, but on the other hand, that's not your jungle, mate. Like, just secure it with the smite. It was up. It was available. Just feeling a little bit too confident there, and great ward from Jaguar to spot that out. Now, Sicarius?
I mean, like I said, he was kind of pissed, and his downfall was thinking that no one else was there. They're grouping up from SIUC, giving themselves another kill, and not just that, to a tanky member. Mr. Planet is now 3-2-0. This tanky Malphite will be a pain, and a teleport to the top side. That's even Slapex not getting the second plate, so well played overall.
Yeah, and more importantly, Mr. Planet barely loses any minions as well. Great back timing and rotation from SIUC to make that play happen. They punish Sicarius, and now the passive is off the Zac as well, so they can start to look to be a little bit more aggressive, knowing that Zac's health bar isn't as thick, and that the rest of the team can't just bodyguard them. Hyper might be in trouble.
Ooh. That is a scary, scary time. I'm actually surprised Valendrimus did not decide to follow up on there. You had the flash exhaust, and maybe not expecting their own damage source. But very, very well done. All the lanes so far, maybe not in the CS department, but in the pressure game, is leaning towards SIUC. And the Herald is also not being dropped. And, I mean, this is, again, they feel great about this current setup. But guess what? In this top lane, it is once again Mr. Planet to get bullied out. But you're fine. There is no jump from the Malphite, or not from the Malphite, from the Zac, and you're perfectly happy. You're drawing so much attention to this top lane, and your team is getting so much more on the other side.
Yeah, right now, SIUC, they have played to their win cons. They've stopped Slapex and Daeyeon from completely snowballing the game, and meanwhile, they're getting Valendrimus ahead in this bot side. Now, problem is, Orbital, oh, hold up, Achiever got caught.
Oh, and there's no flash either. That's a knock-up. Easy, easy setup. One more Q will take, and there's no flash either. Oh, no!
Wait,
you wanted a few minions! No! Daeyeon, don't! Okay, thank you. The chocolate is so prime there, but my gosh. Was that 3 auto attacks on a minion, by the way. He really did not like Bob there.
You weren't even the one who died to Bob. That was Slapex. Revenge taken in.
Yeah.
Oh, well, what I was about to say before he pulled that off was the fact that SIUC did this last time too, where Valendrimus was doing fine in the early game and then just kind of got focused down the rest of the game. And the big problem is that Daeyeon is up a massive ton of CS, and sure, Veigar scales, but so does Yasuo.
It's so scary. And honestly, I will always give value over to a Yasuo scaling more than just a than a Veigar. As much as I play Veigar, Yasuo just for some reason gets so scary. The fact, oh, by the way, I will go on a little rant on this. Did you know that a Kai'Sa's ultimate, Killer Instinct, is considered a dash? It is considered a dash, so you're able to actually get stunned up by the Veigar cage. However, Yasuo is considered a freaking blink. How is that possible? That's so dumb. That's all I'm saying. Anyways, we're going to jump in here. Jaguar and Valendramus are getting jumped on here, and that's going to be Daeyeon jumping forward, saying, hey, give me the knock-up as much as possible. I want that Valendramus, and there it is. Last breath goes up, and there is nothing to save, even through that flash, even through no exhaust. It is a final knock-up. The shield work wonders. Jaguar is allowed to live, but the main damage source is there. Daeyeon Chocolate able to secure this bot lane, a little bit of Valley, and as you said, things shaking up for MHU to carry through.
Herald being dropped in the top lane to try and push in on Slaypex, but they still have to be careful for what Slaypex can do, especially under a turret that counter.
Oh! Slay! Slaypex, slay all your way to an outplay in the top lane. You do not need the help. You just have your tower. Beautiful job to get away, whether that was planned or not. Poor Fusion Biscuits is the one to pay the price. This is going to be a dive. It should be fine. One more shard should eat them up. I keep saying should. I think Slayplex is faster. The boots are coming in powerfully, and you healed enough. Mr. Planet can't get the kill. Oh, and the recall in front of the face of Malphite.
But Mr. Planet is still going to get solo time with that turret. Or not, because minions were gone. Okay, never mind. Yeah, Mr. Planet not in the best situation, but that outplay from Slaypex. This is why the solo lanes are so strong from HU. Do we get the replay? We
yes.
Oh,
okay, we saw it at the tail end.
The leap strike, and the Unstoppable Force just passing the mic. Slaypex got greedy. He went back up top. He saw Mr. Planet taking the turret shots, thinking, I can burst him. And Mr. Planet just said, no, I'm tankier than you think. That shield is back up and able to turn the tides on Slaypex.
Oh, and now we get to see, you know what, top lane had some action, so does the mid lane. Daeyeon being fed kills right now, 4-1-1, has the Bloodthirster in pocket, not Bloodthirster, what am I talking about? It is Immortal Shield Bow to carry him through, 4-1-1, and by the way, we have not talked about the CS numbers. We said this mid lane was going to be a little bit rough in the early stages, but the Yasuo is now out of freaking control, almost 40 CS above, and running rampant here at level 11. By the way, Fusion is only level 8, a 3-level lead, and even larger in the bot side.
Yeah, and just to make it clear, it's not that Fusion's behind. Fusion is keeping pace with Sicarius. This is just how far ahead Daeyeon is in that mid lane. Now, a bit of a face-off in the jungle pit, the dragon pit. No last breath for Daeyeon.
Yeah, and that's actually very, very scary because now you're facing off against the tanky Mr. Planet, and with that subjugate, it's going to leave Dragon Master dead. The Master has been slain. Slaypex getting ready, though. That's going to be a jump forward now on the bot side. Unstoppable Force catches Daeyeon's Chocolate. No ulti, and the flash was expended. So, beautiful job there as SIUC are able to collect a bit more as a team and look to get their first dragon of the game. Sicarius, though? Sicarius, are you going to be able to pull this off? Come on, do the Zac special. Do the Zac. No. Go up. No, don't jump in. Come on. Oh, okay. You know what? You still get the seal. It doesn't matter. You still pick up that seal. That is a Zac special, ladies and gentlemen. Usually it's across the edge, but you will pay the price. You go down in the ball, but no one's really there to save you. And why hyper? I mean, this isn't a team played ADC, so you do get the dragon. You're up 2, and you're happy about it. Now it is going to be a catch on the bot side. Achiever teleported down and just get some extra damage down. I mean, that Primordial Burst will not burst as hard as you think.
Wow, what should have been a series of winning plays for SIU where they can go take that dragon, rotate into mid, take that turret, and go to Herald immediately. They only get 2 out of 3 of that. They don't end up picking up that dragon, and even this Herald could be a little bit dangerous. Actually, never mind, Slaypex is low and Sicarius isn't back up yet.
Nope, this is, it's a little bit scary for Valendramus. Come on, you know you want to do it. Yeah, oh, okay, you know what, never mind.
They can still do it, they're just waiting for minions.
Oh, there it goes. Okay, there we go. Over the wall. Achiever says, I'll tank for you. One more second, take it.
Wait,
and that will be the kill. But now this is going to be a problem. Achiever has nothing. You still die. Oh, my gosh. All right. You know what? You took 2. We'll give it to you. You took 2, but you gave up way too much time. And Valendramus quickly speeds out of control. You need an auto attack, though. You need to get something going. And that's going to be a jump. We're going to quickly flip to the top side as Mr. Planet has been able to collect 2 towers, by the way. This is a lot of gold into the Malphite. Valendramus is going to get jumped on. No knockup just yet. Do you get another punch? Nope, you do not. So Valendramus having to expend quite a bit to stay alive. Mr. Planet losing Flash on the top side. But so far in this early stages, it is leaning towards no one drastically ahead of the other. Daeyeon now still fighting. What is going on here, RMC? Why are they still dancing in the jungle? Thankfully, the rest of the team shows up, and SIU are finally pushing MHU out of their side.
They're just tanking turrets like they're not.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
It's
this
not
is Mr.
ending.
Planet. He's got ult.
Yes, he does. And I mean, Daeyeon's got nowhere to go. This is going to be a battle for the ages as a slow roll for MHU. It's trying to hold him off. There you go. There's a jump in. And they get another knockout. In goes Hyper. Hyper, the Blossom of the Inferno. Slaughters 3. And it will be kills. Yes, you have death on the other side. Daeyeon falls. But another draw in. Dragon Master said, I don't want to stop. It says, okay, maybe I should drop. Primordial Burst ends his life. That was a bit of an overstep. But Achiever says, thank you very much. 2 for 2 at the end of the day. But topside laying for Slaypex's way.
Okay, one thing we probably should have touched on in draft, but didn't, was the fact that MHU is primarily physical damage. Yes, there's some hybrid damage from Jax. Yes, Zac does AP damage, but by and large, it's a lot of physical damage. And you're seeing Mr. Planet right now picking up that Bramble Vest. The armor stacking on this Malphite is going to make him harder and harder to kill, and it's getting kind of risky. These bases, speaking of risky, Sicarius and Hyper, if Achiever was feeling spicy, they could have just gone in and found more kills.
I feel like they thought about it, but you also just don't want to take that chance. At this point, you do realize that SIU are in their own element. Rod of Ages currently being built up on Achiever's side, so in about 7 more minutes, we are going to see the full stack. Blue buff as well, so building up armor on their end as well. Instead of going for that, extra burst, you're going for the safety, which I can appreciate. Again, don't get me wrong, but SIU do feel like they have a chance to actually bully out, and with this Chemtech drag situation, I think they do want to focus on getting those dragons for themselves. You saw the steal from before. A little bit frustrated about that one. So in a minute 30, we're going to try and collect. But they say, you know what, minute 30 is a little bit too long. Let's find the kills of ourselves. Dragon Master Whip Flash is going to try and flash away, but you can't flash away from Jaguar, who is just a bit too fast, keeping himself safe. And the rest of the team does not want to follow SIU. Get that summoner spell.
Yeah, and because Daeyeon is still there, if we watch a lot of these fights right now, if Daeyeon's last breath is up, you can tell SIU, they're playing this very patiently, they're playing this very respectfully, because they know that's the big team fight ultimate for MHU. The moment last breath is down, they'll pull the trigger. But before that, you've got to respect it, you've got to try and make sure Valendramus and Achiever don't get caught by it.
This is, once again, the little beatdown here. Slaypex just trying to get
coming,
some,
though.
but this is the bait. Oh, no. Slaypex does get a counter-strike on 2, but the rest of the team is here. And
Can you find it?
Slaypex says, I want to slay. Mr. Planet says, no.
Yeah, we talked about the itemization as well. Mr. Planet just getting tankier and tankier. And I respect that Slaypex thought you could take the 1v1. And you can. But it's not a 1v1. League is a 5v5 game. And that vision you mentioned, Orbital, that MHU have largely been playing this game with subpar vision. SIU have been lighting everything up like a Christmas tree, and it's paying dividends.
Oh, and this is going to be a double knockup. That will finish it off. You know what? You'll trade your life. And the fact that bot side was also pushing, MHU are getting more every time they do lose a member. So, hats off. Even without vision, they're still able to make moves.
Well, somebody from MHU has to go back and deal with the top lane, though. Herald did get dropped. It's pushing in. Yep, there we go. The ping. Slaypex is there. I like it. Slaypex has TP as well. And Orbital, you're talking about SIU wanting to get those dragons, make the stack and stop. Well, they've got to risk it. Fusion Biscuits, Mr. Planet has ult up and available.
Uh-oh, they are grouped. That's going to be a double
Slaypex,
knockup. Look at the
Swacky
TP in the
TP.
backline, but they're so far away. This is a 4v4, and it is going to be Sicarius to jump into the backline. A little bit of a split, but Dragon is still being jumped on.
fine.
Here we go.
Damn.
Valendramus is able to get away, and look at the HP, but the kill
Ooh.
HP is right back. Achiever trying to help out, and that is going to be Fusion to get the kill number 1. Look at the HP bars. They are down below, but there it is. MHU Slaughter 2 in the backline. Achiever looking for the promoter burst, and they get it. Dragon down to about 500 HP. Who picks it up? Who gets it? It's going to be the kill, and Zac picks it up there on Soul Point. Can they clean up the rest of the kills? Yes, again, MHU scrapping for their absolute lives, and it looks like they have Watt out. Sicarius is going to jump. Achiever is going to get smited, and the chase is on for the Vigar. Mr. Planet, that 7-2 and 5 rock is the only one left standing.
And Orbital Daeyeon just did not die in that fight. You saw the engage from SIU, but it wasn't able to finish them off. Thank you, Observer. Yep, that Herald we're talking about, we lost track of it because Slaypex TP'd, but he did not finish the Herald before it happened. You won the team fight, you got the Dragon, but you lost the inhibitor for it. And throughout this fight, just track how long Daeyeon's still alive. He's still here, and ultimately Achiever has to walk all the way in, taking all that damage for free, putting himself in a rough position in that pit, actually has to tank up a couple of dragon shots as well. And for SIU, to me, that's just them not finishing the initial job. If you had taken out Daeyeon, the rest of this fight gets so much easier. Easier, but not an instant win, because Slaypex is starting to pop off as well. And while Slaypex is struggling to finish off Mr. Planet, like it takes a long time, he's kind of tanky, you saw what he did to Achiever, you saw what he did to Fusion Biscuits. This Jax is starting to become a bit of a scary backline threat in these fights.
Even without the lethal tempo, without the Conqueror, Slaypex is also doing their own job of, staying alive in these fights, and I'm honestly enjoying it. This reminds me of old school League where the fights took forever. There was just no one dying. It's the meatballs, going at it. And those are the days that I love it. I'm a control mage player, so I love those days. It's just sit there, I'm a Nivea, I hold down R, and no one gives a crap about me, so I miss it. But Slaypex now getting very, very tanky. You can see the build-up here as well. But the main thing I also want to say is Sicarius is also getting much tankier as well. You have the 2-item power spike, if you will, and there they go jumping in here. It is a second fight, and they're calling, but that's going to be a counter-strike on 2. The rest of the team is not really there, but now they jump in the back line. They catch so many more, and MHU are looking for their second team fight win. Mr. Planet and Fusion both have to flash away, but guess who doesn't have flash? It is Jaguar that will fall, and they will power dive this to oblivion, and Achiever tries to round him out. That is going to be the smite, and everyone walks into the event horizon, but Achiever, no one cares. They have control of mid, and MHU take a second team fight win.
Yeah, and this one is massive. Baron is actually up, but they're not going for it. They're just taking turrets. Achiever stepping up here is playing with fire. Those event horizons are doing a ton of work, but if you mess up one...
yeah. Well, you know what? At this point, it is going to be the tower to fall, and now both teams have an inhibitor open. MHU having mid, which does give it a bit of priority, but topside SIU, if they get the chance to actually walk further than their own jungle, maybe they can do something with it.
Yeah, the vision being cleared out right now, though, does mean it's getting harder and harder for SIU to step up. And I'm going to be honest, Orbital, right up to that fight, I was thinking things are still really even though SIU lost the Dragon fight. You saw how close it was, and if they had focused the targets a little bit better, I think they could have taken that. Now, with this recent spate of gold we've seen go to MHU, if they spend that gold, it gets much harder. Dragon Master, good flash. If he dies, that's Baron to SIU.
Oh, 100%. It's a call that was heavily made, and it feels bad as well because the rest of the team was off on the sidelines. You can actually see on the top side, Daeyeon going for that mid wave, and bot side is where Slaypex is, but because the flash out, because they know that no one's really around, they're going to go for this. Yeah. Vision is in their own favor, and remember the last TP, there's nowhere for Slaypex to actually TP into. If you want to call it, you have to go now, and the Baron's gone. It's over. They get it for free. SIU make a very, very gutsy call, and it works out 100% for them.
Sicarius is trying to stop people. Oh, there's the Slaypex TP.
I don't know how well this is going to go. Everyone splits away, and Jaguar might be the sacrificial lamb. Valendrimus is going to get jumped on, but no one's there to follow up. Daeyeon is going to get the follow-up kill.
Can they get the knock-up?
There comes another TP. They're looking one more jump, and that's going to be the last breath. Are you kidding me? The Baron was taken, but the follow-up is good. MHU, though, they are going to follow through and keep trying to chase just a little bit outside of tower range. 2 kills, though. 2 Barons taken away, and MHU say, you know what? We'll take it. We now get a pressure top and mid at the same time.
4v3 Baron on SIU with 20 seconds on the death timer for Valendrimus, though. Slaypex is going to get this free push, and SIU... You see, it's a risky call. I think they knew exactly what they were doing. Achiever, though, cannot afford to die here.
Nope, not at all. You are just waiting, and that's going to be a stopwatch use. That's the Zanya's Hourglass baiting out a little bit of time, and Slaypex has to leave, but they do want to get the inhibitor. Do they get it? No, you can't. Oh, that feels so bad. No one got the inhibitor. It is going to hang on just at a sliver, and SIU will have a march on Dragon, denying the soul to MHU.
Matt, it feels like these teams are so different. SIU feels calculated. Like they know that, okay, we saw MHU walk away. We know the damage we have. We see Slaypex bot. We can make this play. He has no TP. And then MHU feel like they're playing fast and loose. They're just seeing, okay, they got Baron. We need to kill some of them. And it works for MHU because their hands are good. But eventually, good planning is going to start paying dividends. SIU are going to be able to take this Dragon for free. And for MHU, there's nothing you can answer. They're trying to push up mid lane, but if you overextend, because Sicarius is dead, this is a 5v4. MHU need to sit down, need to take a bit of time to reset here. You've got the better hands. You've now just got to get the better setup. Man, this is so close.
We get the evil look at this. One last hit. Sicarius is trying, but the minion block, look at that, just bullying them out. And the blobs, unfortunately, blobs can't hit anything, so feels kind of bad, but that is the most BM replay we got, and I love our observer for it. Thank you so much also to our production crew. It is Storm Warrior and PETA giving us all the glorious action here tonight. Also in the previous series, so really shout out to them for making sure we get the best angles to watch all the highlights and fails of the entire series.
I love the fact that we actually have replays for grand finals. We don't always have replays ops. Now, 30 seconds on this Baron push. This will be the last wave for SIU. Interestingly enough, Sicarius actually opting to back. I was wondering if they wanted to kind of pull the trigger and look for the engage with the last breath. Even 4v5, if you can catch Achiever and Valentimus, you can turn that. But as it stood, they wanted Stapex to kind of split push without TP, and because of that, they're taking a lot of damage with no real engage threat.
It looks like it's okay, and with Baron wearing out right now, that was about the most push that SIU are going to get, and you can see the little okay signal. It's just right. You know, you'll take it. You are now matched at 6 towers to 6, and yes, it's a little bit of a difference, but again, the inhibitor has not fallen, so SIU can consider that a win. And remember, at this point, they have gotten past the early game. We said one of their big striking points was they needed to get through the early game in good standing. Now, that's a debatable term between what's gone on and who's at where, but it has held strong in the mid to late game. They now have the power to challenge. And MHU, I only see one cut-through option. I only see that Lord Dom's Regards on Y Hyper, and the fact that Slapex has to build a Wit's End instead of some extra, Bork or anything of that sort, does mean that the damage is going to be a little bit questionable, which is why they're bringing Daeyeon up here. Mr. Planet does have to throw a flash out. Oh, and the flash into the wall. Slapex, that one hurts. Mr. Planet, though, you have to use that unstoppable force. You can't get away. You need to run. There it is. An ult out means you are safe. But a rundown on the top side with no minion wave. Once again, MHU, as you said, RMC, it's just kind of running fast and loose, looking for an opportunity.
And hey, it seems to have worked out for them, kind of. Again, yes, flash for flash traded, but having the unstoppable force down is actually massive for MHU. We talked about how SIU need to play around Daeyeon's last breath. The same is kind of true for Mr. Planet's unstoppable force. That has been the big engage tool for this team. What's worrying, though, is Slapex is struggling in the 1v1 against the Malphite. That was not a winning 1v1. That was a 3v1 where Mr. Planet still managed to stroll out alive. That is starting to become a bit of a problem. And as you mentioned, Lord Doms for Hyper, no cut-through option for Slapex means that, sure, your skilling and your abilities mean you should be a better duelist, but Malphite isn't here to duel you. He's just here to take damage and clear waves.
That's all you have to do. You're just waiting, and the stalling is working. And this is also where I will always have a personal grief with majority share AD damage. If the Malphite is on the other side, it feels like it's actually quite easy to itemize against it. It is feeling like it's quite easy to kind of deal with these options. And the fact that Achiever, we haven't even talked about it, the Unleashed Spellbook is allowing for a possible, extra heal to come out, an extra exhaust to come out, following up behind Valentimus. These things can cut down these big damage dealers. Daeyeon and Slapex, you have to keep eyes on what Achiever has on the table. And with Dragon coming up in a minute and a half, Baron in 30 seconds, these next team fights are going to be exceptionally crucial. We have now hit 30 minutes on the dime, and these team fight, the death timers are starting to become longer and longer.
Yeah, and overall, you mentioned Achiever's itemization, and we do need to talk about that because the Rod of Ages you talked about, Zhonya's second item. This is not the Veigar that we're used to seeing where Death Cap is often second item. Achiever doesn't actually have that much burst damage outside of his ultimate. It's a lot about that zone control with the Event Horizon. Sicarius going in.
And they're trying to jump on it, but that's less breath used on a support in top lane. I'm not sure if that's what you really want to do, but it looks like the chase will yield results. You at least get one, and you're looking for one more. The Unstoppable Force will yield nothing on the other side as SIU watch as they just tank. Mr. Planet lives for so freaking long. No one wanted to help out because Achievers in the bot side had just used TP to try and hold the lane, and because of that, MHU find an opportunity in a 4v2. They take the 2 and the Baron as well.
I think this is the first major macro mistake we've seen from SIU, and not only did Achiever burn the TP, he gets soloed out as well on that bot side, so free Baron for MHU, and it's going to be interesting to see what they can find with this Baron, if they are in a position to push out before these death timers tick over. Achiever, 30 seconds.
No. And look at that. The call being from SIU is going to be so scary. You saw the pings go down. SIU actually hesitated.
They
These
can't
two
get
were
out.
looking to hold on. And now they don't get anything. That call to go for Dragon for the Constellation Prize will not work. And Slapex is going to run them out of the jungle. So MHU not only get 3 kills and a Baron, but they will get the Soul as well. A drastic and unfortunate swing by SIU. They lost 2 crucial members, and MHU capitalized.
Gotta be honest, I actually think MHU taking the Dragon is not a bad thing for SIU right there. I think what would have been worse if they managed to stall out Fusion Biscuits and Villendremus at the Dragon and Slapex had continued pushing on that bot lane. Then you've got 2 exposed inhibitors, and MHU at this point, they're up 7,000 gold, and they've spent it. You can see, look at the items. Dayon as well, completing his Wits End with BTIE. You saw what he did to anybody not named Mr. Planet. If MHU pushed and then fell back to the Dragon, if SIU contests there and lose that fight, it's game over. SIU need to very carefully pick their fights right now because they don't have very much margin for error. The next fight could be game over.
I'm also quite surprised, by the way. MHU, there is almost no cleanse potential for Achievers, so they're just rocking with the, is the event horizon down? Yes, good. I love it. I just want to point that out. I love that fact that they're going so ham. And I'm excited because now we get to see what could be that final push. As you were saying, RMC, this could be that end. There are so many things that could go wrong and could go right. And it really is up to either SIU or MHU to make that major mistake. And that's the one that we want to watch for. Mr. Planet, who is still only level 14, by the way, gets a massive blast going over. And Slapex is going to try and do what Mr. Planet does, which is hold on. But look at the drop. They go into the stopwatch, able to stay alive. And look, can the rest of the team help? You get the heals. You are staying alive. And the last friend jumps. And Achiever is locked in with the Zonias as well. And they burn through Mr. Planet like he is nothing. This is a slaughter of the cosmic divides. And everything is a problem here. Slapex jumps in, finds Villendremus. And that is the ADC down. The follow-up, the brutalization of SIU. Early game is over. Everything else falls. MHU have found the kills and more as they take 4 and the base as well.
Achiever all on his lonesome. The ult's almost back up. He's got enough cooldown reduction at this point that it's not the longest cooldown, but like you said, right now Achiever's all about the event horizon. If it's down, MHU are just like, okay, we go in. The only thing we're worried about is event horizon.
And the event horizon will not save the Nexus from falling, and that will be MHU to take game number 1 in a spicy one. No doubt in the early stages, but mid to late game, the quick snap calls from MHU lead them to victory, 31-20, 1 soul in their hand in 34 minutes on the clock.
And this orbital is why MHU, number 1, undefeated, and in their first grand finals, they are making a statement game 1. Orbital, I want to highlight something with the CS numbers, with the scoreboard for these 2 teams. It felt very competitive. It felt close. SIU felt like they were within spitting distance right up to the very end. But both Mr. Planet and Achiever got Flame Horizon that game. And I think it's a huge testament to SIU's macro and teamwork that we didn't really feel that until the very, very end.
It's a painful reminder of the strengths of MHU right now. And yes, SIU were able to give some margin there. We said it, right? They do have good team coordination, but those lanes, you gotta get those lanes under control. So we'll see if they can do it in game number 2. Right now, game number 1 gave us a decent amount of spice, even with the oatmeal starting. They threw on some seasoning, you know, the pepper, the garlic, whatever you want to say. But let's go ahead, head into game number 2. Let's see if we can get a feast rolling here in the NECC final best of 5 here in the season. Don't go anywhere. We are back, a little bit of a break, ready to go for game number 2, and my gosh, was game 1 an enjoyment to watch. We saw both teams come out and play almost exactly like we thought they would. It was a little bit of spice in the early game, SIU bringing a lot of pain, and the grouping from them was on point. However, the systematic calculations cannot deal with the fast-paced nature of MHU. They are able to roll over in key moments, and hopefully they can do it in game number 2 as well.
Yeah, MHU just built different, and I'm still flashing back to that last fight where Slapex got caught. It's like, yeah, Slapex is in here, right? 4 people, and then perfect stopwatch, came back into the fight and created the perfect counter engage to win it. Now, bro, game 2. We said we wanted spice in game 1. We kind of got a little bit, but that's nothing like what these teams can do. Now that game 1 kind of went the way it did, I'm hoping SIU kind of just throw the playbook out the window and bring the real spice. I know the teams have prepared some. I just don't know what it is, and I would want to see it.
I mean, it's not game 3, though. It's not game 3. Don't do the spice. I said at the beginning or at the end. This is not the end. This is the middle. This is the, I guess the main course. You know, if you want to go standard, whatever you want to do. But you can see the bands coming out here, and SIU are like, screw game 1. Absolutely screw game 1. The Zach and the Yasuo, I appreciate it. Rel in... Okay, so keep in mind they are picking an order. Rel in the top side for Mr. Planet, and Slapex decides to go his signature Yone.
Yeah, I mean, so far, nothing too crazy from
God.
MHU. Slapex, known for his Yone in the top side, like we mentioned, Riven, Yone, Vayne, those sort of champions. Amumu for Sicarius fits perfectly. He likes these AoE CC engaged champions. I was thinking maybe Sedge, but Amumu does the same thing. But SIU, like, that spice, I've not seen a rel top before, like at all. I actually don't know how this lane works.
I don't either, and it's scaring me a lot. And we're also seeing a mid lane Graves luck in here. To give you some information, by the way, Yone was R5 for the side of MHU, Amumu was R3, and the Graves was actually no. You better swap that. We'll get back to it, Dayan. Looking on the other side of SIU, the Silos was B5, taking all the way, taking all the way back, taking a look at 4 others, and then the Rel was actually B4. So they planned this to try and fight out against the likes of some top lane fashions, but we just haven't seen Rel in a solo lane aspect. The whole kit is supposed to revolve around being together with someone.
Yeah, and I mean, I can kind of see what they're going for with the Kindred pick for Fusion Biscuits. Like I said, when I was prepping, I was thinking Fusion Biscuits and Achiever are the big carries for this team. So they've got the 2 big carries now, Kindred and Silas. We're seeing the Seraphine pick up as well now for SIU. They're running triple support, Orbital. I don't know. Okay, Rakan. Okay, I was thinking another Enchanter actually to kind of buff up Fusion Biscuits there. They went with another source of engage. I really like the idea from what SIU are doing, but they're doubling down on what worked for them last game, the macro, the team fighting, the sort of death ball style composition they had, but they're also doubling down on their weakness as well. These are not good laners.
No, these are... I will be honest, and as we see the Nautilus come out here, this is... it's also spicy from MHU a little bit, right? A little bit of a shake-up in the ADC. There are no ADCs, by the way. Graves, sure, you can call him an ADC, whatever you want.
Yeah.
No, he's not an ADC. He has to reload. Okay, Gen reload. Okay, don't worry about what I just said. But this is a composition that SIU, I would actually expect an Olaf to come out of, right? Not a Kindred.
Yes.
Olaf, this is something that you used to see a lot of the time, and I think it was actually played in professional play at one point. It was literally, if you have a carry jungler, send it. The Kindred is one that doesn't feel like it will have the survivability that an Olaf would, but they're hanging on it right now.
Okay, so yeah, the Olaf used to be picked in jungle, and then you run an Enchanter mid and Enchanter support, double Enchanter composition, he's Juggernaut, unkillable. The Kindred with double support works in a similar fashion, more like the old Juggernaut, or, you know, where you've got some sort of AD carry, you buff them up and they just run people down. Kindred has the advantage of having the Lamb's Respite ultimate as well, a bit more safety of their own, so that they can try and make these plays, but right now the problem is I'm looking where, I guess the idea is that you've got supports in multiple lanes so Kindred can gank and get those kills. But the problem is I'm just looking across at MHU, and this is a very dumb draft. The Karthus Nautilus, we talked about the fact that Hyper likes these sort of Samira, Karthus, Seraphine, and you well, I guess they didn't want the Samira. You took away the Seraphine. Karthus is the fallback. I like it also because it's magic damage for the team, which was something they were lacking in game 1. But into the likes of a Seraphine or Rakan, there is a lot of ways to punish this bot lane, and it's very gankable for this Amumu. Graves in the mid lane, not something we've seen recently, but back in the day, especially with Bloodthirster and with Immortal Shield Pull, this guy just pushes, perma pushes. You can't gank him because he heals back up. He's got so much armor of that true grit, turns around, fights you. And Sylas does struggle in lane against ranged champions. This is not a good matchup for him. So even if Kindred ganks there, no guarantee for a kill. Topside Yone, I feel like this is the one lane maybe you can look for the kill, but it's Slapex! And we saw Slapex in the Jax last game, and the Jax is the only time he's played it this season. Yeah, he plays in solo queue, whatever. Yone is what he's been playing in this league. He's very, very practiced and polished with it. It's not an early game champion necessarily, but when you put it in the hands of Slapex, I don't know, man. I'm willing to suspend my disbelief.
I am as well, and it's scary because even Slapex did not have an amazing time in the top side. Let's keep in mind what happened. In the 1v2s under tower, yes, did quite well, but in the early stages, it was actually Mr. Planet that got a lead. Was about 3-2-1 at the start on a tank of all things. But it's still like, if Slapex now gets a fantastic champion like Yone, this out-of-this-world pick, if you will, on the Rel, which we have not seen before, this is a big question mark, and we're, I think, still very scared. MHU are still picking that early, you know, that we can bully you in the early stages, and it will be on SIU to kind of bring us a lot of value there. I'm scared to really lay down exactly what I want to see them do. I'm really scared to say, okay, do we just, you know, farm it up, get the I also didn't see, okay, so we did actually get a swap out. It is not going to be the double smite. That's what I was talking about with Daeyeon. I did not want to see the double smite come down, and I was gonna cry my eyes out if I saw that.
No, just needed time to, you know, set your runes, change your summers there.
Yeah.
Like, actually, I would have been more excited to see the smite. I don't know what advantage it would give you, but it'd be really fun to watch. That's it. If you don't want to lay out a plan for SIU, I will orbital. Because, like we said, it's kind of a death ball composition, you know, like triple support with one hyper carry. And you know who your carry is going to be. And surprise, surprise, it's actually not Achiever. Like, Sylas, great, good, sure. This is a Fusion Biscuits composition. Kindred has to get ahead, and Kindred has to carry the game. Achiever is not going to be able to do that without everybody ganking his lane. So it's more on Fusion Biscuits to move around and take advantage of the supports in the various side lanes. Now, for SIU, not only does Fusion Biscuits need to rotate early, they need to get out of lanes as fast as they can. This composition works when you're together. If you're spread out, supports need to carry two support. Two supports supporting each other is kind of mid. So for SIU, you know what? Even if you have to sack some of your turret plates, that's fine. I'd love to see them move early. And we said that Achiever needs people to gank his lane for him to get ahead. Go for that if you need to. Just focus on pushing out lanes, rotating as fast as you can. That's what I want to see from SIUC. That's what we saw work for them in the mid game when they started getting a bit of that lead. It was the roaming, it was the teamwork, it was the team fighting that put them ahead.
Now, we have to look on the MHU side, as we are going to see them try and stack up once again. It is all 5 onto the Rift, as MHU are now on that red side. And they're saying we got the Nautilus, so we're gonna do it again. Keep in mind, they were able to burn the flash out of Fusion Biscuits last time, but this is a lot more dangerous. Oh boy, they are rotating in, and thankfully it's a little bit of a question mark. The pings go down. Oh no,
Surely
this is a full 5v5. Zoom in, please. We're about to get the anger to come out. The hook lands, and it's actually Dragon Master that's taken quite low. This is a bully moment, and they get the kill. First blood goes the way of Fusion Biscuits, and now the kills are scattered. It's a little bit of a split. Hyper can't get in, and it's actually MHU that are running for the hills. Remember, this is a situation of epic proportions with multiple supports, and now a follow-up. Sicarius runs, tries to flash away, but they lose. It's 2 kills to SIU on, surprise, surprise, the main carries. Fusion Biscuits gets first blood, and Achiever gets a kill and an assist.
MHU just got hands checked by a face bush check. Like, they just walked into that and support. And look at the kill distribution. First blood. We were talking about the big carry for SIU. Fusion Biscuits gets first blood. Achiever picks up third blood in that fight as well, and suddenly SIU's carries online. MHU, great that Daeyeon gets that, but it's not going to be enough. And you can see that because Dragon Master tanked so much initially, and by the way, didn't even get a chance to use the exhaust either. The moment it became a 4v5, it doesn't matter that you've got good early game level 1 champions. You just don't have enough. You've only got 80% of your power, and SIU happy to just leverage that for the early advantage.
I also want to point out, Fusion had the mark on Sicaria, so picking up an earlier mark means that this is going to help speed up ever so slightly the clear speed of Fusion Biscuits. You are going to be able to have a little extra damage. Now, you were not able to back and get anything off that gold, so you are not going to have the exceptional damage that we were expecting. But it's still nice to see, right? Still very, very nice to see. Topside, though, this is something that we were watching for. Remember, there is no flash. Slayplex should have another... Oh, did not have the knockup. This is the big question mark. Slaypex is saying, I'm actually going to enjoy this early situation that was caused by the invade. Yes, you came out a little bit worse for in the gold department, but it could yield results, and Daeyeon has no flash. You're playing inside your own minions, but it does not work. You are now dead in the waters, and Fusion Biscuits, in 2.5 minutes, has 2 stacks.
It's just Snowball, and we said Snowball is the name of the game for SIU's composition. And Fusion Biscuits, I love the fact you clear the bot side and you just gank mid. A lot of times, you know, players are kind of conditioned to wait for full clears and be like, oh, the first gank's going to come at like 340. We're good to keep pushing. No. This Kindred, you'll farm a lane as quickly as you farm a camp. And now, with that buy, Zerker's Grease picked up already with the dagger. It's a faster clear, but more importantly, it's faster roams to get to all these lanes and start farming your extra camps.
Oh. An Achiever, actually. You know, maybe it's a little bit faster clear, but what's not fast is Achiever going on the Kingslayer on a minion and going, whoops, better walk away. That was an unfortunate scenario. Mr. Planet, though, trying to get a little bit of revenge and now having some decent damage, which is, it's just weird to see, by the way, a Rel in the top side. I'm questioning everything that's going on, but the bait is going to be good. Look at that hook range. Good grab. And can you follow up with another? Yes, you can. Kill not granted to Slaypex, but it is granted to Sicarius, who is hoping to get that level 6 as quickly as possible. Oh, no. Fusion Biscuits, you may be strong, but you do have to run away. You know the rest of the team is coming in. Achiever ready to go. Good grab, but you do follow on the back end, and now there's going to be another draw, and it's a trade, a 1-for-1. I think you're happy about that one, though, because no extra jump in, no extra stack to Fusion Biscuits, but the turnaround Sicarius is getting ignited. Do you have another knockup? I don't think you do. And Yone is not moving for the lane, so Sicarius is getting a run down. There's nowhere to run away. You are dead. Fusion Biscuits is 4-0-1 at 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the situation and going, it's 5-3. It's not that bad, but when 4 of those kills are on Fusion Biscuit, yeah, it's not great. And Sicarius picked up 2 of the 3 kills that MHU has. Now, that's not looking like an AP Amumu to me, seeing that Bulwark being picked up early, or Aegis, pardon me, that's your tag item. And so unfortunately, kill distribution isn't going great for MHU. Now, MHU, it's a bit of a rough early game, but let's not forget, they've already said it before, SIU is a really good early game team, and MHU have managed to come back repeatedly in the late game. Hyper this time on that Karthus is a massive hyper scaler as well, and right now, because of that roam from Jaguar, Hyper is getting to free farm that bot side as well, making sure that he doesn't fall behind and he will be able to hit his power spikes on time.
Honestly, we know that that's going to happen. We know that Hyper's going to do that. My question is, where do MHU start to stem the bleeding? Where do they start, you know, kind of putting band-aids around here? Because if they get caught up in the pace of Fusion Biscuits, that's an infinite scaler. That is someone that is going to be so happy just duking it out in the early stages when ultis aren't there, even when ultis are up. You are just hoping to have an opportunity. The fact that Fusion Biscuits also went for the Conqueror, did not go for either press the attack or lethal tempo or anything like that, means that you're also going to sustain even further in their own right. And this is what I was talking about, Sicarius. You do not have ulti. You are level 5. You're now putting your own laner in danger. Sicarius will fall once again, and guess what? It's another mark to Fusion Biscuits. By the way, 4 stacks is what you're looking for. I believe Fusion Biscuits has 5 already.
I don't know if he managed to stack that quickly because a lot of those kills went down in the same window.
So.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
True. Yeah, I'm sure it's still a lot of marks. And
can we get a check? By the way, I want to get a check on that. That is okay. 3 stacks. 3 stacks. I'm so sorry, but that's still so ridiculous.
Yeah, it feels like it should be more, but I think it's time restricted on how long it takes before the next mark can spawn, right? So, yeah, it's wait, what happened to the mark on the dragon? I thought they marked it.
No. That's at 4 or 5. It is higher. So the mark was actually on the Raptors on the other side.
Okay. That was a weird. Oh, that was probably Kindred's one of the passives, the 3-hit one. Yeah, but for SIU right now, watching them is like watching a beautifully orchestrated piece of music right now. We talked about them getting Kindred ahead, and then we talked about them roaming out of lanes. And look at Jaguar and Valendrimus in that bot side as well. They push, they roam, they push, they roam. And because Hyper isn't pushing quite as hard and is focused on just picking up the CS and holding wave in good spot, it's allowing SIU to get these numbers advantage in the mid lane, and Daeyeon is not allowed to take over as much as he did last game. Now, keep in mind, he's still up a ton of CS, but he hasn't really been able to, find kills, get objectives, which is really the point of League of Legends. The kills just facilitate that.
I mean, they're actually looking for it. They understand that, exactly what you pointed out. They feel that as well. You can see him hiding and waiting. But look at where Fusion is now, giving a bit of an opportunity. They called it out. They said, hey, they're not going to be too worrisome. And we have vision. We know that Sicarius should be on the top side. We had a ward down in their bottom side jungle. So where are they going to be? Cool. Let's take their own. Now it's going to be a catch, though. This is Achiever getting caught in a great grab on the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Will be able to save Achiever. Achiever jumping away with the Kingslayer.
Oh.
You dodge out and narrowly avoid death. Are you kidding me? Achiever outplays MHU.
And for MHU, it's starting to feel a little bit desperate. Like they're making these high risk plays that, frankly, they don't need to. What MHU actually just need to do is sit back and farm up. Slapex is still doing really, really well in the 1v1. Daeyeon is still farming up a Storm. And keep in mind, these were the two who carried last game and Flame Horizon last game. Wait for Hyper to hit 6, which now he has that Requiem as well. Now you can start to make plays, and most importantly, Orbital, vision. Track where Fusion Biscuits is. All that gold for SIU is on this jungler. If Fusion Biscuits is not there, MHU still should be winning all the other fights.
I mean, they should. They
Sure.
should. I'm not sure if they are. Like, this is the other side of it.
Fusion Biscuits is
Okay.
100% KP. He's not going to get kills.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. We are taking a look at it a little bit more though. And are you kidding? No, Mr. Planet, you can't do this right now. I don't like seeing the HP traded, and Mr. Planet, a level 7 rel, is able to do this. This feels illegal, RMC. This feels completely illegal. This is so mean. They're going to draw him in. The magnet works. You get the jump. No, you didn't get the knockup, so you can't follow through. If that knockup had landed, that would have been the kill. Oh, no. Oh, no. Sleepex, you get the knockup. You die. Oh, you out of the minion. Mr. Planet is going to fall instead, but it's still a 1-for-1. Sleepex picks up their first kill of the game. But my gosh, that did not look reasonable. Someone tell me why this route top is somehow pulling kills.
Okay, so on one hand, that doesn't surprise me. That's what I expected the champions to do. Remember I mentioned Yone's not an early game champion. Usually he needs a couple of items to really start popping. At least his first lifesteal item, similar to Yasuo. If not, trades aren't great. Daeyeon gets knocked up. Can they follow up?
No, they'll be okay. It's under tower. Just clear the wave and you'll be able to stay alive.
Okay. But part of me was wondering if they're going for the dive with the Lamb's Respite from Fusion
I could
Biscuits.
see it.
Yeah, I mean, the turret damage would keep stacking, though, which even through the Lamb's Respite, so that's kind of risky. Oh, and speaking of risky there, Jaguar. Okay, she's fine. Sicarius?
We are so just watching this happen, and now it's going to be a heartbreaker. Are you kidding me? Not a heartbreaker, but that is the call. And Sleepex just goes, I'm so done with this. We are watching this over and over again just be a ridiculous show here. We do not know if MHU are going to try and pull something out and just go ham, or if SIU are going to force a go ham moment.
You see, from a strategic point of view, MHU had no reason to do what they did right there.
Yeah.
But MHU, this is not a team that necessarily plays with reason. Their instincts are really, really good. And so, even despite the fact that they went in on a risky play, which doesn't really net them anything, they kind of want it, right? They're still walking out the higher health bars. SIU still has to back off and has to reset. Now, I hope it doesn't come back to bite them, because MHU actually need to reset themselves to make sure they're ready for that dragon fight. Slapex, you still have no life steal. Why are you fighting this?
Because apparently you think you can beat a support who is not a support right now. This is brutal. Remount by Mr. Planet. And a drawback, and now the ulti. There is no flash. It's just a solo kill by Mr. Planet. Welcome to the solar system. Slapex has dropped. There it is. The sad kitty. They know they messed up. Wait, what? Fusion? Let's get a replay of that one. Fusion pressed R. Fat-fingered. Was trying to lay down the Herald. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. You still get the tower plates. I don't know what's going on here, RMC.
It's a zoning out, Orbital. It's a zoning.
Zoning ulti. Alright, zoning ulti works. Fusion Biscuit is now going to look at the mid lane and keep pressure up, because the gold lead has not gone further than 1k. I want you to keep that in mind with all the action that's gone on. Gold has not shifted so far in SIU's favor.
Yeah, throughout all of this, Slapex and Daeyeon have continued to farm up a Storm and keep their CS lead. This is why I said MHU actually need to slow down not speed up the game. You can see that goal advantage they had there. Now, for SIU, what's really good is last game, you remember they didn't manage to get any dragons this time. They were able to find one to fight in the mid lane.
And that's a situation to happen. Achiever loses their flash, and Mr. Planet, now it's not a 1v1 against Slave Pex, it is a 3v1. And a brutal give all the way around, but that's going to be the call down. Requiem is going to bully in, but it's stolen away by Slave Pex. At least no assist either. And that's no Lamb's Respite. That is a big mistake. Welcome to your own consequences. That is going to be 3 for MHU.
Yeah, and the bounty going over as well is going to be massive. And you can see, like I said, if Fusion Biscuits is not there, MHU should win most of these fights. I'm ignoring the top lane 1v1 because I think Slapex instincts are leading him wrong when he's never meant to roll top in his life. And yeah, the Requiem that Hyper is putting down as well. We were talking about this. Wait till at level 6. Wait till we've got the global pressure and then make these plays. The fight's just really, really simple. MHU sees that we've got invading people. We've got Achiever. We've got Mr. Planet. We don't have Fusion Biscuits, and we know we can go for this. And unfortunately for SIU, I like the team instinct to go and back up your teammates, but sometimes you need to know when to cut your losses. And unfortunately for Jaguar, you needed to stay with Fusion Biscuits. If you're going to go in, the two of you go in together. If Jaguar is going in for Mr. Planet and Achiever, it's already too late.
Also have your ultis up. That would be a very, very big thing. It would be nice to have, like Sicarius is about to learn as well. Has flash, at least the summoner spell is used. But that's still a catch and a half. They force this out. Dragon up in 3 minutes and 30 seconds, though, so no real objective to play with. And because of that, they're going to try and fight. They're going to try and bully out. Achiever has their own. That's going to send Modi into the Encore. This is a beautiful setup, and the damage is there as well. This is a double kill for Achiever. They want a little bit more. Over the wall to go as Daeyoung gets away with collateral damage. But my gosh, is SIU forcing these fights and bouncing the game into their favor, or at least attempting to catch back up in gold.
Yeah, it feels like MHU, if they had vision, if they knew when they should go in, that'd be so good for them. But in that fight, unfortunately, they didn't have complete knowledge, and SIU is just able to collapse better. The other thing, too, is that they can't reach Biscuits. And for MHU, if you can't reach Biscuits and Biscuits in the fight, just don't fight the fight. He gets the free fire.
Oh. We can't show you that, by the way. We can't show you. When a Rel decides to beat the brace off of a Yone, I mean, we can't show you it again.
I'm just laughing so much though, bro, because Slapex is out farming Mr. Planet by a metric ton, like almost double the CS, right? And if you just don't fight that, Slapex would be up so much gold right now. But you're kind of gifting gold over to Mr. Planet.
It's the feeling of I can't lose to a support, right? Like that's the feeling I think that's going on right now. As a Yone, you can't lose against a support.
I mean, now that you picked up the Immortal Shield Bow, I think you'll have a better time of it. But before this, it's just like, why are we running our head into a rock right now?
The rock is a very stalwart horse, by the way. This is going to be a chance. Fusion Biscuits gets spotted out. Was thinking about going for this Herald and instead has to back away. As you can see the collapse coming in, Daeyoung and Slapex are starting to become a little bit more aggressive, and I can really appreciate that. 200 gold bounty on the top of Daeyoung. So 3, 2, and 3 has that Immortal Shield Bow as well, still building into that mid to late game beast of a champion, not going for that crit build, but still being a menace. This is going to be a catch, though. Fusion Biscuits saying this is a chance for Jaguar. She decides to go in and say, hey, this is our chance, but only catches one with the quickness. And now a call down. Hijack of that collateral damage just to get closer. But the real thing does a bit more work. And off on the side, in comes Slave Pex. There it is. The Lamb Express able to buy some time. But in comes Mr. Planet. They want to join the fray, but the HP bars are a little bit too low. Magnet Storm draws them all in, and you're able to get one. But Knockup does nothing but give Taeyun another kill. And they're still battling out. Immortal Shield Bow doing so much work. Sicarius getting locked up, though. That's a great stun. And now the call of the Requiem. Do they get it? Yes, they get one. And now it's Mr. Planet versus Daeyoung. 2 for 3. About to make it a 2 for 4, but no mana. No mana, so Daeyoung can't continue. A bloody brawl in the call in. No. One more auto attack takes in Mr. Planet. Gets a 500 gold extra into their pocket.
And this, Orbital, is why SIU was saying, look at our top lane. You want to know who to keep your eyes on? It's up top. Even on a Rel, even on a support, he's the one picking up kills. And you can see they just never fought a Rel who's got gold before. Double buffs. You just don't fight that. Walk away, Daeyoung. The world's not going to end because you refuse to take that fight. And now, SIU, with that win, they're set up for the Dragon 10 seconds. MHU will be up and available but they won't have a lot of these team fight ultimates ready to go.
Oh my gosh, and you know what? I don't think they need it. This is going to be so good for SIU. They're happy to pick up their own soul point situation. Dragon Master walked in and said, "Oh crap, maybe I didn't want this." There's no flash, by the way. Y Hyper is not really going to bring too much. This should be a very slow rundown, but the catch doesn't.
They don't have damage,
and you do get away on the Q. But it's still the Dragon. Dragon goes the way of SIU. If you were Shyvana, you would have loved this to death. Still, Soul Point and Sicarius is going to try and get some consolation prize. And the consolation prize actually feels kind of bad because the towers are, you know, still up. Still, very nice job by SIU. They are accelerating the pace of the game and their carries as well.
Yeah, and for Dragon Master there, that wasn't as risky as it looked, because the idea is either you peel Fusion Biscuits off, and if Fusion Biscuits peels off, then you run like all hell. But if no Fusion Biscuits, no kill onto this Nautilus. You saw the utter lack of damage. Achiever wasn't there either, which is also one of the reasons why Slapex got that free push. That's the only TP. Now the potential collapse in.
Flash away there, and now they're going to try and fight it out. Jaguar once again coming in with the quickness, but no knockup to keep him in place. But that Sicarius getting 3, and the turnaround might be big. A triple knockup, and the collateral damage into the ultis, and it's a wombo combo of dreams. Double kill for Sicarius and mid lane to boot. Mr. Planet, the 1v3 carry, is just going to simply walk away and say, my teammates died, and I can't do anything about it. Oh, they're going to try. This goes the encore. They fight it. No, this is illegal. This is against Riot's code of conduct. This is Mr. Planet saying, give me everything. Sicarius low on mana, but they have to try and just clear the wave. I can't believe these two are allowed to battle with supports gone rogue.
I love how Fusion Biscuits, big carry, did. SIU don't care. By the power of their supports combined, they have summoned Captain Planet. It's no longer Mr. Planet. He's been promoted, and he's coming in and taking names. Ah, that is...
With, like, no items, by the way, sitting on an Evan Shroud and a Bobby's. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's so glorious. I don't care. Anyone watching this, I'm just sitting here. Please do not try this in your solo queue game. You are not Mr. Planet. Let's watch this once again. The early fight, by the way, was so good.
Yeah, and keep in mind that SIU are picking this fight, and they don't have Lamb's Respite available. And you look at the AoE potential coming through. You get caught by one AoE, everything's piling it in, and then this should not happen. I've never seen this in my solo queue games before. Yes, supports have high base damage numbers, which is why I wasn't surprised Mr. Planet was winning the early fights against Apex. We are now almost 20 minutes into this game. And as you mentioned, Mr. Planet's got one completed item. How is he doing this?
I think that Evan Shroud is actually a lot stronger. So this is also an item that I don't think we see too often, as we still get the duel. I'm actually going to turn this over because I didn't think they were going to continue, but Achiever didn't really have a choice, and now look at the crits and landing another knockup. Means that Slapex said, hey, you're not Mr. Planet, you're just a lowly Silas, so give me that kill. 3, 6, and 6 on Achiever's scoreline.
That's a great handshake for Slapex.
Well, guess what? Captain Planet was called in, ladies and gentlemen. Slapex has nothing. The flash will be up in about 30 seconds, but Slapex is able to get over the wall. That was Slapex like, bro, I don't want anything to do with you right now. I don't know why we're watching that. I hate it.
Are you not amused over it? I'm amused by watching that.
I am, but I don't like it. And how Fusion is gonna have to run away. You are alone. Can't even pop the respite. Now in the mid lane, Slapex took a very rough angle, and Jaguar says, "Yes, I will give Valendrimus their kill." It's solo kills everywhere that I'm just questioning my life right now. Have I been doing this wrong in solo queue? Should I just be running a Rel in every lane against a Yone? Like, come on,
dude. This is why I love the NECC Grand Finals. This is when teams pull out the spice, and SIU are bringing it double supports to find Slapex. Unfortunately for Hyper, you're probably dead. That's awesome at DM.
Please. Oh, you didn't get the kill! He lived! Yes, I saw that, and I was like, there's no way that actually kills, right? Oh my gosh, why Hyper said screw you.
Dude, Achiever would have found the kill if he just kept running, but he tried to use the ultimate PM, and it didn't work.
Oh, it's happening even more now. The catch on Dragon Master is following up here, and they are going to get the stun. Valendramer splashes away into the grab, and now the Magna Storm follows up, but they do get the kill. That's going to be one. Do they follow up with more? That is going to be Jaguar stealing her kill away, and the follow-up, SIU are doing it. They get another achiever. Said, I am getting my revenge. A knock-up on the Sicarius, who has no flash. Auto attack your way to victory, as is a shutdown for Mr. Planet.
Oh, it feels like the last 10 minutes have been a fever dream of this team just guys smashing each other, not playing the way their comps are meant to be played. But SIU, that right there, that's how it was meant to be played. That was what they were doing for the first 10 minutes. Bring the rest of the team with Fusion Biscuits. Get that big death ball rolling and find those kills. And because of all those kills, they're going to go straight for Baron. What can Slaypex do?
Oh, Sullyplex can do nothing. Welcome to the concert of death. If you ever heard Flight of the Bumblebee, SIU are punching their ticket forward. The bees are swarming here. 20-17. The kills could not be closer, and the fact that these kills are going on, and yet MHU are still up in gold, shows how chaotic this game is. We now have Soul Point ready to go. We have now Soul on the table, and they are losing Slaypex. They can't even get close. No, SIU, you cannot give us this amazing dream of dreams. Is this how MSU lose their first game?
I am here for it. Triple support with Captain Platinum top lane with Rel up there. Hell yeah. And as if, you know what, I said triple support. We should say quadruple support, because Ocean Soul is equivalent to just having another healing support on your team right now. And SIU, they're just going to get harder and harder to kill. And for MHU, what's worrying me a little bit is they've not actually won a full team fight. They've been finding picks. They've been really good at creating these situations where SIU don't have their full composition together, and either they lack the damage or they lack the healing. Now that we're kind of like 23 minutes in the game, Baron on the table, Soul already picked up, this is the point of the game where teams start to group up. And if SIU group up, I don't know if MHU actually have enough damage to cut through and kill Fusion Biscuits, whereas Fusion Biscuits certainly has enough damage to start cutting through multiple members of MHU.
I honestly am looking at Sicarius, right? Sicarius, the big thing to take a look at is SIU do not actually have any cleanses as well. So you are praying for Sicarius or even Dragon Master in this group up to find the perfect ulti. I think you pointed it out perfectly. Fusion Biscuit is still very, very strong to shred through. At the same time, you're still very squishy. This is the downside. We did talk about this before. This is why this kind of comp we see in the mid to late game work very, very well. The Ragnarok on an Olaf is so good. Fusion Biscuits does not have that value. So really keeping eyes on how this lays out, and SIU still dancing around the fact that, as you said, team fights can be so dangerous. Well, let's just never team fight. With Baron on the table, they are trying to get the wards in on their own, and you can see it is a blank, at least around the pit itself. Some deep wards going in for MHU, and until SIU decide to go for that Baron, it will stay that way.
Yeah, and it is actually imperative that SIU go for this Baron eventually, because if you just keep scaling, MHU's comeback angle in this game is actually split pushing. Slaypex shouldn't be losing to Mr. Planet at this point in the game. He's actually gone for the deep TP. He's cut off from his team.
I don't actually like this right now. Slaypex only able to find one of the rest of the team can't follow up. What a brutal mistake to have. Miscommunication abound, and you said the Baron should be an angle. Well, this is the opening. Slaypex is dead. Or you can just push mid, one or the other, and open up the rest of the map, because they actually haven't taken a freaking tower yet.
Yeah, okay. So one thing that SIU is struggling with is pushing. They don't really have the range. Kindred base range isn't very high. Yes, the marks extend her range, but it takes quite a while to match a lot of the traditional marksmen. And with so many supports as well, they don't do damage. So SIU, yeah, I think the better call is go for Baron. Take the Baron on neutral ground, force the 5v4, not under a turret. And then with the Baron buff, it's so much easier to take these turrets. And Slaypex used the TP. Remember, he got caught on that TP. He won't have it available to join the rest of his team to even try and contest this Baron.
And it's crazy to think, for all the fighting that's gone down, for the amount of gold that we obviously see here, MHU are the ones making these rough calls. I mean, that TP, it really does bring me to wonder. I know we've been having fun, and I love it, but we do have to sit there and question, are MHU actually feeling that burn? Are they actually feeling that kind of concern of, we can't win a team fight even with the Amumu, even with the Karthus? Is that angle lost? And I mean, I don't even know if they've understood that split push is going to be their option later on in the game. So I really, really want to keep eyes on their mental. If their mental is broken here, this is a very dangerous position to be in.
Here's how you can tell if MHU are really serious and whether they've decided, we're losing, we really need to buckle up. If Slapex gets out of Twitch chat, then you know he's focused. Because he's been in and out of Twitch chat while he's been playing. And honestly, right now, Slapex actually needs to be
Why you gotta call him out like that? Why you gotta call him out like that?
Because he's 5-8 and 5 and he's died to Rel like 5 times now. Also, MHU actually really needs to buckle down. This Baron push is going to crack a lot of the game open. A lot of that standing gold is going to go the way of SIU. And once again, it feels like that MHU, they're not really in position to fend off this fight.
Oh no, and this fight is going to keep pushing forward. And look, on the other side of the map, it is Sicarius as well. As I believe Slapex is chasing in and they're losing so much, so keep eyes on this 4-man push. They're going to grab Frid. It's so easy. The Encore drags him right back in. The bot lane is annihilated against MHU, and now the Requiem comes in. They're going to try and slow it down, but look, again, if we can pan over to Achiever, Achiever's just dancing around him. Achiever has not died, by the way. This is a ridiculous bait and switch that SIU have played, and they've been able to break open the mid game. No, Achiever, this is illegal. This is illegal, Achiever. You cannot do that. The tower almost takes him out, but that just leaves him for another chance. They're going to dash right in. That's catch on Daeyeon. Chocolate. The chocolate is chomped on and eaten up. It's a shutdown for Fusion Biscuits, and they're going to break open the base.
Is this it overall? Is this how MHU lose the legend of invincibility? Sicarius, he's back in base. Slapex has respawned, but not respawned, but he's finally made it back to base. Doesn't have Fate sealed though.
Oh, and there's no Kristen inside Mummy either. This is just going to be a brutal shot. That's going to be a depth charge going in, and they drag back one, and that's going to be a great little knock-up. Jaguar able to lay down at least one more CC chain and a grab there. This is going to be Hybrid falling once again. Lamb's Respite draws him in, and this is going to be Mr. Planet trying to buy time for the rest of the team. Good knock-up on the back line, as that is going to be Slapex getting some more value. Valendramus falls in the wake, and Mr. Planet against the galaxy, if you will. Slapex now having the ability to cut through. There it is, a triple kill for the Yone, who has gotten revenge finally in the late game.
But their base is in shambles. Mid was kicked open, inhibitor down. One of the Nexus turrets at half health as well. At MHU, they still haven't shown us they can win a team fight, unfortunately, and that worries me a lot. Now, what is important? Elder's coming up in 5 seconds. SIU, Fusion Biscuits, is not up for that Elder. If MHU can find this Elder, maybe they can turn things around. This was just overstaying by SIU a little bit. And I want to give props to Hyper as well with this Karthus, being willing to step up and saying, I don't care if I die, I've still got passive. Let's slow them down, let's fight this. And because of the sacrifice of Hyper, that's the Elder right there. That's the angle for MHU to try and come back into this game.
Wow. Slapex also went pretty hard for that one, and I mean, you expended, I think it was just your ulti as well as the jump forward, so getting a flash out of that one as well sets up for this kind of late game team fight as well. Jaguar has honestly done a fantastic job of being a brutal bully, even with the Sightstone in the pocket, which is something that we also don't see, I think, too often. It's surprising that you go for that as a second item in the game as well. Very attached to the fact that we need vision. We need to keep SIU down, and it's great. I want to say a very nice econ booster for yourself as well. Very nice refill there. But here we go. Question marks abound. Slapex fighting off against Mr. Planet again. And Mr. Planet going, all right, let's do this. Round number 7 in a round of 10, if you will. But again, against Elder, it's a much larger question.
Yeah, Slapex might be able to win that. I can't tell because he took turret shots, so it looks like he lost that trade. But I think with Elder, surely this is the time, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, they're at least going to try. Slapex jumps in and big damage there, but still the tower doing so much work. Mr. Planet is trying to heal up so quickly right now. Oh, this is so close. Slapex wants it so bad. It's like, please give me a chance. But that's Jaguar and the rest of the squad jumping right back in. Do they have the flash? They're going to go in and get the taunt. Oh, no. Oh, feels so bad. Shutdown granted to Fusion Biscuits. But now round 2, rest of the team coming in. Requiem being dropped. How much damage does it actually do? It does nothing. Oh, my lord. Hyper, being the scaler that we talked about, has actually not gotten too many Dark Harvest stacks.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I actually think the right call for MHU there would have been to just keep pushing the mid lane. You already knew Slapex was dead to rights, and if they're going to rotate down for that, just push in, crack it. Instead, Elder buff is going to wear out. And what did MHU find? The death of Slapex. That's not a net positive play.
It's a little bit of a sunk cost, but we'll see what happens. Again, they're coming into their own, and granted, MHU are currently sitting with about 4 items in their own pocket for Slapex, so 3.5, if you will. But that's much better than you thought, and now it is going to be a catch. Mr. Planet stepping forward. Magnusor needs to be popped online, and you really, really want to get that down. There it is, and now the Encore across him. Look at the damage, but that's going to be Sicarius trying to fight back. They are quite low, and so this could go either way. The Elder Dragon helping them so much, and it ends up in a triple kill for Valengimus. That is a massive win, and Daeyeon trying to run and follow. The Rylai's keeping him at bay, but my gosh, was Valengimus able to survive, but it's still a big win for MHU.
Oh my god, watching the two of them trade there, the Bloodthirster and Shield Bow from Daeyeon are doing so much healing, but the Leandries and Rylai's from the Valengimus is doing work as well, and when it's all said and done, Slapex has respawned. MHU found that fight in a 4v5. Up to now, I've been saying, we haven't seen them win a full team fight. Can we count that? It wasn't full, it was a 4v5, but they were at a disadvantage, and even with Elder Buff, barely won that. Gets burned as well. They are winning, Orbital?
It depends on what metric you want to go by. By kills? No. By dragons? No. By towers? Yes. By gold? Yes. This is the most ridiculous game I've seen in terms of advantages for different squads. And let's take a look back at this, because Mr. Planet kind of face-checked into this.
Yeah, and look at Hyper as a big positioning tool, because Hyper walks in there, and I think they forget for a second that Karthus, even when he's dead, is going to be pumping out so much damage. The Leyways is just wrecking everybody in here, and they just didn't track it. They're like, oh, we got all the kills, there's no more damage, right? Wrong. And then Daeyeon as well, just being able to sustain throughout all of that. There's not a ton of healing cut available. I don't even remember if the Oblivion Orb was actually picked up by Valengimus before that fight. But even if it was, the bulk of the healing cut was an Achiever, and Achiever wasn't focusing down Daeyeon.
Valengimus did not. Actually was sitting on the components for the Sarah's Embrace, so sat on those 3.
Okay. Yeah.
I would also like to point out just a quick little thing that I saw. Sicarius did not get hit by the Encore, which is the only reason I think MHU also survived. They really needed that Curse of the Sad Money. It was very, very important that they were able to get that one down. And that's how close this is. SIU being able to battle it out and stay alive with the dragon has been so crazy. And now, this is the Death Brush of Death Brushes. Jaguar is going to walk forward. She's not ready for it. She gets locked up. She gets killed. There was no chance. Why are you face checking right now? I think it's only Mr. Planet's job. You are so weak because, again, you went for that side stone, and now it's a call in. Mr. Planet trying to frontline here and trying to help out the rest of the team, but has to flash away. And a call on the wall. They found it. They found him. They found Fusion. That is huge. Encore only to delay the inevitable. And are you kidding me? MHU fighting back the Scrappers. The absolute duelists are saying we have a chance. Sicarius getting in the middle. This is the Requiem of Dreams. Achiever now going to burn down and die of all times to find the kills. Ocean Dragon doesn't matter. Ocean Soul is a misnomer. They found them. MHU. They scrapped from hell and back and are looking like the beast that they deserve. Game number 2 was bloody. Benny Hill was playing in the background, but the concert is now over as the players, as the holders of the instruments fight back against the conductor and take game number 2.
No way. That's how that ended, Orbital? What? What a crazy back and forth. And I really thought SIU was going to take that, the way they were playing that, but MHU, it's like Thanos, right? It's inevitable. And that was game. And what stuns me too is the way that last fight kicks off. MHU just ambushed SIU in a death bush. And they repeat the exact same thing on the bottom side. And they find the pick again. And it's just like, my mind is blown. MHU, they are pulling miracles out of a hat. And they continue being invincible. They are one game away from winning the league without dropping a single game. And SIU, I applaud them, and I'm praying that their mental didn't break, and they've got more tricks to show us.
I don't think your mental breaks if you have Mr. Planet crushing it on Rel and the supports running around following your jungler just to high heavens, right? This is a ridiculous composition pulled out in the game 2, and you know that it almost worked. The gold may not have been in there, but they got the early game, and we keep saying it over and over again. SIU play well in the early game. This is why MHU had such a difficult time. and I love the fact that they're leaning into it. So, one more game to give it all they got. MHU need to hold out one more time for the late game, and they will be crowned the champions. Let's go ahead, send it to a quick break, and we'll be right back for game number 3 here at the NECC. We are back for the final concierto, the final piece of the concert here, and I mean, the conductor broke the baton. There was no action. Like, the musicians went off the deep end. There was, you know, someone playing a Celerando, someone playing at fortissimo, someone playing at piano. No one knew what was going on except the musicians themselves, and they gave us an absolutely glorious match. This was so much fun to watch. Yes, things may have gotten chaotic. There was a little bit of macro to talk about, maybe not too much, but the players said, screw it, let's go ham, let's play at our own pace, let's play how we enjoy it. And MHU, they continue to find these little things that somehow yield amazing results.
Yeah, we went from classical to hard metal and crowd surfing real fast. When we're coming on, our producer's like, okay, are you guys ready? I said no, but they said to me anyways. And that feels like how the series has been. Are we ready for this? No, and I'm loving every second of it. I am here for it. And again, Mars Hill University, they shouldn't be winning, but they are. They're finding really just good ways to find fights. They're finding really good angles. I love the back-to-back death bushes that they set up to come back to the game, because they were really at risk of losing, and they were not able to find front-to-backs in their favor. Now, going into Game 3, I'm going to be honest, I feel like SIU, they can just run back the same drops they want. Like, it worked. And what lost them the game was getting picked, which is not really something you can bank on replicating repeatedly for Mars Hill. And for Mars Hill, my big question is, what now, right? Like, do you, if we do see this, the salty run back, are you just going to pick the same things? I don't think a scaling top laner is what you pick into this realm, especially not if Stapex is going to keep running into it repeatedly like that. And for that matter, I don't know if they want to change up the bans, because Tom Kench, scary, sure, but is it going to do more than that Rel that game? At worst, it's the same. Do we need that Lux ban for Achiever? Maybe just ban out the Rel, the Kindred, and that composition probably won't hit quite the same way.
I mean, there are so many things to think about. And again, I will also agree the twist that was thrown in by SIU has given us more questions than answers. And for MHU, they have to think, well, you know what? The other thing is there was an early game fight that just did not go their way, and they factored that one into the game as well. You have to think about so many different things about why that comp worked. You cannot just look at the champions, right? Well, maybe if we don't invade, that Rel doesn't get the extra leverage, or, you know, even that Kindred. Let's talk about the Kindred, right? We said that the Kindred didn't look exactly correct, but in that game was phenomenal. So many amazing moments and so many amazing kills that just led to so many issues for MHU. So for them, is it the actual Kindred pick, or did they just have a bad game? And that's where we're going to have to see game number 3, the draft, show up for us here, and a little bit of a difference. I do want to talk about the mid lane, though. Dae-Yun, at the end of the day, we got to look at the stats. We did not get to touch on Dae-Yun that much because there was so much other action. But Dae-Yun actually eclipsed a majority share of his teammates in terms of damage in the entire lobby. So a quiet killer, you had mentioned all the way back in game number 1, Dae-Yun's still looking like a monster to be feared.
Yeah, and that was why the mid lane matchup was always going to be so important between these two teams. If you can shut Dae-Yun down, that's a lot of Mars Hill's ability to come back, kind of taken out of their pocket. And while all that chaos was happening, we kind of didn't mention Dae-Yun because Dae-Yun was consistently doing well for the team. He wasn't slipping up, wasn't getting caught. He wasn't the reason why people were getting hyper-fed. And perhaps we didn't get to see, you know, those big clutch highlight moments, but as you said, even with that reload mechanic, Dae-Yun, you can take him out of the bot lane, you can take him off the ADC role, but you can't take the ADC carry out of him. Put him on these Grave champions. Zeri, like we've seen before, and, you know, he can pop off, he can carry these games.
There are so many things to kind of think about, and the teams still need a little bit more time to think about it as well. We are going to go to another short break. We do apologize for that, but I mean, after the spice in game number 2, we needed a little bit calming moment, so the intermission will continue for a little bit longer, and then we'll be right back with the draft, with the game, to give either the final piece of the concert, or will we continue into act number 4. Please don't go anywhere. And we are back after that short intermission again. The teams are ready to go and hopefully excited about what Game 3 will bring to us. This series, yes, is currently leading to MHU. They're on match point and championship point as well. And yet it doesn't feel like it. It feels like this series has been on a nice edge for so long, and I love the fact that SIU are going to do that. So let's go ahead, hopefully hop straight into draft, and see what champions will be brought to us here today. On this game number 3, again, it's either run it back in a salty run back or bring something else, a little bit more spice to the table.
Well, SIU on the blue side, MHU opted for the red side again, and looking at the bans with that Darius ban coming through Orbital, that's the same bans we've been seeing. MHU haven't swapped anything up yet, and SIU was blue side last time, right? Like I said, I expect a salty run back, but I don't see critical bans, namely Rel and Kindred, being taken away.
Yeah, this is still keeping with the same understanding of SIUC going, we just can't deal with that, but MHU, I will personally say I do agree that it was more just a situation, at least in my opinion. I do think it was a situation that occurred in the early game. You don't have to ban it out outright. Tom Kench, though, taken away, saying, hey, still a little bit given to the top side. And there it is. The gauntlet hasn't thrown out, and now a major gauntlet. This is Slapex bringing the ribbon. I love it. You know what? If Slapex can't win on the Yone, bring something a bit tankier, and that can shred. Okay. And Sicarius now going for a different jungler. And I actually do appreciate this. Again, AoE still will bring so much, but Achiever, they're going through this so quickly. Achiever getting their Vex.
Okay, and we should talk about this Vex tournament because Achiever's Vex has been playing a lot more in the playoffs, and it looks really, really scary. The Silas pick honestly didn't really do it for me last game. I didn't think that Achiever had the level of impact that you'd have liked to see. There weren't that many great, incredible ultimates. Well, actually, they kind of were, but given how the composition was working, it wasn't like insane. I'd have liked to see more burst damage, and Vex to me brings that in spades. But the answer back from Dayan not giving an inch. The Echo pickup, the mid lane is going to be so volatile with so much burst damage here.
The hand handed over, though. MHU giving the Silas a lot of respect. Same with Jaguar, who, again, she had a phenomenal time, too. Great entries into the fights, just a little bit off at points, but the Rakan was so scary. Still, this is why you're going back for that Karthus in the bot lane, and here comes the trade. We did say if it's not banned, maybe there's going to be a little bit of a salty run back. Bring it on. The Seraphine brought back out against the Jaguar. What do you want to go? Yes, the Heimer. Let's go ahead and just go straight lane bullies now. I can appreciate this. The downside is MHU are still bringing that Nautilus, which you just saw locked in. Fusion does not have as many technical supports as they did in game number 2.
Yeah, it's actually changing how this composition works quite a bit for SIU. Let's touch on them because, we already talked about the Vex change-up. The other big change-up is Heimer coming in for Rakan. Now, Rakan's a really strong source of engage, but as we've seen, engage isn't that important. When NHU are just going to run at you every single time, the Heimer, I think, gives a lot more control and setup. So it plays better into aggressive teams and plays better on the defense. You mentioned the poke as well in lane. That's going to feel really, really good because last game, Hyper wasn't pressured whatsoever, was able to farm up, and then became a menace later on in those team fights. The scaling factor did ultimately kick in, and so they'll want to try and shut down this Karthus as much as possible. So SIU a lot more defensive with their composition this time, but I do like the nuking option they have with Achiever. It's going to hit a little bit harder, a little bit easier to get past that front line. MHU Orbital, though, that's a lot more changes. Only the bot lanes kind of stayed the same. And we touched on the Echo, very volatile mid laner. It's not like the Graves. You're not going to be able to pump out that consistent AoE damage in these team fights. You're a melee champion. You've got to walk in range of everybody, and you're much higher risk of getting shut down. But you've got bigger burst, and you've got the Chrono Break to get yourself out of trouble and give yourself a round 2. The Riven, to me, is the big, huge change-up. Because the Yone struggled against the Rel. I think a lot of that's because Yone needs time to scale. Riven does not. Riven gets going right from the start, and she's burstier. Rel's passive means that the more autos you take to kill her, the tankier she gets. And you can see with Yone, the blade took way too long to stack, and Rel's tankiness started stacking and snowballing out of control in these brawls, whereas Riven, with the abilities, with the bigger bursts and chunks of damage, won't give Rel as much time to skill up in these skirmishes. So I like the change up. It's also one of Slapex's most played champions. So a very, very comfortable champion that can take over games. The Sejuani change, very similar to the Amumu. One big change is that Amumu walks through everybody and does damage to everybody anyways. Sejuani can't do that. She kind of fights front to back and into the likes of a very, very tanky Rel. If Mr. Planet gets incredibly fed again, I worry that this Sejuani won't have the same impact anywhere near what the Amumu had.
What it does bring, though, is a bit more functionality for the rest of the team. Keep in mind, a huge chunk of a Sejuani is having extra players and extra teammates to actually buffer those frostbites. You know, the little bit force stack into the stun and anything of the sort. That is, I think, something that Sicarius did lack in game number 2. It was a lot more, you have to land that Curse of Sad Mummy, the bandages, and you hope that you are in the right position. This does give it a little bit of flexibility to the rest of the squad and catch potential on solo targets, which I think is going to be very, very fun to watch. I want to see that makeshift there. I also want to see Achiever just have a lot of fun in that mid lane because I love Ignites, and I want to mention that because Slaypex, we've heard through the grapevine, has had a little bit of fun here and been enjoying the series as well. But this is also much more aggressive. In the top side on the Yone, went for the teleport, thought that they could win outright in that sense. But this time around, actually went for the Ignite on the Riven. Full lane presence, just all out aggression, and that is a shift because Mr. Planet now going for the exhaust as well. This is gonna be some spicy top lane action.
Yeah, and when you pick that Riven, if you run TP, you're either incredibly confident or you're trolling. Because Riven just wants to take over a lane, kill as much as possible, become a 1v2 threat, and just draw all sorts of pressure. You're looking for flanks later on. TP doesn't really matter. If you're using the TP, well, either you already lost the lane or you want it so hard that you probably didn't need the Ignite anyway. So I like the confidence, and I like the fact that it is effectively still a salty run back, right? SIU, they had a really good strategy. They're continuing to execute it. They feel like, hey, our loss last game, that was just an anomaly. That was us getting picked a little bit. We trust in our plan. We know what we can do. And Mars Hill, we're just like, oh, okay, you know what? We trust our instincts. We trust our hands. We almost lost last game, but we didn't. We came back strong. So we're doubling down on that. We're going to just win the lanes harder this time. And we said it last game as well. If SIU gets shut down early, it can be a little bit tricky for this composition to try and play from behind.
I will say, though, I'm excited for these team fights a little bit more because the Heimerdinger comes in, right? In games 1 and 2, we saw Jaguar stick a little bit more towards that team aspect, right? The Karma being able to float around a little bit in game number 1, game number 2, the Recon able to flitter between the two. But without those abilities, without that sense of safety in the back line, this is an all-out just, we know we're going to fight, let's fight. A little bit of a change-up, though, for MHU still on the red side, but they're walking in straight into the death rush. Mr. Planet deciding to bait, and they baited out perfectly. They dodge on one ability, and Dragon Master tries to get a hold, but again, it breaks out in death. Are you kidding me? This is such a difference. Dragon Master gets burned down. The final Ignite take will take it. And MHU, why would you face check that after you know Mr. Planet has a win? Daeyeon steps right back up and tries to get more damage, and yes, you do get a proc at the Dark Harvest, but again, it's 2 kills. Granted, it's not 1 to Fusion, but it's still enough. 1 to Jaguar and 1 to Mr. Planet again.
Not gonna lie, from a comp perspective, you want the kills on Fusion Biscuit or Achiever. But from a trauma perspective, I feel like giving Mr. Planet first blood.
Yes, we get this again.
That's gonna be huge. Yeah, and we get to see this. MHU have done this every single game. They just invade at level 1. They just trust that we're better. And unfortunately, SIU have figured you out, right? They're just dropping vision. They're Warden. They're knowing where you're walking in. And with the information inequality, you're never going to win that. Mr. Planet feeling confident enough to bait as well, knowing that, first of all, I'm tanky enough, and second of all, we kill you, it doesn't matter. You're not going to be able to answer back. And this time, Mr. Planet is able to recall and actually pick up that early item. An extra Ruby Crystal don't sound like much, but it's another, extra bit of health that Slaypex is going to have to cut through on a lane that is already going to work against him with that first blood and the experience advantage that Mr. Planet has.
I love the fact that you're also talking about the fact that auto attacks are a problem when it comes to Mr. Planet, and Slaypex on the Riven does have that, but a core part of a Riven, every player knows this, is you're trying to weave auto attacks in to those abilities, right, to reset your abilities as well. The problem, of course, is this is still a problem. As you said, the extra HP is a troublesome factor, and also the level 2 difference. Slaypex has to run away, and this is a hands check that you are not happy about. Slaypex being forced out once again. And remember, the CS differential that came out on the top side was a huge playing part on why Slaypex was able to get further ahead. So that's what we're also going to have to watch for later in this game number 3.
I did not expect this to go this way right now. And Slaypex started with longsword pots. So you don't even have the extended sustain Sicarius with the gank.
This is a great way to get it around, though. Slapex said this is not a 1v1. This is a team game, so let's make it happen. Slapex getting a kill on their top lane opponent.
I love it. Not letting egos get in the way of the win. Slapex went, fine, you know what? If I need the gank, I'll call for the gank. Sicarius punishing Mr. Planet's strength and to a certain extent arrogance, I guess, in that lane. Not really respecting the fact that, hey, I'm overpushed, my ward's not going to catch anything. Props to Mr. Planet for not blowing flash, though, knowing that, hey, I'm dead. That's fine. We take that, we come back to lane. We'll be fine. But because Mr. Planet took exhaust and not TP, they are going to miss out on a large bulk of that wave.
It's a damaging factor as well, but that's going to be the Ignite going down on the spot side. Dragon Master tried to help out and get Hyper a bit of an advantage, and this is, again, something that we have not been able to touch on because there's been so much action on the top side of the map. But Hyper and Dragon Master are still that weak side laners, and Valendramus and Jaguar are going to try and push that to their advantage this time around. Remember, Hyper was not the main reason that MHU won in game number 2. And if SIU are able to keep him down, if Hyper is still once again being bullied out, this could be a chance for them to come back, especially with the hard pushing power that they now have in the Heimerdinger.
Yeah, and one thing too was that Valendramus actually did the most damage for SIU last game.
Yeah.
So it's not as if Valendramus is a slouch in this matchup. Oh, this plan got baited.
Yeah, and this time the flash should be readily done. You don't want to burn that exhaust, but again, you're okay. I think you would have been okay to actually get out without the exhaust, but now you get both. It's better safe than sorry, and that's going to be jumping. Oh no, arrogance. We just talked about it, and Mr. Planet baits the heck out of Slapex.
Mr. Planet just knows this rel matchup so well. It looks very practiced. Mid lane, the Ignite.
Oh, and the kill goes to Achiever. Oh, if Daeon had gotten Ignite, that would have been different, but still, very nice outplay. Achiever on the Vex, getting some value here in the early stages.
Yeah, and getting the flash out of Daeon as well is massive in that matchup. And it's not like Daeon wasted. You could see what Daeon was going for. The 1-for-1, you were dead to Ignite anyways, just go in. But that last auto as he was flashing in was enough to turn it. Oh, we get to see the top side again. And Mr. Planet just knows the champion so comfortably and so well. And for Slapex, you want to go for the kill, but you don't have Ignite. And if you're not familiar with the matchup there, it just gets so risky. Rel, in the first place as a support, is known for her monstrous amount of CC. Like, trying to dive these sort of supports is always risky.
Well, of course, right now, Mr. Planet was not able to recall off of that fight, I think, and is now stuck in the top side against Slapex until someone decides to help. Fusion on the bot side. Remember, at this point, we had actually seen SIU get a massive advantage, and that's going to be another shield. Slapex getting out of that top side. Trying to get out of those fights, but Fusion, this is something we have not been able to track. Remember, Fusion has not had the massive success that they had last time, and it's allowing for the rest of the team to follow up. This is going to be the Blast Cone getting themselves out to safety, but that is Jaguar in the front line, and it's a beauty of a kill. Achiever, though, trying to help out, but you can't get the damage. One of them auto attack is not going to land, and now the stun comes out. MHU have the number of SIU, and it's yielding results here. 2 kills on a collapse in the jungle gives MHU a nice little victory.
And that is a lot closer than it looks. If Achiever had gotten the reset onto Dragon Master, that would have changed the entire fight. Topside, Slapex, Ignite finally came off cooldown. Had to burn the flash, though, to make that happen. But it's another kill. This time, it's solo. And notice as well that when Slapex dies, the wave is pushed into Mr. Planet's turret, so Slapex isn't losing too many minions. But every time Mr. Planet dies, it's under turret, it's close to turret. Slapex just shoves that wave, and Mr. Planet, again without that TP, starting to fall behind in CS again.
And this one is an even more damaging spot, because we did say for SIU, Mr. Planet, the reason that you were so good, even with the CS differential, is you had a decent lead in the kill department, right? You were still able to force them out. Slapex is going to try and use that against them. So things looking a little bit better for MHU. Dragon's still up as well. You're not focused on losing those objectives so quickly, and I think that's going to lead MHU to the fact that, hey, we can play at our own pace. We can play to the beat of our own drum. And the conductor's baton sitting in between the two teams right now, but SIU definitely trying to vie for a bit more on their end. Now a little bit of a question. Achiever stepping up here. Now they're going to follow up, but look at the burst. Just brutalization of Fusion Biscuits. That is a big kill. And now looking like a stun onto Achiever. This is more about how we expected. Level 6 off of that Sicaria
Oh.
said easy does it. Annihilation of the top side of the mat as MHU take 3.
You know, coming into the match tonight, this was kind of what I expected from MHU on this top side. The trifecta of strength they have, that trying to play on the top side for SIU would be an issue. But I'm surprised because we had game 2 where SIU were able to play so well and MHU didn't show this level of coordination, that immediate collapse, the perfect target selection to pinch out multiple members. And for SIU, a little bit risky, and Mr. Planet probably shouldn't have gone in. Again, we saw that problem in game 2 a little bit. SIU, really strong teamwork, perhaps a little bit too much at times.
This is now a brutal situation to have as well. After the top 3 win, it is now Mr. Planet getting jumped on. They are absolutely punishing this setup. And they said, look, you'll surprise us once, but not again. And Dragon Master actually falling here. This is the other side of it. We did say this bot lane, if SIU decide to kind of punish it, this might be an opportunity. The problem is that the wins on the top side are outweighing the wins on the bottom.
Yeah, and even if you punish Hyper, the problem too is that this is how MHU like to play. They weak side Hyper and Dragon Master, and they kind of go, okay, if you guys die, don't worry about it. You'll scale. This is why the Karthus pick is so massive for them. This is why the Seraphine pick is so massive for MHU and have to be denied away by SIU every single game. Achiever, though, able to find a plate in the mid lane at least. But yeah, like you said, just doesn't outweigh the losses. As top side, they're going to lose a lot more plates.
This is starting to spiral out of control, something that Mr. Planet does not want to happen, but I mean, how much can you do? There's been no response from Fusion on that top side. And they're just going to keep going this massive wave as long as they do not attack Mr. Planet. It's going to work, and that is going to be a call down. Look at the towers doing so much work there, and now a stun. Another hit, and the Ignite takes them away. Slaypex slays in the top side, gives a Rammus thumbs up, and will take first break at 10 minutes.
That Ignite is doing a lot of work, I'll tell you that much. And this is more what we expected from the Riven matchup. The burst potential that you can put down. And Mr. Planet now, you're not going to be as tanky. We said it in game 2. With this composition SIU have, if you're ahead, really, really good. If you're behind, it gets a bit rough, and I need to see them start roaming together. Shadow Surge.
Yes, the pickup is good. Happy days for them. However, a kill does not constitute losing about 3 plates in the mid lane.
Yeah. Kill is worth about 2 plates, so, you know, they didn't continue to farm up. And again, look at the CS differential in the mid lane as well. It's the same, 30 CS, similar to what we have up top. And Daehin, if you leave him alone, I'm just terrified what happens when these turrets start to go down. MHU, it's like day and night from game 2. And yeah, I don't think SIU want to go quietly into this good night.
I don't think they do either, but they may not have a choice. When you are forcibly told to be quiet, when you're forcibly gagged in this game, this is kind of what happens. But maybe they can chew through that leather. Maybe they can find an opportunity, and it's in the form of Dragon Master, who goes down for the 3rd time, bullying out this support and saying, hey, Jaguar is not going to rotate out. We did say this Heimerdinger is the one thing that has really changed up since game number 1, or game number 2, and it is going to shake up the all-important difference. Now Daehyun watching as Mr. Planet gets stunned up, and in comes the Requiem, a big call down. Lamb's Rested is up, but Fusion Biscuits is only going to delay for a time. Big heal comes out, though, and you are able to flash, and now Sicaria is caught in the middle of things. Daehyun still has the rewind, the Chrono Break, and it is going to keep him alive. So Sicaria says, we're done here. We're not going to follow up. Double flash forward, though, and that's going to be a punch. Great dive under the tower, and now Valendrimus saying, maybe I can get something on the back line, but a quick smite keeps him at bay. And it is going to be a big dub for the side of MHU if they can flash away every summoner expended. And now over the wall, Daehyun says, you stepped up too close. Slaypex from the river and from the backside gives them a what for shutdown to Mr. Planet, but a shutdown to Slaypex.
Ooh, good dodge from Daehyun, not caught chopping. Slaypex has no ignite. Has run out. Has to be a little bit careful about this. And I want to talk about how that series of plays happened, but I can't because Achiever.
The Ravenous is doing so much work here. Slaypex able to grab an item right away. Should have another shield up. The Ignite, yep, there it is. Good take away, and you live on a sliver of HP. Knows the champion inside and out.
7-3-1 Slaypex up 2 levels with that Hydra you're talking about, doing so much work. He is so accelerated, and Daehyun with the Proto Belt already picked up as well. Topside, okay. Slaypex took down that top lane turret and rotated through the enemy jungle, and unfortunately SIU was so caught up in the fight, they weren't aware of it. They didn't pay attention to the fact that they were about to get flanked by an incredibly fed Riven, and suddenly this problem that's been the top lane, that's been the mid lane, it's everybody's problem for SIU.
I am just so scared right now, and it's continuing on and off here. This is, again, the punishment that's being derived. I feel like this is a powerful setup. It's never ending. And of course, Dragon Master, though, the never ending deaths as well, granting Jaguar another kill. 3, 2, and 3 on their end, but Sicaria said, Fusion, you are bloody dead. Big whiff on that Glacial Prison, but the dive into the tower should do wonders. Daeyeon saying, please give me this kill, and they do pick it up. Top side, Mr. Planet follows as well, and it's systematic deletion of SIU now. No more surprises, no more cheese, all wins for MHU.
Sicarius, okay. Attacking up a ton, and yeah, this I think was how Game 2 was meant to go. If Slapex could get ahead, if Slapex didn't die a whole bunch early on, we're seeing what the game plan was. So when we set the salty run back, SIU took Game 2 and said, okay, this was a good comp. And MHU went, well, we had an answer, we just misexecuted, and they're showing us why and how. And it's becoming a problem. No one can answer Slapex. Mr. Planet can't. And like we said, this composition needs to group up from SIU. I think right now, forget your lanes. They're falling apart. Start moving as 5.
Such a disgusting situation here as Daeyeon's gonna try and get away here. Oh dear, Slapex. Also on the side, just like, let me get some more words. Let me be a menace some more. Dragon is now up as well. It's been up for, I think, a little bit. And no one really wants to go for it. They're just like, we want to still fight. And you can see SIU kind of almost panic grouping here. Looking for a chance with all 5 and leaving once again Hyper on that bot lane, who this time around has had a little bit better time. 0-0 and 0 has the Leandres ready to go. But not joining, just has that Requiem in the back pocket.
Yeah, and I don't think this is panic grouping. I think this is the right call from SIU right now. Because if they split, they're struggling. Whereas look, when they're united, MHU are actually struggling to find a good engage. And granted, they are waiting for Sicarius and the Glacial Prison to come back up. But this is what they can do.
Oh, it's so good. Fusion able to find the first kill, and again, the group up is working, but Sicaris is just so tanky. Glacial Prison lands on a Mr. Planet, but a great little stun up. Right. That's going to be the root, and a big chunk out of Sicaris, but now the follow-up on the back line. Encore lands on 2, but Daeyeon goes into the stasis. A big Glacial Prison on the back end again. I misjudged that. I'm so sorry, but lands respite. Able to find it in the back line, though, on the other side of the map. It is going to be the kill, and now the Requiem brings with it death beyond measure. It is 2-1 of the tower as Slayplex dances in and out of tower range, and Mr. Planet realizes his tower is falling faster and faster. Even though it's SIU to engage, it is they that lose 3-1.
For SIU, honestly, that fight was well played from them. I don't know what else you could have asked for them. They are unfortunately behind. If they had equal items, they could have won that fight. But you saw the idea of how that comp wants to run and what they can still do with picks.
Oh. A little bit of overextension. We talked about it, right? Slapex just like, all right. I know you did it before. I'll do it too.
That's a huge bounty, though. That did go over to Achiever. And we said before, Achiever's Vex, that's something to watch. Last game, Achiever's Silas, yeah. Achiever does play quite a bit of Silas, but doesn't impress me the same way Vex did. It's a lot in Fusion Biscuits. This time, I'm looking at Achiever. You can still find these snipes. You can still find these picks. He can continue doing that to Slapex. Slapex doesn't have a lot of magic resistance. Achiever also soloed out Hyper in the side lane. The only person who maybe Achiever has to be a little bit careful in the 1v1 is going to be Daeyeon.
Daeyeon just kind of watching here as well. 6-1 and 6. Brutal shot. And I will say coming up for this next fight as well, level 11 just hit, so level 2 ultimate ready to go. That's going to be a lot of damage on the back end as well, so very fun. What hasn't dropped, though, by SIU is their vision control. We haven't really talked about it too much, but they have tried to keep vision up as much as possible, and I really do appreciate it, making sure that they do try and spot out the opponent in every which way. Also having 3 extra wards in the Jaguar turrets, right? The high randinger just running around like, give me some help. Now it's going to be a draw, though. This is a little bit of a problem. The handshake might not work in their favor. It is going to be a collapse on 2, and the Encore brings them to Rune in to go in the back line, though, and it's going to be a massive ulti from Slavex, and now they're going to try and win it out. Everyone scatters to the win, and it looks like that desperation fight leads to the doom for dead as quickly as they came, as MHU take 4 and a dragon.
And the fact that Slapex could stay alive was the massive turner there. Dragon Master goes down because, well, you got collapse on his 5, and if you look at MHU's positioning, they took so long to collapse back, and we get the replay, and look, Daehyun coming in from the mid lane, Sicarius from top, and Hyper from bot. By the time they get there, the fight should have been over. But despite the exhaust, the healing, the lifesteal, and Slapex just dancing around, dodging a lot of the skill shot damage was all they needed. And Orbital, we're past the 10k gold lead, pre-20 minutes. I think the window is kind of close for SIU's composition, even when grouped up. Even when they get the pick, the catch, they still can't close it out. And barring a throw from MHU, it's looking like they're going to get the perfect season.
Oh, yes, they are. May not be the perfect game. Or, yes, they are. Actually, I lied because the games have been so close. I thought for some reason they were not going to get it, but it's looking more and more like a reality. Daehyun teleporting in, helping out their jungler. Sicaria is living thanks to some bloody good teamwork, and they get more kills and beyond. Yes, it's going to be the Shadow surging forward, and the fear doesn't matter. Daehyun gets a triple kill from the TP, the ace on SIU, and the towers and inhibitors to boot.
19 minutes for first inhib or not. They don't even take the inhib. Jaguar's back up and they're respecting her damage. They just decide to disengage, and why not? It was a 10k gold lead, which has just ballooned to 13,000. 1 minute till Baron's up, and SIU. Normally, Baron's where you kind of look for those burger flips, but right now, it's fine dining. And if SIU walk up there, they're the appetizers.
Oh. The appetizers have been eaten, the main course as well. Now it's MHU just looking for the dessert. They've been sitting through this concert the entire time, but looking at it now, and again, Daehyun saying, listen, I heard some crap being talked about me. I may not have stood out, but 10-1-7, looking like a beast. 5-1-16 on Sicarius as well, and Slapex 12-5-6, this top side, leading into what we said. The book has been written, and Daehyun is on the hunt. A little bit more over the wall, good tags, and Lambs are being popped so early. I want to just point that out, and now it's stun over the wall. No, it won't happen. The knockup is not going to land. But Daehyun chases in another little clap. That'll be the finisher, and it's just brutalization. 2 loss once again between the jungle and top as SIU watch as Baron is pinged.
And with the aperitif stunt, the entree is now to be served. Baron has spawned. MHU just falling back for that. And for SIU, your jungler's dead. They don't even have the hope of a smite steal.
Not a chance whatsoever. And you know what? Baron's just secondary at this point. They just want to make a statement. They just want more kills. Look at that burst. There was nothing on it. And Daehyun really wants the last 5 stacks of this lost chapter. Not lost chapter. My brain doesn't want to work. The Magi's. More stacks, please. That is 20 on the docket. And looking for just a bit more. Baron taken. All 5 members collect. And it's looking like a surefire win. MHU just have to push down as a squad.
The one disadvantage of MHU's compositions is that they don't have a ranged AD champion. So it's actually a little bit difficult for them to push. Normally, I should say. Because right now they're not going to have problems pushing with the gold lead that they have. Heck, they can start diving under turrets if they want. But the Baron buff is really going to be a boon for their ability to push in and try and end the game. Bot lane inhib continues to be exposed. That turret is not going to respawn. It's completely down. MHU, though, kind of with a bit of a split approach right now. There's only 4 members here. Sicarius is still back at base.
When that base might cause a problem, as that's going to be a jump back. Hyper gets sniped out, and Dragon Master may fall as well. Daehyun trying to run interference, but the kills do come through. And look at this, just straight up Daehyun and Slapex coming in from the side, washing through the opponents. The tower means absolutely nothing as Mr. Planet burns. That is going to be Captain Planet dead. Double kill to Slapex, adding to the score. 15, 5, and 6, 36 to 15 at 22 minutes. This is what we expect from a massive team of epic proportions. They were not able to make it to the grand finals last time. This time around, they show us what they can do in absolute dominating fashion. And they continue their streak. No games lost. A 9 perfect game on Sicarius and Daehyun. It's one last attempt. The knockup lands. Achiever in the back line trying to achieve something. But it is going to be game over. 1, 2, and 3 strikes are out. It is 3-0 to MHU.
The first time they've made grand finals, Orbital, and the first time they'll be winning it. Congratulations to Mars Hill University, champions of the Navigators Lower Mid-East Division. And my goodness, did they deserve it. Orbital, that is the only time, the only game between these two teams that have been sub 30 minutes. And of course, it's the crowning game for Marshall University.
I love it. And again, for SIUC, they put up one heck of a battle. You're going up against a Titan, a well-known Titan. And you know that your solo lanes are going to have a tough time. You pull out some fantastic stuff. You give us a show. Third game, not doing you justice. Games 1 and 2, huge props to everyone. And Mr. Planet, I think, deserves a lot of respect. Pulling out some weird stuff and making Slaypex just so angry.
Yeah, that top lane rel, that's going to haunt my nightmares for a while. I should not have done as well as it did. And let's not forget, even in Game 3, when the rel was getting punished later on, the early laning phase still worked out in Mr. Planet's favor. So huge props to SIUC and again, Achiever as well. The Vex game looking much, much better. This team, they very much deserve to be here in the Grand Finals. And I'm very, very sorry to see them go out 3-0 without being able to win a game. Because I feel like... They're such a good squad, and I hope to see them come back, and the teamwork was immaculate. But today, it was all about the hands check. It's all about the carries, and Slaypex and Dayan, they were there, and they were able to pop off.
And I'd also like to hover over Sicarius as well. Sicarius had a very, very fun game in the jungle. We really got to see that on point. The Amumu in Game 2 had some premier ultimates. It was so important to watch. And then in this game as well, that Sejuani, only one death, 5-1 in 16. And to know more about why that went down, we do have an interview with Sicarius themselves, getting a little bit of information about the insight into the team, the insight into MHU. Sicarius, welcome to the desk. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on your 3-0 victory. The perfect season, maybe not the perfect games. How you feeling after the win?
We're doing pretty good, but this is Sicarius up here. I'm Dan.
Oh, okay. So Sicarius is in the back line. This is, once again, remind us of who you are, please.
I'm Dan, the mid laner, and this is Sicarius, the jungler.
All right. We'll get that changed.
You're good.
Oh, sorry, I had technical difficulties there. Should have guessed that was Sicarius in the back and Dayan in the front, because the way Sicarius is bodyguarding him, what else could it be but the jungle mid synergy? Well, congratulations on your win, and let's talk about the series a little bit, because I don't know if that went fully according to plan. Let's start with Game 1. So Game 1, pretty even game. I think one of the pretty balanced games, and I know that I got to speak to Sicarius actually before the game a little bit, and you guys were expected to be kind of close. Was Game 1 pretty much what you expected from the Grand Finals?
Yeah, we thought it was going to be very tough, but they had us at that first game. We really had to lock in after just giving up a lot of things. We were just talking a lot in chat.
Fair enough. And Dayan, you got your Yasuo, which after that epic performance in Game 1, where you're just wrecking them with the Lost Breath over and over again, it got banned for the rest of the series. How do you feel about that? Do you think that was the right choice on their part?
Honestly, yeah, because if I could have got Yasuo over and over, I just think that I would be doing really good, because my Yasuo's farm is really good.
Fair enough. And you know, in Game 2, it certainly paid dividends, because Game 2 was the kind of risky situation there. I felt like you were the one person who was, really doing really well. Actually, that's not true. I think Sicarius did really, really well with the Amumu as well. Mm-hmm. But Game 2 got really dicey. So what were comms like? You mentioned there was a lot of talking.
Most of the comms were, "This rail is crazy. What's going on? How is he killing me?" But mainly it was just like, okay, we got to give this. This isn't ours. That's all theirs. Just like regroup.
Yeah. Was there, I saw Slaypex in chat in Game 2 a little bit saying that, no, we got this. Rel's going to be useless late game. I'm curious what you guys thought about that statement, especially in the late game.
We thought it was going to be like not a problem at all, because it's like support top lane. It needs its duo ability or whatever. But they were just like, no, that's the tank. No problems with that.
Well, that tank certainly did a lot of damage. And in Game 3, despite that, you guys left the row open. So, what were, was Slaypex just going, "I got this, we can handle it"? Was it you saying that, no, it's okay, I'll burst through, just give me an assassin? What were things like for Game 3?
As soon as Game 2 was over, Slaypex said, "Pick Riven, first pick." I got it.
That's amazing. And I give huge props to that because also to your entire team, that last game kind of was the exclamation point to your season. A perfect run. No games dropped, no series dropped. And we have to congratulate you. That is not easy. It doesn't matter what league you are in. Were you yourselves expecting that level of performance from your squad? And again, making it past the first round and this time getting the glory that maybe you feel you deserve?
Well, compared to last season, we were like 50-50. So like hopes were a little low. We thought we were gonna do like good, but not that good. Like we didn't think we were gonna go undefeated. So really good.
That's that's awesome to hear. Hey, listen, it's a surprise for everyone and a surprise maybe to you guys itself, but you have done it. You have completed the perfect season, maybe carried on into the next, and you are now the champions of the Navigators Lower Midwest Division, I believe, if I got that one right. Hopefully I did. Yep. But I do want to ask one last time for you, Daehyun, maybe for Sicario on the back line, anyone that you would like to give massive shout-outs, major props to, major respects to that is not on camera with you here today, anyone that you would like to give a proper shout-out that you may have not have been able to before?
Well, our ADC right now is not here. He's at home. And Slate Tech is at home. Shout out to them. Our support's over there who's watching the stream. Come over here real quick. This is...
Hey!
Last Driving Master. Yeah, and our director, Jamie, and everyone else in our esports community.
Alrighty, well, awesome. Congratulations, Daehyun. You guys are the first ones, maybe of your own, collegiate setup here for MHU to start a legacy of no games dropped. Maybe we get to see it next semester as well. Thank you so much for joining us here on the desk, and congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
With that, I mean, it's crazy to say it, though. After that 3-0, the season's done. We have come to the final journey, at least of the regular season here. RMC, we've been here since the beginning. How you feeling after all of that and after that series? Any final words and thoughts?
Part of me wanted that series to go 5 games total, but then it feels like we had 5 games with the chaos that we saw. It was glorious. It was wonderful. And it was a great way to end the season, but it's also sad that the season's over. Thankfully, this season might be over, Orbital, but Nationals is still coming up.
Of course it is. There are so many more games to be played. Maybe not in the regular season, but we will see MHU a little bit further into the season. There are also the rest of the finals to play over the rest of the week. Overwatch 2 will be happening tomorrow, and then on Friday will be Rocket League. And once we're done there, in the coming weeks will be the Nationals announcement of when the teams will play as well as where. Keep eyes on the broadcast there as well, because we want to showcase the champions of champions for you all over the place. Thank you so much for tuning in, though, here tonight to the League of Legends NECC broadcast brought to you by NECC. Of course, my name is Orbital. With me is RMC, Random Minion Caster, PETA on the side of the observation, and Storm Warrior on production, as well as the earlier casters, Fish and Soap, and everyone that's put this broadcast together. Thank you so much for tuning in, and have a fantastic night.